Hey traders, welcome back to the channel, and if you're new here, great to have you with us. Today, we're diving into a powerful audiobook that's a must-listen for serious traders, The Playbook by Bellafiore. Now, you might be wondering who should listen to this book. Well, if you're someone who's tired of trading based on random hunches or YouTube noise, this one's for you.
Exactly. This book is perfect for traders who want to turn their experience into structured, repeatable success. Mike doesn't just teach you how to trade, he teaches you how to think like a professional trader, how to document your edge, and how to build your own personalized playbook of high-probability setups.
Right? And let's be real. Most traders out there don't fail because of lack of strategy. They fail because they don't track their performance or know what's actually working. That's where the playbook hits home. It's not about magic indicators, it's about building your edge and developing the discipline to stick to it.
So whether you're a developing trader trying to make it consistent or even an advanced trader looking to sharpen your edge and avoid mental pitfalls, this book has something for you.
All right, let's jump in and remember, take notes, reflect on your trades, and maybe start writing your own playbook along the way.
Introduction. Weaknesses don't matter if you find solutions. Ray Dalio. The playbook will help you become a better, bigger, more profitable, increasingly efficient, well-rounded, calmer, happier, and grateful trader. This book teaches you how to make more of the trades that make the most sense to you, with larger size, holding them for the real move, so that you boost your trading P&L. It will gift you with the tools to realize what I argue should be your ultimate goal, becoming your best trader, YBT. Playbook is the derivative of something good coming from personal hardship, mine, as it turns out. Let me tell you how it all happened and how the playbook can transform your trading performance. I was in my hotel room in Phoenix, Arizona, preparing to talk to the Scottsdale, Phoenix meetup group when my BlackBerry vibrated. It was my mom. "Michael, I am so sorry to tell you this. Your father has had a stroke." "It's not good, I don't know what to do." "Here, please talk to your father," continued my mom. She put my dad on the phone. Well, more accurately, a man's voice came to the phone. It could have been my dad, but it was hard to tell. The man on other end of this phone clearly had had a stroke. "Hello" was howoo, and with great strain from the speaker. The man gave the phone back to my mom. "Mom, let me check when I can get out there and call you back." "Okay, thank God. Thank you, Michael." I hung up the phone, went to Kayak.com, and punched in an airline search for from Phoenix to Tampa. My hands felt frozen from the shock. I could arrive very early the next morning if I left in the next hour or in the early afternoon with the first flight out the next day. I thought, seriously, you can't get from Phoenix to Tampa in a few hours. Driving would take forever, the same with a bus, and there were no trains. Guilt for my inadequacy to immediately be in Tampa persecuted my mind and body. In 46 minutes, I had a commitment to give a lecture to a group important to me to support, and for which I'd flown across the country. But my family needed me. I needed to be in Tampa for them urgently. Should I bolt to the airport, cancel my presentation, and land in Tampa early morning the next day? Should I do the talk and head out on the first flight the next morning? I called my wife. I called my sister. I called my mom. This was my prisoner's dilemma. We decided on the first flight out the next morning. I hated this decision. I arrived at the venue for the Scottsdale Phoenix meetup, which to me appeared like a quintessential location shoot for those political town hall meetings. And now running for the Scottsdale City Council, please help me welcome candidate Mike Bellafiore. What was I doing here? None of this was helping my mom or dad. I was physically present while my mind was observing the absurdity of my presence. So I went and did it. I stood on my feet for 3 hours talking to a room full of mostly retired investors. I had painstakingly prepared a talk on short-term trading setups, but after one look around the room of this friendly senior citizen crowd, I scrapped my prepared remarks to engage this demographic. I got lost in our talk for a few hours, with appreciative attendees coming together as a community, a trading community. They were admirably in attendance to learn more about the markets, meet some new people who invested like them, and perhaps spend a night away from mindless reality TV. There cannot be enough great meetups for investors, traders across the United States. People like me have an obligation to support them. Such communities make our markets better for the plain reason that a well-educated trader class manifests a better market. I gave that audience everything I had, answered every last question, and shook each hand with a smile such that no one detected my personal hardship, just like my dad would have done. Ingrained in my memory is a snapshot of my dad on his hands and knees, paint, dirt, and muck smothering his work blue polo, improving a family property for one of his tenants. This is work ethic. You do things as well as you can because what else is there? At 9 p.m., I walked out of the hall exhausted, on the road famished, and about to face one of the most difficult years of my life. I drove my rented mid-size back to my resort hotel, asked for a 3:30 a.m. wake-up call, and passed out soberly, still in my suit and shoes. Barring. My next conscious moment was the phone in my room ringing as I awoke, feeling as if a 300-pound lineman had just sacked me. Early hour brought me that sleep-deprived physical pain, stomach discomfort, and uncomfortable head pressure. Somehow I got on a plane with my bags and touched down in Tampa. I called my mom. "Hi, Mom, I'm here." "Oh, Michael, thank God you're here. Your father is at Morton Plant Hospital. Do you know where it is?" "I'll find it." I walked into my dad's hospital room, my mother sitting across from him, pale and trying to force an unworried smile. When her firstborn son entered a room, my mother usually stood and made me feel like there was nothing else more important than me. She tried this now impossible task while living her life-changing moment. I looked to the right at my dad, smiled, but inside was astonished. He couldn't talk, he couldn't move, he couldn't lift his hand. Michael was Mika. The strongest person I have ever known was now as fragile as a newborn. This was so much worse than my mother had explained. I made happy small talk, unsure when to stop the farce. After this absurd hospital custom, my mom grabbed my arm and pulled me into a private room a few doors down the hall. "Mom, people make full recoveries from strokes. Let's not assume anything. When can we get him rehabbing?" "Okay, at this point, or well before, and if so, thank you for your patience. You might be wondering why I'm sharing this personal story with you, an account that has yet to say a single thing about trading. As it happens, this drama is pertinent, as you are about to see. And if ever there is a person who can inspire you to improve every day as a trader, or serve as an allegory for the path of the new, developing, or underperforming trader, it is a recovering stroke victim. Further, an event like this helps traders place their work in the proper context. No one has ever lost a loved one in a losing trade. More to the point, the playbook might never have been born without this calamity. Fast forward, and bypassing medical bureaucratic details too numerous to recount, we finally freed my dad out of the hospital and into a 24-hour rehab center, where he and I, to a lesser extent, would live for the next 2 weeks. I write often on the SMBU blog that trading is an exercise in getting better every day. A stroke victim personifies the ultimate real life, all consequences example of a struggle to get better each day. Your brain has been injured. New connections in your brain's circuitry to control walking, speaking, and thinking must be remade. Harder still, you must do all of this in the autumn of your life, when you're supposed to be slowing down and enjoying the rewards you worked your whole life to reap. Building your playbook is a similar test. As a trader, you must make connections in your trading brain for the setups that make the most sense to you. Then you can execute these plays as automatically as you breathe, walk, and talk. But before, each trade is a struggle of indecision and uncertainty. More about this soon. I called Steve Spencer, now one of the most recognized U.S. equities traders in the world, the best man at my wedding and my partner at SMB. "My dad has had a stroke. I am going to be here for a while." "Okay, stay as long as you need." I didn't wonder for even a moment whether I would help my dad in his rehab. There were only moments when I questioned whether I needed to do more. My dad had given me so much. We ate dinner together every night during my childhood. I cannot recall a game he ever missed. He never declined a throwing session, which led to me becoming a college athlete. College, law school. Now I would be there to help him. Day 1 of rehab was one of the better days of my life, during the worst period of my life. I loved the science of performance enhancement and saw it all day, in real time, inches from me. We went to speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. Dad couldn't do much, and everything was so difficult. Picking up a sandbag during occupational therapy was impossible. I had to lift his back to get him into a bridge position during physical therapy. He still really couldn't talk. In a lighter moment, we got into trouble during speech therapy for not following one of the rules. Threats were made at us, and angrily. We laughed and laughed and laughed some more about potentially getting kicked out of the rehab home, as if there is anything really bad that can happen to you after having a massive stroke or seeing your hero after he has had one. By the end of the day, Dad improved. He had the infrastructure to make progress, like a new trader must, and he was determined with every breath and thought to get better. Mom used to say she never met anyone as determined and focused as my dad. The rehab center was seeing that. He worked. I returned home that first day to our Clearwater Beach family condo, which overlooks the Gulf of Mexico at one end and Tampa Bay on the other. My mom, obviously anxious and eager to hear my report, sprung up from her reclining chair upon my arrival. "Mom, he is going to make a substantial recovery." "Oh, Michael, that is such wonderful news." For the next 10 days, I woke early, grabbed a few protein bars, and headed over to the Rehab center to spend the day with my dad. I had in my head that the more he moved and thought, the better he would get. Sort of like the more screen time you get as a noob, the more you improve. During rest breaks, I asked him to punch my hand. By day 3, he could. I would move my hand up and down, and he would slap at it. You could sense his brain struggle to figure out how to get his arms to hit my hand. It was also hard to miss how my dad outworked the others in Rehab, and by a large margin. Many did enough not to get in trouble, literally stopping their reps when the staff stopped looking. My dad did extra reps. After every Rehab set where I noticed progress, I praised him. We built from the positives. I would tap his stomach and say, "Good set," or "Good work, Dad." The trading coach in me knew that to sustain his motivation, I had to encourage the effort, and not the result. I knew that act of touching would help reduce his stress and communicate we were in this together. Before I headed home after day 5, I pulled his chair right up to mine, waited for his eyes to meet mine, smiled, and said unwaveringly, "You are going to make a substantial recovery. People can make remarkable recoveries from strokes. Keep working. You are going to get better." I could have been talking to one of my traders. I sensed he wanted to get better for me. Of course, he wanted to improve for himself, but he also wanted to get better for me. I wanted needed him to get better, and he read that. I see this behavior in my traders with whom I am close. They do not want to disappoint me. Coaches who love their players will see them do almost anything not to disappoint them. Love is a powerful motivator. During speech therapy, my dad earned the nickname Friendly Frank because he gabbed with everyone in the facility. Friendly Frank grasped that he needed to talk as much as he could to expedite his speech progress. So he talked to everyone. He was working to get better and enjoying himself with his latest challenge. There were periods of frustration to overcome. On one particular day, my dad got discouraged at a lack of staff attentiveness. He directed unkind comments at their competence and performance. He was acting like a trader on tilt. I had to keep him focused on his task. When Dad started complaining about bad service, I refocused him on the only thing that was important, our day of improvement. I told him to count to 10 when he got mad, and to take deep breaths between each number. All that mattered was that he play as much as he could with his rubber bands and speech exercises and jabbing drills we had created to speed his recovery. I could have been talking to one of my favorite traders moaning about high-frequency traders, HFTs. In trading, we say, one good trade and then one good trade and then one good trade. I hear there is a pretty good trading book by this title. My wife flew down for Christmas. I hadn't seen her for a few weeks at that point, which was just 2 months after our wedding. She got a kick out of seeing my dad working so hard, stopping to talk with everyone, and answering every question asked to the rehabbers during group therapy. "Frank, don't raise your hand. You can't answer every question." "Why not?" She laughed. My dad and I laughed. We all laughed again together. He had a point. Why not? On day 10, my dad stood, placed his right hand on a handrail, and walked 40 yards up the rehab hall and then back. Wow, he was going to walk again. Couldn't wait to go home and tell my mom. The prior 4 nights, my mom had been very ill. She had a history of stomach issues and couldn't keep anything down. She wasn't sleeping. Her back was terminally screwed up, and she was in constant pain. I found her pacing our condo in the middle of the night trying to relieve her back pain. Doctors say one of the mistakes a family makes is not looking after the spouse of the stroke victim, in this case my mom. Before my wife and I left the rehab center that day, my dad asked me to go check on my mom. Ever selfless, he was first worried about her and her health. As hard as life had been after taking that call about my dad from my mom, it was now about to get worse. My wife and I grabbed some dinner at the mall in Tampa and then headed back to the condo. I opened the door and found my mom face down on our kitchen floor. I sprinted right to her, turned her over, and found a huge welt above her left eye, which had absorbed her fall. Called 911. "My mom is unconscious. Send an ambulance." "Okay, sir, where are you?" I answered. "Is she breathing?" "How do I tell?" And on it went. "Clasp your hands together and push against her chest. I will help you with the tempo." And the guy was going, and push and push and push and push. My mom was covered in sweat and obviously dead, and here I was, in my opinion, just hurting her body. "Mom, please wake up. Mom, please wake up." Seemingly hours later, really approximately 15 minutes, the paramedics and police arrived. Like some CSI episode, the paramedics took over and applied machines and technology to my mom. In cases like this, the police look around. They ask you questions. You show them your license. They are doing their job and their presence is comforting, but you cannot help but think, does anything else matter but that my mom is obviously dead? How in the world am I going to tell this to my dad? We followed the paramedics to the nearest hospital. Well, we started to, but then got lost. We eventually arrived and then waited in the waiting room. Never has a room been so aptly named. It was bizarre. I was certain my mother had passed, but we were waiting around as if she had an ankle sprain and were anticipating X-ray results. I called my sister. We're at the hospital. Mom had an accident. Now you wait, and you know what they are going to come and say. They hand you a plastic bag of your mom's possessions. Strange thoughts drift about like, God, is that a ginormous diamond necklace she wore? They escorted us from the waiting room into an exam room and told us the doctor would come with news. News. The doctor is going to come and tell us that my mother is dead. Some young, sweet Indian doctor and kind-eyed nurse entered the room. Well, this can't be good. Nurse was obviously there to help us with the grieving. If it were good, there would be no nurse. This must be protocol. I am so sorry to tell you that your mother has passed away. You can go and see her now. I entered the room and felt more grief than one should possibly have to bear, and I felt an awful and strange protective guilt for the trauma to which I had just exposed my wife. How could I have missed not paying more attention to my mother? My sister flew down on the next day, Christmas, with my then 1-year-old niece Kate. My little sister had ordered me not to tell my dad until she arrived. Mom always said, never awake anyone with bad news. It can wait until the morning. It's funny the things you never question said by your mom. We found my dad. I wasted little time. Dad, we lost Mom last night. My heart broke looking at my dad's face as he absorbed this news. We brought in Kate to play on Papa's lap, desperate for some way to distract. Over the next several days, we flew my dad back to Long Island, buried my mom, moved my dad into a rehab center in our hometown, and kept moving. During all of this, the markets don't close. The competition in the trader education space doesn't discontinue business. Trading systems need tweaking, and my traders require coaching and direction. Deals have to be negotiated, calls returned, and problems solved. But I wasn't able to work. I had lost my mom, and my dad needed my help. I was emotionally unavailable. Later, at a conference in Singapore, I proclaimed that starting SMB was the stupidest, most arrogant, naive thing I had ever done. Starting a firm like I did, essentially from my Upper West Side apartment and with no outside funding, was overly ambitious. I cannot help but think the years of my mom telling me I could do or be whatever I wanted led me to start SMB. Now that unconditional voice of confidence was silently resting. Meanwhile, the strongest person I had ever known was broken and years away from a significant recovery. As if things were not bad enough, they were about to get worse. The perfect storm. A perfect storm of events compiled to stop and reverse SMB's forward progress. As a firm or business, particularly in the money business, you never want to be backtracking. After all, the firm's very existence depends on forward momentum. Running a prop firm is very expensive. Specifically, even a flat month in P&L can cost $200K plus after fees, expenses, staff, and rent. From profitable to broke can come fast. Add to this strain: 1, some of our profitable traders left. 2, the industry as a whole was struggling. 3, a large legal bill was ahead. 4, new regulation increased costs, and we were headed in the wrong direction. All of this came when I wanted to be elsewhere with my dad and family. I always love how people think running a business is so easy, particularly a trading firm. Respectfully, it isn't. And your individual trading business will not be easy for you to run either. We will be upfront about not having all the answers, mistakes made, the need for timeouts during personal struggles, and the necessity to persevere as a trader or firm. Solutions must be found. You must uncover a way to subsist and even reinvent yourself. This is true even for the best traders and firms. This is the life we have chosen. As it so happened, the playbook was the key for how we weathered this storm. A great clash lay ahead, one that would have been daunting even if I were at full strength. But I wasn't. My mental state held us back. For example, SMB was sucked into a contentious negotiation with our third-party provider. We leased space and routed our trades through this third party. I had to excuse myself from these meetings because the idea of fighting over a nickel on tickets just wasn't in me. Nor was I in the proper state of mind for the day-to-day grind of running a prop trading desk, educational arm, and our new systems trading division. When you have just experienced trauma, stress can trigger a return to a state of trauma which is unhealthy. Ciao Bella. That perfect storm. First, some of our consistently profitable traders left. At that time, the career path for our traders was this: become a consistently profitable trader and then get bigger. How 2007, other firms' poachers from the league of lesser firms learned of the success of many of our homegrown traders. These firms started offering our built-from-scratch guys race to the bottom trading deals that we could not match. It would be hard to find objective traders who would not acknowledge that we offered the best training and infrastructure for the beginning trader. Most of our competitors even admit this. The problem was we were not offering enough value to those who we had trained to become consistently profitable heading into their year 3 or 4 with us. SMB thought loyalty and our present value would keep the traders we built for their entire career. We were mistaken. Here's where we were wrong. If a firm is only going to offer the chance to get bigger after traders are consistently profitable, these traders might forget or undervalue the firm's contribution to their success. At that point, you can be viewed as just a buying power provider, for which some profitable traders do not want to share much of their profits. In 2009, traders were seeing their profits shrink from the historic trading opportunity of 2008, so some sought ways to keep more of their take. Poaching firms were desperate to fill their emptying seats and so pitched our traders. In fact, one firm kept a file of all the bad things they could say about SMB and literally handed our guys this information. It was mainly printouts of trader forum nonsense, home of the anonymous failed trader, and made-up testimonials. I have heard from reliable sources that this firm is responsible for many of the negative quotes in these forums about competing firms. This mistakes playing tackle, being a tough businessman with being unethical. Some of our guys wanted to find a way to get closer to their 2008 levels and fell for this sell of greener pastures. SMB had a math problem. You see, a prop firm takes losses on underperforming or new traders so that one day those better traders will have a new crop of traders around them offering fresh ideas, new strategies, and lower transactions costs. You are only as good as the stocks you trade. 60 extra pairs of well-trained eyes calling out trading opportunities helps you as an experienced trader. And these new traders develop strategies that you have not considered, which you might add to your trading quiver. Further, when these new traders get good, transaction costs decrease for the firm, which can be spread to all traders. When the older, profitable traders squeeze the firm for minimal profits, the firm cannot support the lesser traders' losses. Simply put, our profitable traders asked for deals that we could not meet within our prop trading model. They got upset that we weren't matching the race to the bottom deals that poacher arcades were offering them, so they left. After a few guys leave, others find other reasons to leave. A firm can become like a down-trending stock that needs a catalyst for it to change direction. Arcades offer a seat and computer, but do not offer downside risk, draws, or value-added trading tools and services to traders. It's cheaper to trade at an arcade. Don't have a problem with another firm talking to our traders that approach them. I'm even okay with another firm approaching a trader who came to us as experienced. I have a problem with that firm approaching traders I built from scratch and selling them on a better world of slightly lower transactions costs. One trader left to save maybe $500 a month. That is about the cost of parking in NYC. Seriously, that is the business you are in. Pitch them on added value, specifically technology, more downside, better education, and so on. Show them how you can significantly increase their P&L. That is fair game as far as I am concerned. Also, show some decency. Don't come after the guys I spent 10 hours a day with for 3 years. Playing the lowest cost provider game with rates now so cheap actually harms better firms like mine who invest in their traders. Without firms like SMB, there will be no new blood of future star traders. Also, it sells a false premise that lower transaction costs will improve your P&L. Unfortunately, too many trade to their P&L regardless of transaction costs, meaning that once you know your costs you factor that into all of your trades. Your overall results stay the same. This is just trader psychology. Perhaps the reason for leaving was our limited career path. Perhaps it was the tougher market of 2009 forcing traders to look elsewhere. Perhaps after 3 years of our coaching, it was time for a new voice for some of them. With our past model of get good and get bigger, Perhaps our desk was more like a college basketball program where after 4 years, seniors graduate or turn pro and you have to develop a whole new set of players. Perhaps those traders should have been more loyal. Whatever the reasons, winners get to write history. You cannot keep losing consistently profitable traders and then claim you were right. That is a world of failure. All that said, I am proud that most of those traders were grateful for the trading education they received from our firm, how much they learned, and our indisputable contribution to their trading success. Some now are 7-figure traders. Many gross more than $250,000 each trading year. A few are even running their own firms. A bunch manage money for others. Half dozen even work at places like Bridgewater, the second largest hedge fund in the world. One thing was crystal clear from the loss of traders in 2009-2010, we needed to get better and offer more. In full disclosure, I was deeply hurt by this trader exodus. Intellectually, I am aware that I am not supposed to take such things personally, that business is business. That is beyond my capacity. Guys I train are more like friends and family to me. I spend too much time with them, worry too much about their progress, and get to know them too well not to miss them when they leave. This even applies to traders who don't succeed. It's a horrible feeling that haunts me for weeks when a guy fails. What's worse is when new recruits come in and don't see some of those great traders you helped develop. That is tremendously disappointing. And there was more. The intraday trading contraction. Adding to my strife, the intraday trading industry as a whole was struggling. This was not indigenous to intraday trading. In fact, it is more accurate to note that the equity trading world was hurting. So difficult was this period that intraday trading godfather Stephen Schoenfeld penned an infamous letter to his traders putting them on notice that many would soon be fired if their performance did not improve. The biggest, baddest, and richest intraday trading firm on the street was cutting costs. Also, there was the Day Trading is Dead blog of the week. These were exaggerations. Day trading, a term I refuse to recognize. It's called intraday trading, was contracting, times were tough, but it was not dead. When I first started, we were taught the trading principle that not all years on the street are wildly profitable. I did not hide any of this on my blog, penning numerous posts on this subject. In one of these, Day Trading is Dead blogs of the week, I lost a friend who runs an established finance website. From my perspective, SMB was very helpful to this site when it first launched, earning it credibility on the street. His site posted a sensational, irresponsible blog post titled Day Trading is Dead. The industry was down enough. This post that would be read by many didn't need to exaggerate. I knew the author of this piece, who had spent like 3 minutes in the field of intraday trading, and also knew that the title had been changed by my former friend for the purpose of driving traffic. I called respectfully, lobbying the website to rechange the headline to its original title. He did, but that was the last we spoke. Firms were shrinking as traders were being washed out. HFTs were seen as ruling the day. Allocators were pulling funding of the bigger intraday traders as their appetite to back discretionary traders waned. It was a tough time for the intraday trader and firm, and then came the worst moment of my trading career. The government. Steve was calling, I answered. Hey, how are things? I have some bad news. We just received a subpoena from the SEC to be a witness to an investigation. Adding to all this, SMB was about to absorb a major legal spend complying with an SEC witness subpoena. Remember our third-party partners with whom I couldn't bear to argue. They were being investigated by the SEC. We were issued a subpoena to be a witness to their investigation and provide documentation that related to them. And the hits just keep on coming. My dad had a stroke, my mom had passed. We lost some of our better traders. Equity trading was suffering. And now we had to provide hundreds of pages of documents and pay a top lawyer God knows how much because someone else was potentially in trouble with the SEC. WTF. There is something about getting documents from the government, any documents, no matter how innocuous they might be, it just scares the heck out of you. Add to this that at this time penalizing the street, anyone on the street, was political treasure. We immediately wondered if we were doing something the SEC had decided to use its enforcement power to correct. And if they did, how far would they go? This may seem odd, but the rules for trading firms at times are not clear, even after review from your lawyers. And you cannot just call up the SEC and get their guidance on activities. They tell you when you are wrong only after you act, not before. You could be doing something improper without your counsel or you knowing it. Regulators can decide you were doing something incorrect without you being able to foresee it. That is just the way it is. It is a weird game of moving regulatory target practice, even for the good guys on the street. As a firm, you do the best you can so that the government never even wants to ask a question as to whether you are or were doing something improper. Firms in our space had been shut down by the SEC, with partners banned from the business. To clarify, those firms were doing some very shady stuff that was clearly illegal. Was the subpoena as a witness just a ruse to start investigating us next? Most likely not. At this time, our sole focus was not to end up on the front page of the Wall Street Journal and live to play another day. More perverse during this whole fiasco, I felt like a guilty person. I racked my brain thinking, reviewing, wondering if we had done something wrong. I am a lawyer, so is Steve, and our business model is regularly scrubbed by attorneys. None of us could think of anything. The whole reason I started SMB was to give new, developing, and underperforming traders their best chance of succeeding. Check the thousands of blogs we have shared for free in the blogosphere. See one good trade and the hundreds of webinar hours released to the trading community. And here, I was worried about having done something improper and having to expend money and time and stress to contain this matter. WTF. Imagine sitting down with your newlywed wife and telling her that news. WTF. We spent 5 days finding the best attorney. We spent the next 6 months paying him and his firm and providing all the documents requested by the SEC. We shared hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents through our lawyers. Our emails, contracts, and trader results were delivered. Again, I felt like a villain, while desperately trying to find something we could have done untoward. We were part paranoid, part responsible business owners playing outstanding defense. As it turned out, we were, in fact, not next to be investigated. We really were only a witness, and that third party in the end had done nothing improper. It turned out this third party was one of many being scrubbed by the SEC simultaneously. But this was huge money, brain, and time drain that required daily attention during a period when we were not at our best. The result of this industry-wide investigation was most prop firms moving to regulated entities, registering their traders, and dealing with the added cost of this regulation. Just doing their job. The SEC and other Wall Street regulators have a difficult job. Wall Street is a dangerous, powerful place with a few dishonest players. It's often the case that good guys are in fact the crooks, so how can governmental lawyers know whom to trust? John Corzine, a U.S. Senator, Governor of New Jersey, and former head of Goldman Sachs, blew up his futures firm, MF Global, including customer money totaling $1.6 billion with absurd trading risk. Long-term capital management, whose traders were once known by the phrase, the smartest guys in the room, blew up $4.6 billion following the Russian financial crisis, which required intervention by the Federal Reserve. The head of J.P. Morgan Chase, who used to possess the best reputation on the street, testified to Congress that a London whale trading loss would be in the vicinity of $2 billion. It turned out to be more than $6.2 billion. Recently, major banks, most notably Barclays, have been fined and charged with fixing interest rates. And let's not forget Bernie Madoff. And then we have the mortgage-backed securities fiasco, which was perhaps the heart of the 2008 financial collapse. Our prestigious banks took outsized risks with mortgage-backed securities, and then taxpayers had to bail them out. Some journalists, however, have argued that it wasn't so much that the banks took outsized risks, it's that they engaged in outright fraud. As Rolling Stone reporter Matt Taibbi has noted about the 650-page bipartisan report titled Wall Street and the Financial Crisis, Anatomy of a Financial Collapse, the document compiled a mountain of evidence against Goldman Sachs. Evidence of gross, bald-faced fraud delivered up in such quantities as to almost serve as a kind of sarcastic challenge to the Justice Department. Consider this morsel. Goldman's CFO, David Vinayer, wrote in an internal memo of the urgency to reduce the bank's giant bet on mortgages. Let's be aggressive distributing things because there will be very good opportunities as the markets into what is likely to be even greater distress, and we want to be in a position to take advantage of them. Taibbi's translation: let's find as many suckers as we can as fast as we can, because we'll only make more money as more and more shit hits the fan. Clearly, there are many leaders in finance who do things that are unconscionable such that it brings a pox on all of us. So the government has to investigate fully, even a matter as small as ours. The sins of others are a regulatory tax on all of us. Okay, so this was not the best of days for our firm. SMB was not very good. On the street, like in golf, we learned to play the ball where it lies. We needed a solution. We knew improvement would take time, at least 2 years. We needed to invest in our strength, building new and developing traders with new and better techniques and weight. We went all in on our core competency, building profitable traders from scratch. The playbook becomes our solution. Some traders on our desk still needed my help during our rebuilding phase at SMB, but I needed a timeout. I had learned enough not to trade in this psychological condition, so they wouldn't receive my tick-by-tick, real-time trading instruction. With me on the desk, actively trading, a new trader learns the best stocks to trade, the setups that are worth risk in real time, strategies for various trading patterns, how to read the tape at expert level, how to get big and hold, and much more. Real-time coaching is the most effective way of working with a new, developing, or underperforming trader. Mentoring and reviewing a trader's work after the close or a lull in the trading action is effective, but not as beneficial as real-time coaching. I find it disappointing when trading education firms don't know the difference between mentoring and coaching. This is true of any sport. Going to the office on most days was not possible as I was still helping my dad rehab, so face-to-face, one-on-one coaching sessions with our traders also were not an option. I faced a quandary: how could I contribute to the firm in this psychological state, and from Long Island? The answer was the playbook. I needed a way to show our traders I still cared about their progress, though as this absentee coach. You cannot teach or coach anyone if students/players do not know you care. Reviewing their playbook trades and providing detailed feedback showed them that I did. I required a way to rebuild the desk without being on the desk. Also, I coveted a way to get our core of developing traders bigger in their best setups. They suffered from what I call an outline inside this book trader wuss syndrome, afraid to man up in their better risk/reward opportunities. Further, I craved a way for our traders to transition into more intraday swing trading, what we call trades to hold, from the momentum trading that worked so well in 2007 and 2008. HFTs had gamed that strategy out of the market, save for the very best momentum traders. Moreover, I needed a way to get them to hold their trades longer for the real move. In addition, because we had a solid core of young traders, I wanted them to learn more from each other. The playbook was their framework to talk most specifically about trading setups with this strong core. The act of talking about your trading with fellow traders is a very powerful progress tool. I needed to get our firm back on track and our traders improving, and I had to do it all from a distance. And so out of this crisis, the SMB playbook was born. It was our solution, the truth about trading. People often ask me to autograph one good trade, which I do with gratitude. I receive appreciative emails daily about how my work has helped traders, which makes my day. When I was in Singapore, I literally couldn't pass through the lobby of my hotel without someone recognizing me and asking to take a picture. Perhaps the large billboards of Jim Rogers and me presenting at a big conference was the cause. SMB recently had to shop for a new trading space in NYC for a joint venture JV with a larger firm. Apparently, very few traders missed Wall Street Warriors and some of our other appearances, as they easily recognized Steve and me when we walked onto a trading desk looking to sublease space. I have been introduced as a trading expert to multiple packed house lectures. If you Google my name, you can find some pretty nice things said about my writing and the contribution my firm has made to the trading community. All of this makes me very uncomfortable in the sense that some might think that I and people like me have mastered the trading game. I haven't, I never will. This is impossible. What you can learn from me, my firm, and the playbook, and the reason I have shared so openly about the personal events described earlier, is the truth about trading. These truths often escape what I call the financial media entertainment complex and leave many new traders misinformed. You must get better every day. Even if you do become a great trader, you'll sometimes face personal struggles and need a timeout. When you become a successful trader, this is not the end. There is no trader destination. Trades will stop working, and you will have to find new ones that do work. 7-figure traders can walk around in a frustrated daze desperately searching for a return to just a profitable month. Trading is a sport of survival, reinvention, and perseverance, even for the successful trader. That is why I shared the earlier personal anecdotes. That is why it is so important for each trader to develop his or her own playbook. This is what I hope you learn from this book. Yes, you can. Even though trading is so very challenging, you can do it. The market doesn't care where you went to school, who your father is or isn't, what country club you belong to, your past stardom as a college athlete, or your IQ. But the right path to success does matter. The daily rehearsal, practice, thinking, trade, talking, and review are crucial. You must embrace the mindset to improve every day, build from your strengths, and develop your playbook. That's why, and I hope you agree, that this is an important book for your trading development. Martin Seligman teaches us in his wonderful book, Learned Optimism, that we should absorb difficult events, such as mine described earlier, and learn to look beyond the hardship to recognize those moments in our life that appear catastrophic, and to embrace them as opportunities to open our minds for the good that could follow next. And I found the good. I found the playbook. Rogue Traderette, a terrific blog run by an Aussie woman, notes the difference between optimism of the common glass is half full kind to what she considers to be real optimism. Real optimism is the ability to attribute the good stuff to that's how life is, and the bad stuff to that's how things are this moment, but not forever. We did make it through the storm. We did find a solution which perhaps you can learn from. We are stronger than ever. Tomorrow can be better than yesterday. Our traders improved. Our work developing traders was recognized, and we built a new and stronger office with everything new, developing, underperforming, or even experienced traders need to excel. Developing your playbook will be a personal journey of trader rehearsal. Your goal should be to improve to become a consistently profitable trader CPT, and then a YBT. Focus unrelentingly on what setups make the most sense to you. Your storms will come, but you can persevere and find your path to becoming a stronger trader. What's inside? Here's how the playbook works. After each trading session, I ask the players on our desk, and now you, to archive a trading setup that made the most sense to them during that day. They archive this play in a template form, which we share, the SMB Playbook. This exercise brands their winning trades in their trading brain, synthesizes the most important market patterns for them to study, and helps them internalize their best trading setups so that they trade them instinctively in real time. There is no real-time deep thought and hesitation for their A+ trades. They spot a favorite trading pattern, they execute, and with size. The best traders know when they are right and get bigger. They spend their energy searching for more of their favorite setups and focus on where they can add size responsibly. In this book, you will learn how to get bigger in your best trades so that you improve your trading performance. In this book, most chapters are divided into 3 sections: an introduction to a pro trader, their playbook trade, and a review of this trade with the trader, our desk, and me. We begin most chapters with a delicious look at a character, a pro trader, and his journey, from which you will learn. What best practices can you co-opt from this trader? What should you avoid? What solutions worked for some of these traders that you can implement if you experience similar struggles? You will meet experienced, new, developing, and underperforming traders, some who made it and some who failed. As is my writing niche, interesting, page-turning, and often humorous trader stories are wrapped inside of trading principles and lessons to help you improve your trading performance while enjoying this read. The second part of most chapters is a specific trade archived in SMB Playbook form. You will learn patterns that our desk uses that you might co-opt for your trading. We break down each trade as follows: the big picture, intraday fundamentals, technical analysis, reading the tape, trade management, trade strategy, trade review. Note the detail provided for each archive trade. It is not my intention to preach that you should dissect trades exactly like I do, as you may trade a different product or time frame or see the markets differently than me. I do, however, encourage you to develop a similar system of archiving your best trading setups that makes the most sense to you in the format that works best for you. Frankly, if you have not developed your playbook, you should. Recently, I met with a series of very experienced but underperforming traders. The common denominator for this group was that none of them had a methodology to archive their favorite setups, nor could they clearly, definitively, and instantly articulate their best plays. They were more or less just flying by the seat of their pants, that is, unorganized and unstudied intuition. Your playbook's contents are up to you. But its existence, with all due respect, should not be. All traders should build a playbook. The third part of most chapters consists of a trade review between the pro trader introduced, our desk, and me. Tick by tick, we review the highlighted trade. Trading fundamentals and principles are explained and explored as we unveil these trades made by pro traders. Pay closest attention to how we think through our trades, the detail, the clarity of thought, and the standard of professionalism. To be a pro, you must learn first to think like a pro. You do not become a great trader by being shown cookie-cutter technical setups and then soon become successful. That is a myth from what I call Trader Disneyland. It would be wonderful if Trader Disneyland existed, marketed and spun by too many that it does, but it doesn't. I intend to teach you how to think like a pro trader and develop a methodology that enables you to recognize your strengths, provide a foundation for you to prosper when the markets change, and jumpstart your progress to becoming a CPT and then YBT. The playbook begins smartly with a summary of how to develop a playbook trade in Chapter 1, while explaining the top 10 ways it can help your trading. Chapter 2 reviews the trading journey of Shark, the model for those who want to quit their job and take up trading full-time. He gets his own chapter because he is the best trainee, the hardest worker, I have trained in 5 years. Chapter 3 introduces the concept of reasons to sell that will give you a guideline for how to exit your winning trades. Also, this chapter highlights a trade setup in SMB Capital after its infamous $444 million trading error that Shark archived, and we reviewed together, paying close attention to whether he had enough size. Next in Chapter 4, you meet Tu, who teaches you how to compete as a pro trader and find out how good you can be. You also get a sneak peek into his personal daily trade review. Further, Tu walks us through a fade trade, a trading pattern that melds best with his personality. Chapter 5 introduces Pippen, who presents a path to follow for developing and new traders. We do something special in this chapter and review the historic IPO of Facebook, stock symbol FB, with his trade review. Chapter 6 explores the insufficiency of trader education in colleges, introduces the humorous and concurrently sad GM test, and pounds the table about what traders should be doing before they turn pro. Special Projects, our intern, is placed on the hot seat as we review his reversal trade, a powerful trade for developing traders. Chapter 7 introduces Prep, who might just become the hero of underperforming traders everywhere, as he made almost every mistake a trader can make but stayed in the game. We review his failed trade in JCP that was still one good trade. Stay tuned for the plot twist involving Prep in the postscript of this section. In Chapter 8, we introduce Ruddy to debunk the theory that the bright start their trading career on second base, ahead of others. I allegedly rip Ruddy in this memorable trade review of an awful technical trade. What some call rip, I call essential critical feedback. In Chapter 9, Iceman challenges you to take on more risk with your trading and gives you an inside look at the psychological journey from noob to pro trader. We check out his gutsy opening drive play in the high beta stock, LNKD. This chapter helps you answer an important trading question: are you taking on enough risk in your trading? In Chapter 10, we study an SMB icon, G-Man, to demonstrate the importance of continuous great coaching in your trading career. G-Man shares his favorite and most profitable trade of late in great detail, the pullback trade, transcribed from an SMB teaching event in Singapore. This trade is worth many rereads. Chapter 11 brings us to South Africa, showing how the playbook can help pro traders in other markets and products. We meet some interesting players from the largest prop firm in South Africa and review a few trades we made with them while I visited. The playbook concludes with my assessment of the future of trading, focusing on our future opportunity. It has never been a better time to be a trader. You will learn to think through your trades and develop your own playbook. This book exposes you to trading patterns that you can co-opt and start to make your own. Trading fundamentals and principles, too numerous to list, are included with each trade review, with our traders recounting their trading journey. You will marvel at the work and detail of a pro trader striving to compete in the highly competitive world of the proprietary trading. You will laugh, shake your head, and learn from the stories shared by some we trained from scratch on my desk. This book was written to be a page-turner while also offering significant market lessons. I want to remind you that this is a game to be enjoyed and that you can play successfully with the right purposeful practice, archiving your best trading setups that make the most sense to you. It is also my ultimate hope that you embrace the opportunity you have, that you are grateful each day for the privilege to follow your passion, and that you discover the true value of striving to be your best trader, whether successful or not. How's my dad? Did he make a full recovery? Not yet. But he has made a substantial recovery. His relentless will to improve inspires me. Let's give him some more time. As for you, there are about 250 trading days a year for you to progress by working on your playbook. My firm, things are going really well for us, which we will discuss the how and why of inside. Keep moving forward in your trading career, motivated perhaps a bit by my story, but more authoritatively by the words of Ray Dalio, founder of the largest U.S. hedge fund. Weaknesses don't matter if you find solutions. Next, let's explain how to create a playbook and how it can improve your trading. It is my great privilege to present to you the playbook. Mike Bellafiore. At Mike Bellafiore, Bellafiore at smbcap.com. 1. The playbook. Use whatever works and take it from wherever you can find it. Bruce Lee. The playbook is a series of archived trades that make the most sense to you. The idea is for you to build from your strengths the plays in your playbook and minimize your weaknesses, anything not in your playbook. We break gazillions of bits of market data down into trading patterns that you can excel at, everything in your playbook. This chapter demonstrates how you build a trade with 5 indicators, explains those indicators so that you can use them when constructing your playbook, shares a template for your playbook, and finishes with the top 10 ways the playbook can help your trading. I stood at the lecture podium at Pier 61 in NYC, coincidentally one banquet hall over from where my wife and I held our wedding reception, in front of institutional banks, hedge fund traders, and large prop traders dissertating how and why discretionary traders were being undervalued. Smartly dressed gentleman from a big bank, or so his conference badge read, raised his hand and asked, "What do you see as the primary weakness presently among experienced discretionary traders?" I replied instantly, "A lack of methodology to build from their strengths." If I had been asked about a developing or new trader, my answer would have been the same. We will fix that together in this book. For the experienced trader, the playbook will give you that methodology to specifically understand, archive, and help internalize what you trade best, engineering improved results. Many underperforming developing traders have so much good in their trading, so many patterns that yield promising P and L gains, while still not reaching their goals. But they do not understand what they do best and what they should eliminate. Playbook will help the underperforming developing trader keep more from their better trades, make more on these setups, and get rid of the trades not worthy of their attention. New traders are deluged in a sea of fast-moving, confusing data, unaware of which market information to focus on. The playbook will help noobs pinpoint the data that is most important while putting together plays that they can trade profitably. In the United States, it is joked that Rabbi Tussin is the core to any ailment. Well, for the trader, no matter the product or market and of all experience and skill levels, the playbook is your Tussin. The key to your optimal trading is to stick mostly with what you trade best. During a Saturday brunch with a good friend and pro trader, I was given the most awesome analogy for explaining the power of the playbook. Let me share it with you. Say you want to open a pizzeria. You believe that you have developed the perfect combination of dough, cheese, and sauce. You sink all the money you've saved and some borrowed from family members into the pizza joint. You open with great pride. After all, you have achieved your dream. But then a customer comes in and asks, "Hey, can I get a taco?" Would you serve him a taco? No, of course not, because you make pizzas. As traders, we can often jump from strategy to strategy that may not be our strength to our P and L detriment. Do what you do best and stop trying to make tacos. We make trading decisions based on 5 indicators or checks. 1. The big picture. 2. Intraday fundamentals. 3. Technical analysis. 4. Reading the tape. 5. Intuition. We think of a trading decision as a big circle with all of these variables inside. Can you picture that big circle with your decision-making tools inside? It's up to the trader to determine what proportion of the circle to color for each variable, how much weight to give each indicator. Every decision includes considering the impact of each of these 5 checks. It's most important for your trading career to understand what to consider when deciding to make a trade, as opposed to whether your trading decision was correct. This is an enormously important distinction for the pro trader to grasp. In fact, Peter Brandt, who wrote the marvelous book Diary of a Professional Commodity Trader, said as much. Many novice pedestrian traders focus on the next position. Consistently successful traders focus on the process and care little about the outcome of the next trade. The distinction is enormous. You get better at how much to weigh each check with time. Just keep sticking to the right thought process. It's how you think through a trade that is most important and sustains. If you are looking for a system to follow that will work consistently to the end of days, I have some bad news for you. It does not exist. My favorite trade is the trend trade, which we will discuss. I have identified specific market variables that define this setup and drafted rules to manage this play. But every trend trade is a little different, requiring tweaking for my trade entry, stop, size, and exit. Even automated strategies require constant reconfiguring. If you think of trading as red light, sell, and green light, buy, you should probably find another game to try or book to read. Let's do something very powerful for your trading career together. How about we learn how to think through trades comprehensively, individually, and with structure? That way, we can adapt to the always changing markets and develop playbooks for any market, any product, any trade, and any time. Let's not pretend trading is easy, that there is some holy grail to your success, and give this sport and you the respect it deserves. Having said that, make no mistake, this is a game each of us can win. Let me explain each of these checks and give examples of how they affect our trading decisions so that you can later use them when formulating your playbook. Also, throughout the book, we use real-time trading examples of trades made by SMB traders to supplement your understanding of each indicator. So take comfort that this is just the start of my explanation on how to use these variables to make trading decisions. Big picture. First, know what is moving the market. Let's start with the big picture. We do not initiate a trade without understanding the big picture for the market. The big picture is the strength or weakness of the overall market and what catalysts are moving it. More specifically, we need to know the following. What are the most important technical levels in our markets? How far is the market from important technical levels? Is the market trending up or down? What is the market most concerned about presently? What is moving the market? As a trader, know the story the market is most interested in. Picture yourself writing the copy for a nightly financial news station. What would you highlight? This information is massively important to all of your trading decisions and uniformly undervalued by underperforming traders. For example, if the majority of market participants are hypersensitive about whether the Eurozone will remain intact, like they were in the summer of 2012, then news of a member potentially exiting should affect the market. We need to know this narrative and be prepared for how it may move our trading positions. A stock in a beautiful uptrend, we jokingly say supermodel chart, may be sold if negative market news hits, as this will probably bring selling to the entire market and your positions. If the market is most interested in new housing starts, we hawk this number before and after its release, factoring this into our individual stock decisions. In fact, we might not trade until after the release of this number. Steve Grasso, governor on the NYSE, pointed out during a CNBC spot that 80% of stocks move with the markets. If there is a market event or technical level that will most likely move the market, you must start every trading position cognizant of and contingent on these factors. Your stocks do not trade in a vacuum. They do not even just trade by sector. They are a part of a bigger team overall market, that moves up and down for reasons you can spot, understand, and game. One evening I was having a late dinner, swapping training stories and techniques, with an old-school Skonfeld securities trader who works mainly with developing traders. Stopped eating his lamb Slovakia, looked up, and insisted with that classic prop trader absence of tact. You have your guys come in early and read the news, right? You must know the big picture. See the example in KSS shown in figure 1.1. KSS was in a supermodel uptrend. Our desk was long, big, sitting and waiting to collect our spoils. The market during this trade was most concerned about our government avoiding the U.S. fiscal cliff. Speaker of the House John Boehner, after a negotiation session with the president, held a short press briefing and announced that it was now less likely the fiscal cliff would be avoided. The result? Our supermodel chart turned into a dog. The stock dropped out hard after the comments and then reversed into a downtrend. Know thy big picture. Now that we understand the big picture on a trading day, we can consider the intraday fundamentals or, said another way, fresh news in a stock. Intraday fundamentals: trade with real order flow behind your stocks. In One Good Trade, I wrote about the opportunities from trading stocks in play for the short-term trader. as this allows us to be most efficient with our capital. Intraday fundamentals is our fancy way of saying we want to trade a stock in play. To be even clearer, we seek stocks that have fresh news. This fresh news can come after the previous close or before the open. Fresh news provides potential real order flow into the stocks we are trading. Real order flow, in turn, increases the chances of a stock trending in the same direction cleanly, fewer or no shakeouts, which makes trading easier and more profitable. For example, if a stock is in play and forms a bullish flag pattern, a technical pattern showing strength, we are more confident to take a long position because the fresh news makes it more likely that the buying will continue. Not all bullish flag patterns are created equal. One for a stock in play holds a much better win rate and risk/reward opportunity than a plain vanilla bullish flag setup. So we stick with stock patterns that have a built-in catalyst. How about a cheat sheet for finding the stocks in play? I asked our summer training class of 2012, during one of our hundreds of hours of personal classroom instruction, and in between all of my humorous jokes, of course, to make a list of the super stocks in play. These are the best of the best stocks in play. There are certain news events that make a stock a super stock in play. Here's the list these young guns came up with from my daily instruction: improved margins, government investigation, raised guidance going forward, revenue significantly better than expected, gained market share, new product, new drug, new something to sell, the market cannot put a ceiling on earnings, stock +/3% with increased per market volume, SMB radar score of 6 or higher, Spencer morning meeting, SMB AM meeting, top 3 ideas. Let's discuss each news event that produces a super stock in play. Improved margins. Anytime you read that a company has increased its margins, stop what you're doing, perhaps kiss your significant other on the cheek with a huge grin, and develop a plan to trade that stock. Margin improvement is a very powerful catalyst that sends stocks higher during earnings season. Essentially, the company is making more on the product it is selling, which in turn generally has a positive effect on the performance on the stock. Conversely, falling margins may cause a sharp decline in the price of stock. See Figure 1.2. Note I use generally and probably and should to describe market fundamentals. As a trader, I inhabit a universe where I am almost never certain of anything. Overconfidence of a trading position should be saved for those who appear on TV, which I again refer to as the financial media entertainment complex. Real traders doubt and question and reconsider and are skeptical. Oh, and we certainly never wear ties. Government investigation. Any type of government investigation, SEC, FBI, IRS, DOJ, and so on, is extremely negative for a stock. See Figure 1.3. Sell, sell, sell. Upon the breaking news that a company is under investigation by a government body, most responsible traders sell first and ask questions later. You can often expect a prolonged and outsized move to the downside when such news hits. The investigation has to be properly explained away by the company before the street will regain the confidence to assume long risk in this security. Raised guidance going forward. When a company raises guidance going forward, kiss your significant other again and start considering long positions. See Figure 1.4. Traders' expectations about a stock's upside can be changed drastically with such news. When a company raises guidance in an earnings release, you can expect a possible outsized move to the upside. The market looks forward 6 to 8 months, so a company's guidance going forward is more important than the bottom line number for the reported quarter. Understand this distinction. Look for excellent risk/reward long opportunities. Revenue significantly better than expected. If a company reports revenue much higher than the analyst's consensus, this can also dramatically improve the psychology for a long position in the stock. See Figure 1.5. This situation creates conditions for a powerful move to the upside. Reported revenue is more important than the bottom line number. Revenue is the best gauge for how the core business of the company is doing. If a company sells widgets, we want to know how many widgets it is selling, the health of the core of the business, as opposed to whether the company got a one-time tax break on its property. Gained market share. When a company's market share increases, this shows that the business has an edge over others in its sector. See Figure 1.6. This behavior also can raise expectations about a company's performance going forward, and as a result, the price of the stock should go higher. New product, new drug, new something to sell. When a company announces a new product, This announcement improves how traders view the business going forward in a fundamental way, for example, more profits. Depending on the market reaction, this type of announcement can lead to substantial moves either up or down. For example, Arna exploded after approval of a new weight loss drug. See Figure 1.7, the market cannot put a ceiling on earnings growth stocks. Analysts and traders can't always quantify the market reaction about a company. For example, how much is a social media company worth? How profitable is a new groundbreaking product? Many times, this uncertainty can lead to large moves in stocks, sometimes for extended periods. See Figure 1.8. My friend and renowned trader Joe Fahmy has instructed traders/investors not to look at the PE for growth stocks because they tend to trade much higher than established companies. You don't want to miss terrific risk/reward longs because you are wedded to stocks trading at a particular PE. Think of any company in the late 1990s that associated itself with the internet as a trading vehicle, not necessarily an investment. There was a ton of money to be made trading the upside of internet stocks while they were in their growth stage. These opportunities repeat in new companies with a tremendous growth story. Stock +/3% with increased per-market volume. A stock +/3% with increased per-market volume is your cheat sheet for finding the super stocks in play. When a stock has gapped up or down during per-market hours with large amounts of relative volume, this provides important signals for how the stock will trade once the market opens. Usually, these stocks proceed to make large moves intraday. See Figure 1.9. SMB Radar score of 6 or higher. When you see a stock ranked on the SMB Radar, our proprietary trading tool, at 6 or higher, these stocks should usually merit your attention. Generally, these stocks have the most potential to move relative to the market. Good traders use great tools to find the best stocks for them to trade, like our stock scanner, the SMB Radar. We say this is a discretionary trader being more bionic, as they are using technology to find more of their favorite setups. Spencer Morning Meeting, Top 3 Ideas. Spencer broadcasts a morning meeting each day to our traders and tools subscribers. Top 3 ideas that he presents during the morning meeting should be stocks that you pay close attention to intraday. They will usually be the best to trade. The takeaway here is veteran traders are excellent at understanding what has the potential to move dramatically during a trading session. Go find them for your trading. Let me share an important advanced trading note about intraday fundamentals. Sometimes the intraday fundamentals are so exciting that you will just want to be in the stock anytime it offers a hint of entry. I call this just playing to the traders on my desk. The fact that the stock might spike is a reason to be in it. This can make for some sloppy trading, but it's worthwhile. And for the sake of clarity and sessions without unnecessary trading rips, I said sometimes, as in these occasions are rare. Admittedly, a lot of in and out trading can be psychology grueling for the trader who hates to be wrong. Dr. Momentum, from my last book, One Good Trade, got so mad at me for encouraging him to trade what I thought was a special opportunity with a highly volatile stock that after a trading rip, he smashed his keyboard and stormed off the trading floor, cussing me under his breath. Suppose that a company announces that it has improved its market share, or developed a new product, or increased guidance going forward, or improved its margins. This is news that tends to create a clear trending move, which means that you may not need a wonderful technical setup or see strong buying on the tape to pull the trigger. Anytime you spot the stock not going down, this might be enough to enter long. The risk/reward that the stock might make a powerful move might be too much to miss. Now on to the #1 trading indicator worldwide and most misused, our favorite trading crutch, technical analysis. Technical analysis, friend and foe. When we consider technical analysis, we check long-term and short-term technical levels. With our long-term technicals, we want to find the next big technical resistance or support level for the stock we are trading. If a stock is near such a level, this will affect our trading decision. For example, if we are considering a long but the stock is near a long-term important technical resistance level, we probably will pass on that trade, even if our other trade decision variables signal to buy. Why buy a stock so close to long-term technical resistance? We will be more likely to buy if the stock clears this long-term important technical resistance level, but not until then. As for short-term technicals, if a stock is in an intraday bullish flag pattern, this makes it more likely for us to get long. We teach our traders to focus on getting long, strong stocks when they see a bullish flag pattern, and short, weak stocks where they see a bearish flag pattern, as long as the long-term technicals do not say stop. Influenced by former SMB trader Adam Grimes, who wrote the must-read technical analysis book The Art and Science of Technical Analysis, we keep our charts clean and with few indicators. Most technical indicators were discovered by Grimes to lack a trading edge. Also, we are consistent with our approach to which charts, what time frames we view before making a decision. This approach is advocated by my very good friend Brian Shannon, who wrote one of great technical analysis books, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. Flipping from indicator to indicator or from different time frame to different time frame as your solution to underperformance is a path to trading failure. Let me clarify, we will take trades solely based on technical analysis. For example, if we find a very significant technical level, we trade almost exclusively based on this level. We score our technical levels from 1 to 10 and develop a system for making trades if the technical level is very significant, 7 and above. Also, we weigh technical analysis more heavily when trading high beta stocks. High beta stocks move actively on most intradays. These high beta stocks have a daily built-in catalyst as so many are trading them off technical levels. Examples of high beta stocks have been Ammon, Opal, Goog, Bidu, NFLX, CMG, and Lulu, to name a few. Good cheat sheet for finding these stocks is at StockTwits50 http://stocktwits50.com, which consistently tracks the best performing stocks. It's usually the case that if you have a high beta stock with a significant technical level, you will not need fresh news to trade it. We will discuss much more about all of this later. Let me make an important point about trading using technical analysis here. As stated earlier, sometimes intraday fundamentals are absent from our decisions. And if a stock is near a very important technical level, it might not need intraday fundamentals to consider. If that is the case, you will want the best of the best technical setups before considering an entry. Developing, new, and underperforming traders often struggle trading off technical analysis at the start because they are not selective enough with their technical setups. They trade off technical levels that are not important enough for a consistently profitable trade. I sat with Jeff Audgen, author of 6 trading books on options and SMB Options Tribe contributor, as he showed me his technical analysis tool, the phase indicator, which consists of very powerful algorithms to spot entry and exit points in the market and stocks. Even with this powerful tool, his most effective offerings to his clients are the best of his best buy signals on the S&P. Be even clearer, please just trade off only the best technical setups. The probability that a stock will continue trending is often absent with an ordinary technical setup because there is not a large enough catalyst that will make it more likely for other market players to buy or sell. Such a large catalyst is often present with fresh news, so you will need to see a significant technical level to make consistently profitable technical trades. Makes sense? Here's a thought for you to consider about whether to trade a stock. When I think about making a trade, I envision someone from a sales and trading desk at a big bank on the other end of the phone pitching clients to buy or sell a trading idea. If you were pitched by a sales trader to buy Bidu because it traded above an important technical level, would that make a majority want to buy the stock? If not, pass on the idea. If you determine a majority would be easily convinced to trade this idea, start to focus on setups in your playbook to execute on this opportunity. Now this stock is worth your intellectual energy, emotional capital, and trading skill, which you must protect as precious treasures worthy only of the best of trading opportunities. For all the demonization of high-frequency traders, HFTs, technical HFT algorithms actually improve your chances when trading off the most important technical levels. These algorithms scan the market for such setups. When a stock crosses an important technical level, HFT technical programs automatically enter trades. Then other automated strategies sense the increased volume and trend of this stock and buy. So in this new market of algorithms, it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy to trade off the best levels. Since we started SMB, the one area of weakness I see most among traders of all products is reading the tape. It is true that reading the tape has become more difficult of late, especially because of HFTs, but you can still gain a trading edge with these skills. G-Man created a 2-day course, Reading the Tape, to help improve these skills for the traders who lack them. It is too difficult to explain reading the tape in written form, so we created a video series. Your entries and exits determine your trading score at the end of each session. Not having the skill to enter and exit at the best price leaves the trader with a significant handicap. Reading the tape, find better entries and exits. When we are considering longs or shorts, we watch the tape to find the entries that improve our risk/reward. When we read the tape, we look at the level Roman 2 data on our trading platforms. Specifically, we watch the bids and offers that have entered the market, and all the time in sales, we also say prints for a stock. Doing so gives us specific information about intraday support and resistance levels and catalysts for a stock's next direction. In Chapter 3, the day-night capital almost fell a support play. We review a trade that Shark made in KCG, an unusual hold on the bid, as an example of how to use the tape for a better and bigger entry. During a phone call with management at a $10+ billion US hedge fund, I was amazed to learn that some of the top traders in the world are experts at developing trading theses but rank amateurs when it comes to discerning ideal entry prices. Obviously, I don't write this to put them down. I only intend to point out that, while some of the world's great fundamental players can develop wonderful theses about future investing events, they lack the knowledge on how to express those ideas at prices that offer the best risk/reward for their trades. As short-term traders, we are experts at entering our trades at the best risk/reward prices but weak in developing an investment bias. Why? Because we're traders, not investors nor macro players. So our job as intraday traders is to watch the tape and find the best areas for entry that improve our win rate and risk/reward. You will see throughout this book how we use this skill to start and exit our positions at the best prices with trades made on our desk, risking our capital. Intuition, unartful things said during an interview trading is in my genes. I have a knack for knowing where the market will close at the end of the day. No, it's not, and no, you don't. Intuition is that guiding voice in your head that tells you when to buy or sell, and it is something developed only after years of screen time. Experienced traders learn to trust that inner voice, as it is a money-making indicator. New traders have not developed this voice and, worse, often make the mistake that they have it. In this case, listening to a faux inner voice is a harmful indicator. When your intuition as an experienced trader signals a trade, you put on that trade. Ammon Neto, author of One Shot, One Kill, Precision Trading Using Technical Analysis, expresses the importance of intuition in every email with this signature. The 10 attributes of a great trader: 1. Heart/courage 2, intuition 3, vision 4, discipline 5, decisiveness 6, patience 7, confidence 8, focus 9, being dynamic/fluid/flexible 10. Willingness to learn and improve. Doing the daily work necessary to become a great trader, such as archiving a Playbook trade and doing a daily review, is vital to developing your intuition. Here is a snippet from a trade review from an SMB trader working on building his intuition. I've been trying to work on how to get that sixth sense of, when you really can get that feeling of when a stock is going to really have follow through, or when it's simply a waste of time. I know this is a very nuanced topic that takes years of tape reading over different market conditions to develop, but I really got to thinking about it after Monday. I was in an eBay trade when the stock had technically broke out above a level on good volume and was consolidating at the highs in a 10C range for over an hour with the market grinding up. I got big in this setup and thought for sure when it broke above the highs, it was really going to run. It ended up going up 8C and then just stopping out all the longs below the consolidation. I don't know how to explain this, but I was watching the tape almost the whole time and something just didn't feel right. I was able to learn from this experience a little bit and noticed M was a weak stock on Friday on the SMB radar going into the close, consolidating at the lows. The chart looked great, but I started watching the tape and debating whether it was worth hitting the break in the consolidation to the downside and ultimately passed. M only went down another 0.14. Just something about the way it was printing led me to believe there would be no panic below. After time, review, experience, practice, pain, jubilation, frustration, anger, regret, grief, guilt, fear, revelation, confusion, doubt, humiliation, self-blame, self-loathing, coaching, perseverance, self-critique, and thought, you will learn to use intuition as a powerful trading indicator. So in each Playbook trade, we place all these checks into a pattern we want to archive. We do this daily with the trade that made the most sense to us during that trading session. The work compounds daily until we have built a powerful playbook. Thus, and this is the most exciting part, helping you become your best trader, YBT. Take your first step toward being an auto trader. Mapping out the trades that make the most sense to you is your first step toward being an auto trader. You are developing rules for when you want to enter the market. This is what auto trading, or as others say, quant trading or algorithmic trading, is. One thing I encourage more experienced traders on my desk to do is create rules for how you would trade each setup. There is a trade strategy section for how to trade a trend trade, for example. If you trade this setup 1,000 times, how would you trade it? This is a general framework for how you would attack this trade. If some variables then differ, you can make small adjustments from your system. Even starting with simple rules as outlined here, and from a new trader on our desk in his playbook, is a start in your quant career. Obviously, as you get more serious about developing automated strategies, you will add more rules to your strategies. Gap and go strategy. Find a stock that has gapped up on the open more than 3% on relative increased volume. Find areas where the stock is consolidating above the gap or levels where it is safe to enter on a pullback to prior resistance that can act as support. Once the stock can break above the consolidation holding the gap levels, you have a well-defined entry and should expect the stock to quickly find higher prices on the breakout. Adding at places where the buyers are able to hold the bid above the consolidation break gives room to add size with clearly defined risk. SMB created a joint venture JV in NYC with KTG, Kirshner Trading Group. The JV backs experienced traders. Trains and backs new traders who go through our recommended college training path. Backs, coaches, and mentors the right underperforming, developing traders funds automated trading models. We take all the downside risk and encourage our traders to trade big. We agreed to this JV partly because KTG had developed new technology to allow discretionary traders to build trading models without the necessity to code. We also provide on-site quant support for the models that need it. Their proprietary software allows discretionary traders to build models for their best setups. In today's trading environment, we cannot miss any of our best setups, and we must be big in our best opportunities. G-Man wrote a series of automated strategies in a month with these tools. One experienced trader went from underperforming to a 7-figure path almost instantly because of this improved technology. Start mapping out your best trades with your playbook and find software and tools that will enable you to express these trades so that you pull as much money from the markets as possible. Automated trading is no longer just for the quants. Think through your trades like a pro. Trades work and then do not work. What is most important is for you to adapt when the market changes. Understanding how to think through your trades will help you shift to setups that are working for the changing market. This saying sums it up the best. Give a man a fish, tell him a trade to make, and you feed him for the day. Teach a man to fish how to think as a pro trader, and you feed him for a lifetime. For example, when I first started trading, I was a relative strength tech trader. Those plays in INC, MSFT, and Cisco do not work anymore. But what does stay with me is how to craft a trade that offers an excellent risk/reward, so I can take this thinking and focus on intraday trend plays that are paying in today's market. Using the 5 variables to construct playbook trades provides a thorough and high level of trader thinking for each trade that sustains. Your trading future starts with your playbook. When SMB lost some quality traders in 2009-2010, our career path was insufficient. HFTs and trader losses caused my firm to develop a better model for trader and firm. The margin of error is too small for a newbie to be just a discretionary intraday trader, and then a bigger discretionary intraday trader. Trading data does not support this as a realistic career path for too many. There are exceptions. What is the future career path for a trader? It's to be a multi-market, multi-product bionic discretionary quant trader, all made possible by the playbook. Before we look at what that is, let's review an unfortunate anecdote from a former prop trader in that antiquated career path. Dear Mr. Bellafiore, my name is Brady, and I just finished reading your book, One Good Trade. I know that your book was released 2 years ago, but I figured that you'd still enjoy receiving positive feedback from your readers. In all honesty, I think your book is spot on when it comes to the world of prop trading. I've read many day trading books in the past, but none of them come close to yours. Unlike the other books that I've read, so many sections of your book offer insight/knowledge that is actually relevant to today's world of trading. Also, I had a lot of laughs reading stories of your former/current SMB traders. I worked on a prop desk in St. Louis for 2 years, and many characters in your book were similar to traders whom I encountered on my own desk. My favorite story of yours was about the new trader who put up monster numbers on his first day, but did so by trading poorly. We had a guy on our desk who made $3K on his first day of live trading, but he was trading like a putz. On his second day, he put up similar numbers, and our desk aptly gave him the nickname Golden Dick because everything he touched turned to gold. When our head trader came back from vacation and saw the type of risk that Golden Dick was taking to generate his numbers, a closed-door meeting shouting match ensued, and Golden Dick's days were numbered. Several blow-ups later, and Golden Dick was too afraid to trade anything but the demo. Before you even wrote your book, I used to visit SMB's website on a daily basis. You and your team really offer a lot of help and knowledge to the trading community. When I worked on the desk, my mentor/boss/funder named Boss, who was also rich from trading the internet bubble, used to bust my balls for reading your team's blogs. He didn't approve of screen recording/psychology/notes/etc. His philosophy was trade, trade, trade. That's the only way you can improve. I love Boss and would do anything for him, but he is a poor teacher. There is no doubt that Boss is an incredible and profitable trader, but he could never explain his methodology coherently. His tape reading skills were superior, but when you asked him to explain his methods, he'd tell you to figure it out by yourself. In many ways, your trading skills/system are alike. However, he preached 10C plays and trading a basket of IPO stocks, which you could only trade on the long side until they became unrestricted. In late 2008, Boss used his own personal money to start a prop desk. His idea was to hire 20 new graduates and train them to read the tape and scalp the crap out of the market dime for dime. However, without proper tutelage and resources, the desk did not perform well. One by one, Boss began axing the unprofitable/unmotivated traders. I remember one day I had just finished reading Psycho-Cybernetics by Dr. Maltz, and I was anxious to use some of his quick positive meditation techniques. I closed my eyes for a moment to clear my mind, and when I reopened them, a trader named Eddie, who sat on my right, was gone. I asked the other traders where he went, and they said that Boss just fired him. So much for positive meditation. 2 years passed and 20 traders got chopped down to me and 2 others, one of them being Boss's brother. It's easy to call yourself a trader, but trading is never easy. Despite my ups and downs, the daily 4HR plus round trip commutes from to St. Louis and my long-term girlfriend, now fiancé, busting my balls, I still truly love equity trading. It's the greatest job in the world for those who can make the grade. I'm currently a trader at a BD/IA in Boston, which involves more operational duties than actually trading duties, and it's tough knowing that there are other traders out there living the dream. Your book actually rekindled my fire for trading, and I've been trying to use your firm's philosophy to find stocks to trade. However, with my firm's $28 ticket charges bogus and terrible buying power, trading just isn't quite the same. I just wanted to thank you and the other traders at SMB for all the wisdom you share on a daily basis. I feel like I learned more about trading by reading your book than I did from actually trading those 2 years. I don't know if I'll enter the arena of intraday trading in the near future, fiancé, and my advancing age seems to be my kryptonite. But if you ever opened a shop in Boston, I'd be the first person to send in my resume. Your philosophy and culture is simply outstanding, and that's something that I could have surely used 2 years ago. This former trader followed up with a few questions. I wrote about the failure rate of a proprietary trader previously. It is time for an update. Let's use a follow-up question asked to me by Brady as the centerpiece for this discussion, Mr. Bellafiore, when I parted from the desk. My mentor/head trader said that I started trading during one of the more difficult times to learn how to trade. At the time, I didn't know if he was blowing smoke up my butt to make me feel better because he knew how much effort/time I put into it. Are your newer traders, 1 to 2 years of experience, having success in the current market? From time to time, my mind starts thinking about trading again, and I wonder how the newer traders are faring in this market. I still keep in contact with the 1 or 2 traders who are left at my old desk, but they haven't brought in any new traders in months. Thank you for your time. My response in the future of trading. I do not like to say someone is a failed trader. I call this the irrelevancy of ones. You traded at one place with one style under one business model, one infrastructure for education, coaching, and mentoring. During one market time with one platform and set of trading tools, and during one short phase of your life. What does that really tell you about your trading? Intraday trading has been much harder for the new trader. The margin of error to succeed is much smaller than at most others times in my trading career. This is not indigenous to intraday trading. My friends in the trading business tell me it extends to equity trading as a whole, futures, FX, hedge funds, and so on. But I am only an expert in my field and will stick to that. I have been saying and working very hard to get our industry to pivot and adapt. First, as traders, we must improve our methodology. We must understand our best trades and find a way to archive these opportunities, your playbook. There are too many old-school traders overly reliant on their intuition. Intuitive tape readers or other intuitive technique traders without a clear methodology must do better organizing their best trades. Further, traders must become more bionic. After traders map out the rules for their favorite setups, they must be armed with custom filters that alert trader to all of these best opportunities. We cannot miss our best trades in this tougher market, nor with the ability to build better trading tools, is there an excuse to. Since traders will be in more trades as a result of better alerting technology, they also must have access to exit management tools to handle the additional positions proficiently. Now we have created a bionic discretionary trader, producing increased P&L, but we can do even more, like trade other products. Options trading based on the principles of your best intraday trades in your playbook can be very effective. Some patterns work better with other products. You may have noticed SMB added the options tribe, an options trading and education arm. Learn to express your best setups with other products. Now we have built a multi-product bionic discretionary trader, but there is still more. Joining the quants is working very nicely for some intraday traders. We have added this to our portfolio on the firm and individual trader level. The problem is most traders cannot code. Proprietary software now exists that makes it easier for the non-coder to build automated strategies. Now we have sculpted a multi-product bionic discretionary quant trader. Finally, as our markets become increasingly interconnected, expressing our favorite setups in other markets will be the norm. I recently worked with South African/London traders who added US equities to their trading quiver. All of this engineers the multi-market, multi-product bionic discretionary trader. And all of this is possible only if you build a playbook of your most opportunistic trades. We still see a solid success rate of 30% to 40% for those who take the right path before they turn pro, like going through college training and trading. Also, we are still having success coaching and mentoring underperforming developing traders from firms that do not add sufficient value. What we do not see is the one style, one product noob with little to zero experience trading on no-edge technology and with 6 to 8 months to prove himself having much of a chance. I've been stuck housing SMB around trading arcades such as this, with 5 guys interviewing Wall Street dreamers for their next conquest. They say things like, "You have a background in finance. You probably will get out of the gates very quickly and make a lot of money." No, they won't. What kind of a jack-a-dollar would say something like that? The 2 times SMB was caught around an environment like this, we picked up our entire firm and left within months. We recommend for these traders to join our farm team at SMBU or something like our farm team and spend some time developing skill, being more patient and realistic about the time required to trade profitably before they consider trading pro. Anyway, I hope that helps. Marry that girl? Thanks for sharing your story with the trading community. It was very well received. If you are ever in NYC, stop by and we will take you to lunch. MHB. My hope for you is that this book gives you the tools to build your trading playbook. Will help you frame your own unique playbook that best utilizes your strengths. Remember the teachings of Ritholtz, Steenbarger, Rogers, and Einhorn. And then, from this playbook, you can sort out your A+ trades, the ones that work best for you, and add tools to become more bionic. Then later on you can express these ideas in other markets. See Chapter 11, South Africa. You will learn whether you can express these setups better with different products. You will have the tools to learn other products by developing a series of playbook trades for different instruments. And all this work will leave you with detailed specificity about the plays that work for you. You will then be just a few steps away from being an auto trader, thus adding another revenue line to your trading and increasing your P&L. This is your majestic trading future, sponsored by your playbook. Now let's meet Shark, an inspiration for those who have never traded before and want to be a star trader. 2. Trade like a shark. In 2009, this was my standard pitch to new traders. Do not come to SMB if you are not willing to work hard. This will not be easy. You must work harder than you ever have in your life. If you do not work hard, we will get rid of you. Nothing personal, just understand who we are. If you do not do what we ask, we will bench you, which means place you on the demo. We do not take off trades. One good trade, one good trade, one good trade. I am going to push you to improve every day. And our goal is for you to become as good as you can be. Not good, but your absolute best. There are no guarantees. There is a good chance you are not going to be good enough. But if you really want to learn how to trade and become a pro trader, this is a great place to start. 2009-2010 was a difficult time to start a trading career. First, most just cannot handle what we expect from them, more accurately what the market expects from them. Add to this that during 2009-2010, SMB was not very good. We had lost some traders. We were rebuilding. I could not be around much because of my family issues. New recruits were not surrounded by scores of experienced traders. Add to that, most prop firms were scaling back at this time as discretionary traders were mostly unprofitable. Add to that, the market kept going higher as the financial media kept warning us another major move down was imminent. Add to that, high-frequency traders, HFTs, were eating our lunch with past successful trading strategies. Add to that, regulators were applying pressure on prop firms that made trading more expensive for all new traders. Man, all those extra fees really add up. During this time period, we received this cover letter. Dear Sir or Madam, please accept this email as an application for the entry-level trading position posted on Craigslist. I recently graduated from Ithaca College in Ithaca, NY, with a bachelor's degree in business administration and a concentration in finance. I am confident that I am a perfect candidate for a trading position. I am hardworking and intelligent, as demonstrated by my academic success. I am level-tempered, which is a characteristic that will ensure that I do not let emotions negatively affect my trading strategy. I love the sort of strategic thinking that goes into assessing macroeconomic variables to predict the movement of securities and currencies. I have always loved and been successful at games that involve a similar type of strategizing, e.g., poker. While I have not had real-world experience in the financial industry, I have gained experience researching potential investments in the core Trading Consultant Investment Club at Ithaca College. I also have experience trading stocks with my personal online account. Through trading online, I have learned the importance of using stop-loss and limit orders to manage risk and lock in trading profits. Attached is a copy of my resume. I would be delighted to speak with you further about the position after you have had a chance to review it. Thank you for your time and consideration. This is a polite, nice, and well-written letter, one that would never stand out on the street. The candidate did not graduate from an Ivy League school. Where is the perfect math SAT score? He didn't play die sports like so many hired new traders. That small online account didn't add up to much. Yet this letter started our road back. This young man would in 2 years become a consistently profitable trader, and a good one for that matter. But he meant so much more to us. He showed everyone that you could make serious P&L as a discretionary trader during market conditions where many were failing, even the scores of consistently profitable experienced traders across the street. He showed you could succeed without some of those experienced traders we had lost. He was the first new solid trader we developed after all our recent challenges. Through his actions, he proved trading skill could be built through hard work. Meet Shark, who will teach you the importance of a detailed daily trading review, the power of embracing a mindset to improve every day, that anyone with the passion to work at this game of trading can compete. The importance of adding value to your surrounding traders, the necessity of controlling your emotions, the significance of being self-actualized, how a relentless determination adds P&L, how to find the best stocks, that good traders focus first on the process. I teach my guys that if a quality trader goes to grab lunch, follow him and start a trading dialogue. If he is going for drinks with the boys, show up and talk trading. Heck, if he hits the John, head for the John. So my advice to you is absorb every possible detail of what made Shark successful. Take notice that none of these attributes are highlighted on a financial market TV show, yet this is the information that leads to consistent trading profits. Imagine this. Next up is Shark from SMB Capital, who will detail his Playbook trade from today, live on. We supposedly live in the information age, yet receive little information about what it takes to really become a profitable trader. What we get is this. Next up, someone trying to make a name for himself, who has no idea where $SBY is headed but is going to overconfidently forecast its direction anyway, live next on. Ubiquitous predictions blanketing what we will call the financial media entertainment complex distract investors and traders from the real work of real pro traders. This chapter introduces you to a consistently profitable trader, a streak of 23 months and counting, and how he does it. Our next outstanding trader, Shark. The work output of a pro trader. I stood in our training room livid at the underperformance of our desk. The trading I had witnessed from my guys was unacceptable. There's a standard for trading that's required daily, and almost everyone in the room failed it badly. There's nothing worse than having a good day of trading opportunity only to realize that the traders under you performed below their ability because of sloppy preparation. I address this immediately, sometimes with my voice raised. Communicating standards to my traders is my most important duty. Rewind 6 months. I stood at the front center of our SMB training room and introduced a new review exercise for our desk to improve their trading performance. I called it the Playbook, unaware this would make a great title for my next book, or that I would write. All the traders voluntarily would archive their favorite setup of the day that made the most sense to them. They would record this setup in our proprietary template form we coined the SMB Playbook. My directive was simple. Send me a trade in SMB Playbook form. I will review it and give you my feedback. Each night I would edit these Playbook trades, send them back to our students, and then have them placed in a new training section of the SMB Foundation, the SMB Playbook, which all of our traders could access. Each of our traders could see any Playbook trade by another trader, improving their learning opportunities. In a short 6 months, something became both impressively and disappointingly clear. This one kid kept sending me play after trading play. He had not stood out to me beforehand. Who the heck was this young man? My informal evaluation of him was on track at best and no opinion in truth. The partners never took extra time to daydream about his unlimited potential like we did for a few others in his class. Of one classmate, Spencer touted, he holds things better than anyone we have trained. We are going to make a fortune off his trading. This rookie was good, steady, consistent, improving, likable, but one thing about him stood out like Kate Upton adorning a red dress at a cocktail party. Above all others, after we introduced the SMB Playbook to the desk, his work output was unmatched. So there I was, furious at my guys for their underperformance. My blood pressure had to be at a danger stage. I suffer from the beginning of inherited heart disease, so I could drop dead at any second during a talk like this. I stopped and paused a little too long, having found an epiphany after my anger. Everyone now was focused on me and my next words. I scanned the room, looking into the eyes of each trader, pausing even more. I continued in a low, soft, and concerned voice. One person has done more Playbook trades than everyone else combined in this room. One person. More than everyone else in this room. He has improved the most. He hasn't been underperforming. Shark has done more Playbook trades himself than all of you combined in this room. You want to get better. You want to eliminate days like this. You want me not to stand up here and rip you for your underperformance. Do the work that needs to be done. You should be sending me a Playbook trade every day before you leave the office. Going forward, no one is to leave the trading desk without first sending me a Playbook trade. And that was that. Archiving a daily Playbook trade became mandatory. This was now an official, integral part of our trader development program. It was all because of Shark's work output. Not only did he lead our desk in Playbook trade submissions, but he also encouraged us to rework our daily review. The Shark Daily Review. There is nothing spectacular about Shark's Daily Review, which you can access in this section. Simply put, it represents the necessary work to improve as a trader that Shark does after every close. What I will say about this review is twofold. 1. He improved the original SMB daily review without prompting. 2. He does this review in detail every day without fail. He didn't complain that our review was not good enough. He didn't wait or rely on someone else to fix this review so that it would be better for him. He took the good parts, improved them, and added some new ones that made the SMB daily review better. You are either part of the solution or part of the problem. The hard part about these reviews is the ability to do them in detail every day, no matter what your mood or energy level after the close. Take a few rips and finish decidedly negative, and it's easy to want to skip out after the close. Spend 6.5 hours fully immersed in an ocean of cascading numbers, and you may want to head home right after the bell. The greatest value to this work is that with each successive day, the work compounds, leading to slow but meaningful improvement. Miss a day or bring low energy to a review, and you have squandered a trading session of maximum improvement. Shark doesn't have many days like that. The goal of this daily trading review is to find the plays that make the most sense to you, eliminate your mistakes, internalize your best trades, set up a process for me to give a nuanced response to your trading. This is an oasis of specific critical feedback for the developing trader. Also, it's this recording of your best trades that helps you trade these setups better in real time. You are starting the slow process of internalizing your best setups and building intuition, the gift possessed by only the experienced trader. You make these trades your own so that you can instinctively execute them in real time. This is opposed to copying some canned setup from a trader more famous than you and worrying whether you have his damn trade right while market data is flying by. It all starts with your work after the close. These are the moments when you are becoming great. Here is a review Shark sent to me after a solid day of trading, which may give you an idea of how to review your work daily. This is more important than any setup I or someone like me might share. Stock by stock, our traders review their work. The SMB Chop Tracker is implemented into this review, crunching the daily trading statistics for the trading session and each stock traded. Note we have recently changed our daily trade review incorporating Evernote, which helps us take screen captures of chart setups most interesting to us and add quick notes about the trade. Check out Evernote as a tool to categorize and compile your best setups with powerful note-taking functionality. I ask Shark and traders like him to focus on the following during their trade review: what setups worked best for them? What did the setup look like that worked best for them? Was there a catalyst before the big move in their best setup? If so, we want the trader to replay this by archiving exactly what the stock looked like before the big move. Where could the trader have been bigger responsibly? What is not working in his trading and should be eliminated? What stocks are they trading well? What stocks do not fit their trading eye? I can't trade SNDK, I trade GS worse. Are they trading better during the open, midday, or close? If so, why? And what adjustment should be made to correct time frame underperformance and maximize time frame overperformance? Are they trading efficiently by adding enough liquidity? Are they bidding and offering to buy stock or just hitting the bids and taking offers? The latter is sign of bad trading. Are they keeping their losses small? Overall, how can they improve? Do not worry if you do not understand every term he uses or grasp every trade reviewed. Take away the importance of developing a detailed trading review after every close. Shark's daily review, an example. Overall, I see myself cutting out the stocks that aren't moving, and that is really helping me increase my results. A lot of times I'm just cutting size right away if things don't work in my favor, and that is really helping me stick to the better stocks. I am staying aggressive but selective to what has potential, and staying with stocks that can make my day, and there has been enough opportunity to put together some good days. I'm really eyeing the $5,000 day that I think is in my grasp. This next earnings season, I'm going to focus on not letting any sort of overconfidence creep into my trading as a main goal going forward this next week, to just take what is given and to continue to work on getting bigger in things that have good potential. HSH. I messed this up by getting impatient and buying too soon into the pullback, see figure 2.2. But I did do a good job recognizing this stock and trading it with size, recognizing that I can trade it actively by just working hard to find the right stocks. You never know what you might stumble onto, and I'm doing a better job to recognize what has potential lately and sticking to the better stocks. BBY. On the open, I think I could have done better off the 70C buyer, but it was hard to trust C figure 2.3. I did a decent job with my sales, for the most part getting light into the spike. But the thing I am most proud of on the day was my ability to react and trust my skills when I saw breaking news hit the tape. I just knew it right away and ended up just hitting the bids for 1,000 shares long and getting short 800 and making a really quick chop. That was pure instinct, and that's why it pays to be at your seat and watching your stocks. This is definitely something I would not have been able to do probably just 3 months ago. VHC. Nice pull-in trade here starting at 85 cents, then using the time of day and an offer at a nickel to get up to 900 shares, see figure 2.4. That is a decent size position for how sketchy this stock is. I think I scaled out a little too early, eventually holding just 100 shares to 38, but I did a good job recognizing the trade and getting in. I noticed this consolidation around 50 and 60 cents, bought a chunk, and was just too big for the share volume, so I bailed on in light of it, see figure 2.5. I ended up trailing this eventually and stopping myself out below 20 cents. Good job using the radar here, but maybe I could have tried to hold a bit more. NKE. Nice opening drive, though I was a wuss with my size, see figure 2.6. Bought the pullback well and later tried the short, holding it under 20 cents. I got long above 80 cents, but overtraded the pullback and ended up giving way too much back. Overall, I think I did okay here, but I needed to be bigger off that 20C lift on the open. That was an absolute layup. STZ. I had a hard time with this one on the open, see figure 2.7. I got in above 50 cents and was able to hold it and add at $28. But if I was a little bigger from the get-go, I could have been bigger around the 28. I eventually stopped out under 35 cents and didn't revisit, but I did a good job at last turning profitable after getting wicked out a few times in this one. Cut the shark trade review short as you get the idea. There were 13 more stocks reviewed by him like this. Other traders have improved on the daily review tablet described here. Things like this happen when you have someone like Shark work so hard on his or her game. Others want to as well. For example, Alabama, 2 seats from Shark, added an important checklist to the SMB Daily Trade Review, which many traders have inserted into their reviews. Trading checklist. Was I in control of my trading? Did I manage my risk correctly? Did I stay with my winners? Did I add to my winning trades when they started to work? Did I have enough size in my conviction trades? Did I break any of my trading rules, and if so, why? And they also keep a psychology journal. I share one example here, also developed by Alabama. Psychology Trading Journal. The big money is made in the sitting. Patience equals profits. What I am working on this month, and where my focus is this month, is the first month of the trading year, and the first month that I take my game to a new level as a trader. I am entering my 10th month, and I am ready to start making consistent money. This month, I am focusing heavily on deliberate practice in everything that I do, and I am devoting everything that I have to mastering my craft and improving my trading. My mind has never been this right and ready for something. I hear from people that sometimes you just know when you are ready, and I have that feeling. I am ready to let myself be successful and become the trader that I know I can be. I am focusing this month heavily on trading psychology and am working on acquiring the ideal trading mindset. This will take time and a lot of hard work and self-observation, but I am ready to look at myself in the mirror and ask myself the hard questions. This week's goals: 1. Take every trade that I identify as having an edge in. 2. Add and hold on to my winnings. 3. Work on getting more size on my initial entries within my risk parameters. 4. Improve trading around a core. Morning thoughts. I am so unhappy with my performance in holding on to my winning trades that I am just done with that part of my trading for good. The only way that I will get paid is if I hold on to my winning trades to get paid. I am doing so much better with getting size now. It's the holding that I will master. Boom Fridays are my best days, and I am looking forward to holding on to my winners. I have traded next to and taught hundreds of traders. I cannot recall a trader with such an outstanding trader mindset as Shark. If you adopted his trader mindset, your trading would improve dramatically. Let me explain. The language of the successful trader. Consider Trader A. He has overperformed since his start at SMB relative to his experience and peers. Trader B, by contrast, has underperformed relative to his experience with us. Trader A went to a middle-of-the-road school. Trader B went to school with the sons of senators and CEOs. Both love trading. Both are guys you can build a firm around, so what separates the two? Their language. And this is found curiously in their daily trading reviews. Here is a daily review sent to me by Trader A. Notice the language emphasis on daily improvement and what he learned from the trading session. Take particular notice of the new play he built that made sense to him. I am happy and disappointed at the same time. Here's why. I felt like there was so much money out there today. Stocks were moving so significantly, and the worst thing is that I was involved in a bunch of them and didn't truly capitalize on the opportunity. With TSL, SHLD, RCL, and SWN, I hit out a few cents before over 1-point moves. I gotta be a little more lenient, where my ideas truly busted. That and I have to be able to get back in things. This was a day to make more and in the stocks I was in, so I ended the day really disappointed. With all that said, there were some things I felt good about. I did hit many lows and highs and still made respectable money. I finally put together a positive close, and that was through a strategy I thought of yesterday. I put together a 5-position basket, and a 1 position kind of worked, while one really worked in which I made $400 in it. So I am going to try to get back to that in the 230-hour to build my basket. I really leave today thinking it was a total missed opportunity, but really optimistic about the next few weeks. While the market volatility has decreased, individual stocks are breaking out and I'm following through on them. Things are cleaner. It just seems like trading is a bit easier the last few days. I am also trading larger share size and I am not jumpy. I can hold 1,000 shares for the real move. I am losing the desire to take 10 cents in every trade because I know I can spread myself out now and only need a few ideas to really work. The goal for me today was to not become overconfident and force anything. I let things come to me. I got into my setups and I am chasing the easy money lately, whereas I see a lot of people around me trying to stay with things that aren't moving or trying to buy steep pullbacks. I am sticking to my guns, working with consolidations in stocks that are trending, and I will continue to do as we get into earnings season. And now let's take a look at the daily review language from Trader B, who was underperforming. Notice how much attention is paid to his lack of P&L. Catch that there is less learning from the day than Trader A learned. Spot the lack of specificity to his reasons for underperformance, Bella. I am absolutely disgusted with my executions today. I barely made any money. I churned and wrote more tickets than I have ever written. I did not pick my entries well at all, and I didn't lay on the risk at the right times. I am so upset at myself for not making more money on a day like today. This was the best day the market has had since Xmas. I made $20 net. That is absolutely unacceptable. I can't get over this $XXX mark. In November, I had no problem hitting those kind of numbers on a regular basis, but I have this mental block. I haven't had my gross P&L over $XXX since the first week in December. That is unacceptable. Tomorrow I am not trading before 950. No excuses for not learning from the past 2 weeks. I make all my money during the middle of the day and lose money every open. I write in my review about being more thoughtful in my trading, and that is a huge part of improving my results that I need to correct. I am very excited for tomorrow, but I really need to focus on not making the same mistakes that I made today. Let me know if you have any thoughts on my review. Thanks. Trader B can go on to become a successful trader, but he won't if he continues to use the language in this example. We pointed out his language to him with suggestions and penalty threats unless there were more constructive future trader reviews. Since then, he has made progress. Providing guidance to traders with repercussions if they do not correct their behavior can improve their underperformance. Underperformance is a data point that can be reversed. As expected, Trader A continues to outperform his peers. So, guess who Trader A is? Trader A is Shark. At SMB, we preach the importance of developing the proper mindset, improve every day. Our influence is Carol Dweck, author of the game-changing book Mindset. It is easy for me, or a fellow trading coach, to throw on some slacks and a dress shirt and talk at traders daily about improving their performance. But only the special trader can live their trading life perpetually focused on getting better every day when it is so easy to be distracted by a scoreboard of money. Shark does. Some are attracted to trading for the unlimited upside and freedom. I can come and go whenever I want, think most people. Shorts, flip-flops, t-shirts, right? Oh boy, not if you want to be the best trader and not if you want to trade on a professional prop desk. What also gets left out from this poppycock is the real-time relentlessness of the outstanding pro trader. Some traders can make a consistent P&L, but only a much smaller few can generate serious P&L. One undervalued skill necessary to achieve this P&L height has everything to do with relentlessness. You cannot enroll for this class at Wharton. I had Spencer and Freudberg both check. This escapes the financial media's attention. It is a skill of the elite and soon-to-be elite traders. Good traders are real-time relentless. Spencer entered my section of our trading desk and chirped, "Bella." That's code for meet me in your office. My office because it sits right outside the trading floor and is nearest to the traders, the cash engine of SMB Capital. Spencer sports a palatial office that I quip is closer to New Jersey than our trading floor. Even worse, his previous office, before it was put to more efficient use, was 18 feet across of almost floor-to-ceiling glass, with a lounging couch for interviews and talk of an 80-inch plasma. There are smaller apartments in NYC compared to that former office. But I guess when you are a pretty boy, media star like Spencer, Fox Business, Bloomberg, the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, CNN Money, the BBC, you get digs like that. "Diva," Spencer started, "do you see what Shark is doing today?" What did he think I was playing words with friends all day? He is relentless. He keeps making more. Every hour he is up more money. His P&L is a steady climb. And then he said that something I could never forget. If G-Man doesn't step it up, Shark is going to pass him as the best trader on the desk. Insert dramatic CSI music for added effect. "Is that it?" I asked. "Yep," finished Spencer with a look conveying I was dense for not understanding the importance of Shark's progress. Ignoring the look, I went back to trading. I didn't need results to confirm what was ahead for Shark. Work begets results. "The only place success comes before work is in the dictionary," said Vince Lombardi, legendary football coach of the champion Green Bay Packers. No one works like Shark, therefore, no one is going to be better than him until they work like him. Shark's best trade ever, NKE. Before this conversation with Spencer, Shark had just made his best trade ever, in his words, "Thank you, NKE." This was about 18 months into his trading career, when he was exclusively trading short-term intraday setups, and perhaps 20 names every day. Soon after, a gaggle of other traders were celebrating similar chops in NKE. As others on the desk soaked in their moment of market domination and relaxed, Shark then found a new chop, a short for a point in NKE. Riding the long for over 2 points was not enough for Shark. SMB trader Jersey Shore, who called out the NKE setup to Shark, had his best day going but was gone from the floor by 3 p.m. Perhaps Jersey Shore in fact went out to the Jersey Shore for some GTL gym, tanning, and laundry a la MTV's The Jersey Shore. But Shark was seated, primed, and making more. In a recent interview with the New York Times, Jeff Weiner, CEO of LinkedIn, points to several attributes that are effective for asserting strong leadership. One is to be more loving than right. Another is the need to inspire people rather than manage them. But perhaps the biggest takeaway for traders are his remarks on 2 words that he learned from coach Mike Krzyzewski of the Duke Blue Devils. As Weiner describes it, doesn't want them celebrating that incredible alley-oop dunk, and he doesn't want them lamenting the fact that the opposing team just stole the ball and had a fast break that led to an easy layup. You can take a moment to reflect on what just happened, and you probably should, but you shouldn't linger too long on it and then move on to the next play. Have you read a more perfect summary of the proper disposition that every trader should have? Next play. Krzyzewski's 2 words are simple, obvious, and stunningly perfect because they beautifully sum up the proper frame of mind that every trader needs to have. It's all too easy to sour on the market or to scream at the computer or to descend into a quiet funk over a trade that didn't work. This is bad, this is wrong, it's counterproductive, and worst of all, it's poisonous to the mind. The lesson here is important, not just for playing basketball, but for trading as well. Don't wallow in self-pity or jubilation. Have your moment of frustration or celebration, go ahead, you're human, and then sit up and say to yourself, next play. Don't live in the past, which is different from recognizing and learning from an error you made. Always be looking for opportunities. Next play. Always be fluid in your mind, where a natural state of interest and enthusiasm keeps you open, not closed off to the next opportunity. Next play. Make this your default mantra to every trade and you'll always stay in the game. The day doesn't end until 4 p.m. When you are trading well, you keep trading. You may reach a new level in your trading that you never imagined possible. When you work hard at something, experience the power of your skill compounding, then you just might become better than you ever imagined. But you will never discover how good you can be unless you sit in your seat, stay, and trade. The difference between Jersey Shore and Shark may not be skill, but relentlessness. Spencer tagged Jersey Shore early as the trader to be more profitable than Shark. And that has just not been the case, even though Jersey Shore is a pretty solid trader. The weekend after this NKE trade, Shark, some traders at Spirithekid, at Zemus 12, and I sat in PJ Clark's on the Upper West Side of Manhattan via my invitation for brunch. I went with the no-carb steak and eggs, and the rest had PJ Clark's signature burger, famously enjoyed at a moment in time by luminaries such as Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole, and Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. Shark, positioned to my left, walked me through his thinking about how he could have been 60% bigger in this NKE trade. He outlined in detail his entries, adds, and stops. He not only stayed and made more, but he did so on one of those summer Fridays on which too many are tempted to go to the Hamptons or Jersey Shore, or play golf, or hang with that pretty party girl. Now he sat there hours removed from the trade, over burgers, getting better with trading thought. Now Shark and I work on his specially designed Shark Playbook. He has outgrown the standard SMB Playbook. Each day we focus on the same, how could he have been really big with 5K shares or more in his best setups? Highlight this next trading tip: when you make a great trade, you must go back and review it, focusing on how you could have been bigger responsibly. Here is a quick Shark's review of that NKE trade, his best single trade ever up to that point since surpassed, and his work to find a way that made sense to him to trade this setup bigger. Reversal long after exhaustion gap selling, NKE June 29, 2012. Play fundamentals. Bigger picture psychology drives a lot of the logic of this play. It is relevant that NKE is an institutional name, a real stock, and therefore has more bounce capacity than a stock that institutions don't own. The first half of 2012, NKE spent trending up and then forming a top, failing to break out and starting to roll over. The selling that precedes the exhaustion gap indicates that most of the longs have already gotten out of positions, and the shorts are less likely to pile in right after such a large decline. In these situations, panic selling after the gap is a possible scenario, particularly in this case as NKE gets below longer-term support. But then, if a buyer can be identified, good opportunities for countertrend longs can develop. SPY big picture. SPY was in a bigger picture downtrend, but had formed a bottom after a steep sell-off in May and was turning up from there. On the day NKE made its move, the market was gapping up and strong, another check in the favor of the reversal long in this case. Institutions could view the steep dropout in NKE as a buying opportunity in a market that was showing some signs of turning the downtrend around. Intraday fundamentals. Earnings play, guided down EPS growth rate Thursday, 28 June 2012, 0500 a.m. EDT Nike Inc. announced that for fiscal 2013, on ongoing basis it expects revenue growth at or slightly above the company's high single-digit target range. On a reported basis, it expects mid to high single-digit revenue growth and expects to deliver high single-digit EPS growth in fiscal 2013. This is below the company's long-term goal of mid-teens EPS growth as a result of the negative impact of weaker international currencies on both gross margin and translated foreign earnings, as well as a higher effective tax rate. Some are reticent to follow their dream of trading pro because they fear it is a playground of insiders or the genetically elite. This is nonsense. In the late 1990s, advances in technology created access and opportunities for all with trading skills. Translation: almost all with the time and willingness to build skill can compete in the market. While Shark had many attractive personal attributes in his background, it was not obvious to HR, other firms, the partners, our traders, or me that he would become this good. He worked hard to get where he is today, and if he can do it, why can't you? If Shark can do it, why can't you? For those who have never traded, have a passion to trade pro, and do not possess a stereotypical Wall Street pedigree, let Shark be your inspiration. In Chapter 6, Special Projects, Get Ready to Trade Pro, I implore you to gain trading experience before starting as a pro trader. I suggest your odds of success diminish substantially without building trading skill and acquiring trading experience before declaring pro. Shark defies this advice. One day in September, he just showed up and started. I ought to amend that to say that he showed up and started working. Shark is from one of those small upstate New York towns where most people don't grow up thinking they will land in NYC. Let's be fair, most people from those towns find a day visiting Broadway and Carmine's to be a trip of wonderment. My wife is from one of those towns. Spencer and I are from one of those towns, though not the upstate part. A childhood in distant suburbia makes you appreciate everything that you experience in NYC that much more. We can only be said to be alive in those moments when our hearts are conscious of our treasures, wrote Thornton Wilder, author of the classic Our Town. Babbo replaces the Macaroni Grill, Paul Stewart replaces Banana Republic, the Sony Theater IMAX replaces the Village Multiplex. You learn that Times Square is a place no real New Yorker ever visits, and that only tourists hold a fear of city crime. Great bands play in 300-person venues, such that you can almost touch your new favorite musicians for a $20 cover. NYC isn't the Statue of Liberty, street vendor hot dogs, the Empire State Building, Joe's Original Pizza, and gridlock traffic. It's the coming together of so many ambitious people from all over the globe, in all types of industries, with diverse neighborhoods, 30 minutes to Yankee Stadium or a similar event and Grimaldi's. Learning all this is a thrill. NYC surges a mutant strain of oxygen into your blood that never leaves. And Shark, that upstate boy. He lives here now and as a professional trader. Shark is the example of how you can sit down without experience, work your tail off, get better every day, and become a successful intraday trader without previous screen time. Yes, we argue in other chapters this way is harder. But for those of you sitting in one of those pushing around paper jobs wondering whether a trading life is possible, well, Shark is your alpha dog. The market is open to those with skill. Good training, hard work, screen time, and a passion for trading are your barriers to entry. If that non-traditional for Wall Street standards upstate boy can do it, can't you? Trading calm. The day of the Supreme Court's huge healthcare decision, National Federation of Independent Business v. Sebelius, we were all trading the healthcare names. There was market participant confusion on where healthcare stocks should be priced, so stocks in the sector shot up and down intraday like kids on a trampoline. Many of us were short WLP, a healthcare stock, after a 1-point down move, and we all had a sense that it might trend lower. Some on the desk found a seller at 66 and an identifiable exit above 66.15. Short and confident in our position, we waited. The result, we all got stopped out above 66.15. Damn it, what a rip. Mother F, all these comments could be heard on the desk. And then from Shark to a mentee calmly after also being stopped out. If you see a good trade, just make it. Keep trading. Your P&L will swing on a day like today. Just keep looking for good trades. Shark took that rip in WLP. He took another with our trading area in VRTX. Open P&L in UNH was given back, but he also caught a huge chop in VRTX. He caught a nice move in HCA. Then he caught another one in AET. His P&L went up and down, but he kept his cool and had a very profitable day. Disappointment is a certainty for the intraday trader, like ECN fees and commissions that you always feel can be lower. After disappointment, opportunity is present. The calm trader exploits that next opportunity that is sometimes greater than that first disappointing rip. It's the calm trader who can go from positive to negative to significantly positive in a matter of minutes. We all come with psychological baggage to overcome, even Shark. While mostly calm now in real time, the following blog post shows even the dream trainee Shark had to work on his emotions. The overanxious trader. As I was reviewing a monthly review from a mentee Shark, I thought that I could use the thoughts of Dr. Menaker, a trading psychologist. Shark wrote, "Too excited on days I want to do well, I force too much. I had such high expectations for myself coming into earnings season that I started to force things. I didn't let trades come to me. I was too jumpy. I was too eager. I wasn't selective enough. Often I write too many tickets and don't select bigger picture plays that will actually pay me. I think this happened a lot where I would write a bunch of tickets and end up breaking even on a lot of days after fees. Dr. Menaker wrote, "Whenever a trader mentions performance expectations, I take notice. Of course, we all want to do our best, and some of us perform best when facing a challenge, like a clutch-performing athlete in a way. But trading is a bit different. Having expectations is not a problem per se. It's what we do with the expectations and how we respond to the expectation that is critical. The issue here for some people is that expectations can become demands. For such people, these demands become internal demands, narrowing one's field of awareness and easily translating into a rigid mindset. A rigid mindset is a dangerous mindset for a trader. We need flexibility and patience, not rigidity. Another possibility for this trader is that writing too many tickets, or overtrading, is simply a way to justify oneself and deal with performance pressure from high expectations or internal demands to perform. In such a case, one needs to learn to tolerate the discomfort that comes with performance pressure. Many people will try to escape the discomfort by doing something, like getting into a marginal trade. But that rarely does the trick and often leaves you more frustrated in the end. Learning to be patient, to wait for the fat pitch, is one of the most important skills a trader can have. Patience is not simply the ability to wait, it's the ability to have the right attitude while waiting. One trading technique that Shark is able to execute proficiently because of his calm emotions is a flip trade. To flip a position means to go from short to flat to long or long to flat to short in a nanosecond. While too many on the desk waste energy with, "Oh, damn it, stopped out of Z's," Shark can withstand that stop out and quickly take the other side of the trade. I have noticed him catching a quick spike in the opposite direction than his original bias, while others are moaning about the stop out and missing the better next trading opportunity. Shark has gone from no experience to positive to more. That more is a trader who makes others on the desk better. If the street voted for most valuable trader, I would submit his name. Most valuable trader. It is rare to find a member of an organization, company, group, or team who adds value to all others. Their presence in work makes everyone better. Shark does. Here is an example that started with an email from Shark to me after one close. The thing that kind of got me on tilt a bit is that I wasn't in LNCR. And apparently I must have tunnel vision because people did mention it. But it was more like that they weren't really calling it out, and meanwhile I'm walking people through the trade I like, Orly, mentioning it out loud and on the chat, SMB real time, and letting people know I'm holding 30. With LNCR, I don't hear people yelling. You have to be in this when it's clearly an unusual opportunity. So that got to me a little bit, and it kind of made me force some stuff in the close and do a little too much. Shark was peeved that others were not calling out trading opportunities like he was. Through back channels, it was made known that Shark was not happy with the lack of callouts in LNCR. Not an hour later, this email from 2 was sent to the SMB Master Trader email list. I'd like to personally apologize to the entire desk about LNCR today. I'll confess, I absolutely dropped the ball on that one, both in managing my own trade and communicating the 29 level to the desk. I cost everyone a lot of money that they should have made. I thought I'd get stopped out, and I tend to clam up when my confidence wanes in a trade, and that's wrong on both counts. I also should have called out that COG louder. I feel bad about this. Drinks are on me tomorrow if I don't get you guys into a good trade. 2 apologized because he did not want to disappoint Shark. He knew Shark had made his trading better with callouts in the past, and he felt terrible that he did not help Shark with this trade. That is earning respect from your fellow traders. That is one trader setting standards for the entire team. Seth Freudberg, who runs our options trading desk and education department, is fascinated with how SMB consistently values its unique culture. I pinged him with an anecdote I knew he would most appreciate. I cannot say enough about Shark. It is one thing to surpass G-Man on the desk and have the best results of the month. But he has also now helped a young trader, Chris, become a pretty good young trader. Chris is now entering Pippen and to early stages of superior development. But he has a little more guts. This new nucleus of young traders may be the best we have ever developed. Seth responded, "It is truly something to be proud of. I have great respect for the fact that it is not just about money for you. You really care about these guys and their success is fulfilling to you. You take sincere joy in seeing other people grow. That is a rare and wonderful quality. I am proud to be a part of what you and Steve are building. So now Shark not only makes others around him better, but he also helps me inspire Seth. Seth now feels more pride working with SMB. Seth will tell this story to anyone he talks with who might partner with our options side. Shark's influence reaches further than just the traders around him. Shark's reach extends to his work as a mentor to our most promising trainees. Shark, the mentor. Let's look at a snapshot of Shark on the desk. MQP, a former airline pilot, prepared to start her first trading day live. Spencer labeled her the most qualified person, hence MQP, we had ever trained because of her impressive background. Keep in mind that I sometimes refer to Spencer as Spencer Mystic, in that he can be overly optimistic. We placed her next to Shark. For 15 minutes before the open, she got the manual for how to hit a run rate of $250K in gross revenue by the end of year 2. Shark sent her his template for his daily review. He suggested she do a playbook trade every day. He discussed how he rips through charts and makes notes on promising technical setups. He outlined all the helpful books he has read. They were mostly psychology books. Shark noted that trading is a performance game and counseled that these books were very helpful to him. He encouraged her to read The Daily Trading Coach, Enhancing Trader Performance, Trading in the Zone, and, oh yeah, there's this new one, Market Mind Games, by one of Bella's friends. This being a prop desk, you know what is coming next from the overhearers. I heard one good trade is pretty good as well, Shark. 2 rows of traders cracked themselves up. Shark continued, at the beginning you should watch your tape so that you get better trading the open. Yeah, I will do that, replied MQP. These are the things that I do. If they work for you, you can use them. But if you want to change them to better work for you, that is fine. No, I like these ideas. This trader was juiced with motivation sitting next to a high performer. Now she will listen to whatever Shark says because she can see his P&L tick by tick. Now it is up to her to do the work. But she knows exactly how to become great, and all her motivation needed is sitting a couple of feet to her right. A quick note here. Teaching other traders, as Shark did here, makes Shark a better trader. Teaching forces you to better understand your game as you must explain it. It also forces you to scrub your trading, as your thoughts may be challenged by another. Teaching improves your trading. Not only does Shark make young traders better, but his reach extends even further. Think all the way up to the partner level, making G-Man a better trader. G-Man taught Shark how to trade. He sits right next to G-Man and has luxury box seats to one of the most skilled intraday traders on the street. In case you do not know, G-Man was named one of the top 3 traders under 30, covered by Yahoo Finance. Tick for about a year, Shark has had the opportunity to listen to G-Man in real time and learn how he thinks through a trade. For soccer enthusiasts, this would be like having Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the world's greatest players, right next to you on the soccer field as you grow up playing the game. Shark's data as an intraday trader reflects the likelihood that he will become the best intraday trader on our desk. Traders make the most progress from year 2 to year 3 in our sport. He is still at the end of year 2. He has become so good that he has forced G-Man to become a better trader. How? G-Man cannot fade trades the way he stubbornly used to, and that harmed his P&L. If he does, Shark is going to crush his trading results. Also, Shark is wildly profitable playing the trend in the very stocks that G-Man sometimes tries to fade. G-Man cannot ignore the results of a lesser skilled trader following the trend and making more than he does. G-Man's inner drive will not allow him to continue to make these mistakes and be the second best trader on the desk. G-Man and his South American internal fire would quit trading before he allowed that to happen. His analytical skills will kick into overdrive, and he will acknowledge how badly his fading is costing his P&L. It is one thing to hear criticism about fading from me and his personal trading coach. It is another to watch someone with less skill, like Shark, make more than him because the person is doing the complete opposite of him. The data doesn't lie. The other day Shark announced he was taking a 3-day weekend to see his family right before the start of earnings season. Guess who took off that day as well? Yes, G-Man. We actually had a good trading day as a firm, even though the heavy hitters were absent. You know, there were a few kids left offering guidance in the names of Spencer and Bella. But overall, the desk feels a huge gaping hole, like an offensive line without its center if Shark is not on the desk. One of the harder traits to amass as an eat-what-you-kill intraday trader is self-actualization. Shark has that one covered as well. Shark is self-actualized. One of the most difficult aspects of intraday trading is being wrong so often. As an aside, and dispelling the myths propagated by the financial media entertainment complex, even world-class traders have a win rate barely above 50%. Most civilians do not spend their days being wrong 40% to 60% of the time. If they were, they would be fired. Psychologically, it is difficult to fail so much and move forward undeterred. Recently, I sent Shark a critique of a decision he had made. His response was striking. He quickly understood his error and admitted it. He is self-actualized. Here's the email Shark sent me on a beautiful spring Friday morning. I feel a bit checked out today. Going to take off early for the weekend and enjoy the weather. Overall, I just wanted to lock in the day, but really should have done much better with that NAV again today. I'm going to spend a good amount of time reviewing that one over the weekend. Also, I have my monthly review pretty much done. Going to work on reviewing some final things over the weekend, and we'll send that over. The big lesson of today is that when I have so much info in NAV or any stock from the final day, I have to be in it earlier. I really missed a layup just because it was a little thin, but with so much play money from the prior day, I should be comfortable taking on a bit more risk there. And then Shark left for the day. I think G-Man talked him into heading out early. G-Man misses no opportunity for potential fun. Las Vegas marketing very well could revolve around the potential hankerings of a G-Man. When there's good weather, it's like the Earth's core is pulling G-Man to come out and play. Or like God himself paid G-Man a visit warning a day of good weather squandered will be discussed on Judgment Day. That NAV Shark was trading continued to follow through, drive higher and cleanly. Shark had walked away from a huge trading opportunity. I thought Spencer was going to lose it talking about this missed opportunity in my office. I don't understand where these guys are going. How hard is it to sit in your F-seat and trade? He ranted. I sent a brief email to Shark and the other cutters NAV layup. Some traders didn't respond. 2 responded defensively. Then there was Shark, to be honest. I shouldn't have left. Maybe I let yesterday get to my head or something, and I thought it was okay, but I haven't had any sort of success to be able to do that. You have the right to be P, and I couldn't actually enjoy the weather looking at that stock go to 29. For me, I was so mad about not being in from 24, it was hard for me to stay in at that much of the bottom, and that far away from 24. But there was no reason to get out, and I'll imprint this stock in my brain. What is so remarkable about Shark's email is how quickly he admitted he was wrong. If you do not think this has a lot to do with why he is a successful trader, think again. Good traders admit their mistakes, learn from them, and get better. Many other traders, I hate to say, attempt to defend the indefensible as a way to maintain a level of personal delusional awesomeness, masking the reality of a trading account buried in red. Let me offer you a trading tip. Save the defense for your driving. A good trader is self-actualized. Another example of Shark's self-actualization was his approach to trading after returning from vacation. Shark's smart trading after vacation. Shark understood that a few days off would leave him a bit rusty and not as connected with the flow of the market. So the first day back, he took it easy. You can see that here. I think I did some good things and some bad. The damage could have been worse. I came in after vacation and made the conscious effort of taking things slow on the open. And as it turned out, all the opportunity was really on the open, so that backfired. Being a little slow, I missed a trade with JCP and WAG opening drive off 85 cents were really the 2 best trades, and me taking things slow kind of made me not capitalize like I should have. After that, I wanted to start ramping it up, and I think I got in some things that could have really paid. Oracle, JCP, WAG were all good opportunities. But I also took some iffy plays and botched some executions, and also didn't really truly capitalize on the one play that worked well for me. Those are the things that really stand out to me today. Good traders are in tune with their ability, which can shift based on the markets and time in front of your screens. They catch the big rips before the big rips. So this is a healthy review of limited damage instead of the underperforming trader with regret and blood across his trading review. This reminds me of the applicable quote from Socrates, "First know thyself." Shark knows his limitations, which improves his P&L. Sustaining traders focus on the process over their P&L. I offer Exhibit Shark as evidence. Shark's focus on the process. I noticed Shark starting to make money at the end of his year one. I talked with Steve about bumping his percentage payout. Let me be clear, we were under no legal obligation to pay him a higher percentage of his profits. In fact, he had a signed contract that stipulated his percentage split for the first 2 years of trading. But he had led the desk in work output. The firm's risk was now considerably lower, and we reward those who improve our culture. Generally, in the past, when I have bumped the pay of a trader, they are noticeably pumped. Think of your favorite NFL team scoring a touchdown in the playoffs. This firm act improves morale. The best traders are happy, and this news leaks to the other traders. I buzzed Carlton on our phone intercom to ask Shark to come see me in my office at his convenience. Just before lunch, Shark knocked on my door. "Bella, Carlton said you wanted to see me." "Yes, sit down. I have some good news for you. We are bumping your payout." It was a 20% bump to him. "You have worked very hard. You have done everything we have asked and more. You have added value to the desk. You are active during our trade casts. You offer great callouts to the desk." "You deserve it," Shark's reaction. "Oh," he sat without expression, listening to what I was saying. Then he said thank you without a smile or hint of excitement. He then asked if there was anything else. "No." Shark got up, closed the door, and joined his trading buddies standing outside my office waiting for him to head out for lunch. I sat confused. What was that non-reaction all about? In baseball, they say you see something new every game. I was having one of those moments as a trading partner. How could he not be ecstatic? I couldn't stop thinking about his indifference. Was there some $5 Subway foot-long special that he was about to miss? But then I got it. That is exactly how he should have reacted. We teach for traders to first improve every day. Shark is to daily improvement as Beyonce is to hit records. Getting a bump in pay has nothing to do with his improving as a trader. It's just the money that we will wire to his bank. Completely immersed in our culture, he did what we taught, go back to work and figure out how to get better. That is the true reward of trading. He reminded me what I was teaching him. Now, having said that, just between us, I have to chuckle. Man, that was one powerful response, that non-response, from the ultimate elite performer. In other words, this was just another example of Shark's focus on the process. It's a model for others in the trading community to emulate. To improve your trading results, first do this. Following is a conversation I had with an SMB trader who I thought should have been making more. I used Shark's emphasis on process as a guide for this rising trader. "Bella, put up 15K in January and there will be a special surprise for you. Trainee, I am trying to do that halfway through the month. I've hit that before in 6 days, but that was months ago. I didn't get a chance to do the review today. We'll get to it tomorrow. Have a doctor's appointment and got caught up trading RIM and talking to my mentees. Overall today was solid. I fought stocks and had a few P&L swings, which only gave me confidence. To fix my issue of having those holds with size, what I did over the last 2 days was treat 500 shares like it was 2,000. And today, I caught more half-point moves than I usually do. So, I now know I am ready to make that big step that I have been so wanting to finally do. Bella, in my opinion, you will more easily make that next step if you review your work like a 2 and Shark. Adding some structure to your review and preparation is all you really need. This will brand the best plays for you in your trading head. Ensure you are best prepared for your best trades. Prepare your brain to be ready for your best setups. I see the first step being to add some structure, and then those better results you want will follow. A few months later, that trader came back into my office with some details about his new review process. Writing down things was not for him. He had started doing a Skype call about all his trades with his mentees. Bella, doing this review every day has been helping me a lot. It is why I have been doing better lately. I listened without the least bit of surprise. You do not have to do exactly as Shark does. Even Shark says this to his mentees. We are all different with unique personalities and variant personalized reviews. But you do have to find a way to review your work that makes sense to you. It's this review process that helps you internalize your trading, which will get you to perform better. Without it, there is no increased P&L. Shark has developed an affinity for picking the best stocks to trade intraday. You are only as good as the stocks you trade, but finding them is not luck. It is stock selection intuition accumulated through superior preparation over an extended period after excellent training. Shark hunts the best stocks. Sharks can track large prey by following their low pitch sounds. They can smell blood in the water from miles away. A great white shark could detect a single drop of blood in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Well, maybe our shark cannot detect a good stock as well as a shark does blood, but he is adept at finding the best stocks to trade intraday. This is not some innate gift. He works every day to put himself in the position to trade the best stocks through thorough preparation. I asked him to send me an outline of his daily routine for this book and as an aid for you. Here is his response: daily routine. Morning, wake up and check quotes of indices. Come in and check news via Seeking Alpha/SMB scanner. Look at volume advancers from day before. Look at chart for every stock that trades 1 million average volume and above 50C average true range. Journal, write down my goal for the day, free write about how I'm feeling. Anything else that might affect my trading, and ask myself the best strategy to do well for the day. After close, chop tracker routine I send you while looking at execution bubbles on my chart. Journal, how I did on my goal, what I did well, poor different my game plan for tomorrow, and a few annotated charts of things I messed up on. Separate journal about my general thoughts, or how I felt about the day, or anything else really I feel like writing. Playbook, usually about a trade that I should have done better. Sometimes I watch tape, used to do it more when I first started. Watch Brian Shannon's video/daily recap when I'm at the gym or at home. So there you have it, an inside guide to finding the best stocks intraday from a great intraday trader. Supplementing Shark's routine, I wrote a blog post on how to find the best stocks to trade throughout the trading day. How do you find the best stocks to trade? Jan 9, 2013 by Bella category, general comments edit. Hi Mike, quick question. While you're probably constantly re-evaluating throughout the day, would you say it's common for SMB to come up with another set of in-play stocks for afternoon trading? Or do you tend to stick with the original ideas from the morning? Thanks for all your advice and thoughts. At Mike Bellafiore 1, we are experts in choosing the best stocks to trade intraday. We are only as good as the stocks we trade. There is almost never a trading day without trading opportunity for our desk because we are expert at finding the stocks in play. Steve does an amazing job preparing our desk with the best stocks to trade with our SMB AM meeting. In fact, today he prepared the desk so well before the open that I got an email from him explaining his awesomeness. 2. We supplement our AM meeting with trading tools. Tools such as the SMB scanner and the SMB radar. We built the SMB radar with trade ideas. These are professional proprietary tools that we have built to find the stocks in play. 3. We supplement our AM meeting with our SMB real-time. Traders chat to each other about the most opportunistic stocks. 4. Guys on our desk are taught to call out stocks that are moving best intraday. 60 pairs of eyes are better than one. 5. Some guys on our desk scan tools such as Finviz to find sectors that are hottest and start to consider trades in these sectors. 6. A news feed is piped into most proprietary trading desks so that traders do not miss breaking news. One shop has this news feed built into its proprietary trading platform. With the click of a key, ours, you can see the breaking news on that stock from your trading platform. So we are very good about picking the best stocks to trade. Often you do not need to trade more than what is shared during our SMB AM meeting, but we do supplement all of that with the above. I hope that helps. Thanks for the question. Trade well. Shark is the best of the best nucleus of young traders SMB has ever developed. After my dad's stroke, my mom's passing, and the exodus of some of our more experienced traders, it wasn't fun to go to the office. Like a Duke team without good players, SMB wasn't very good. I wasn't there mentally. I have to admit at my lowest points my mind sometimes wandered to perhaps doing something else. Seeing Shark succeed in an SMB environment that was after our past best days, or so I thought, helped bring the spark back into my coaching game. And he inspired others around him to follow his lead. With the Playbook, we made some educational changes to better train traders for a market that was harder to trade. Longer time frame intraday trades were identified and highlighted. We added better trading tools to help our guys. We managed out of the firm anyone who did not fit our culture, without them even realizing this, getting even smaller. SMB had to, and we did get a lot better. Shark was the fastest to take our new and improved training and infrastructure and prosper. His contribution to our firm cannot be understated. We made a comeback worthy of everything that SMB is all about, ignited by him. For the reader at home, perhaps Shark's biggest inspiration is his lack of obvious trading talent. His blue-collar work ethic is why he is a good trader. For those without a world-class IQ and who dream to be a world-class trader, he is your model. For those without insider Wall Street connections, remember Shark. For those without a history of trading success, be mindful of Shark. For those who did not graduate from an Ivy League school, neither did Shark. For those who didn't star as a die athlete, I offer Shark. Just understand this: to be like Shark, you must be ready to work like Shark. Now let's take a look at a playbook trade Shark made in KCG Knight Capital Group, right after their much publicized and notorious trading error that jeopardized their entire firm. 3. The day Knight Capital almost fell a support play. This chapter reviews Shark's support trade in Knight Capital, right after their infamous monster trading loss. But first we need to do one more thing. We must explain a reason to sell, an exit strategy for winning trades. This concept is discussed in this setup and prominently throughout the book. It will help you write personal trading rules to best exit your profitable positions. Have you ever cut your winners too early only to see the position trade much higher? Of course you have. How about hang on to winners too long only to see your unrealized gains evaporate as the position reverses? You are not alone. British economist Sir Alec Cairncross lyricized our dilemma best. A trend is a trend is a trend, but the question is, will it bend? Will it alter its course through some unforeseen force and come to a premature end? Reasons to sell will help you develop an exit system so that this occurs less often and only when your predetermined rules for selling manifest. Let's check out a recent blog post I wrote offering guidance on when to sell your winning positions utilizing reasons to sell. To all those who sell too early, take comfort. You will see you are not alone. And by the end of this chapter, we will offer a fix to all of this for your trading. How do you know when to sell a winning position? Jan 23, 2013 by Bellafiore Mike. I recently read One Good Trade and found it a quality read relative to all other books I've read. It has been immensely helpful as I am currently full-time employed, and am at a point where I am thinking that trading full-time could be an option, provided I can become consistently profitable and have the confidence of putting bread on the table from trading. As a result of reading the book, I have adopted a methodical and disciplined approach, and my results have improved as a result of this. What I'm finding, however, is I become indecisive when I've had some reasonable gains on a trade, and now adopt a bird-in-the-hand approach and take the money off the table once I am up a few percent in a trade, and before there is a pullback. I understand this is the wrong approach as I am supposed to let profitable trades run. However, I have seen many decent gains evaporate or, worse, turn into a loss because I decided to hold. I'm not sure there is a question there, but in any case would be grateful for your views. At Mike Bellafiore, I love how you are approaching Trading Pro. You are working on your game while you are employed and being very patient and gaining valuable screen time before deciding whether to trade pro. Too many just start, without any past trading experience, and expect to make bank immediately. As is true of any professional discipline, you do not reach the stage of competence until after training, concerted practice, experience, and review. When do I know when to sell? How do I know when to cut my winners? I will give you some highlights. Also, check out the Playbook webinar series, www.smbtraining.com/blog/the Playbook webinar series, Opening Drive Play in LNKD, where we discuss the trading concept that helps you answer these questions. That concept is reasons to sell. When you are developing your playbook, an archive of trades that make the most sense to you, distinguish between move-to-move trades and trades to hold. An example of a move-to-move trade is a scalp, trading for the next move in a stock. Trades to hold are our intraday swing trades where we are trying to capture multiple points. With our trades to hold, we do not sell until there is a reason to sell. Each trader must develop his own list of reasons to sell. If you spot a reason, then consider selling. If you do not, the position is not a sale. This is true even if the position trades against you and you give back significant open profit. Your job as a trader is to do the right thing. Judge your trading not by your P&L but whether you traded a setup well. Reasons to sell examples include the following: the stock breaks its uptrend, breaking news, overall market resistance. Technical resistance in the stock. The selling pattern dissipated, breaking news in the market. This is not our proprietary exhaustive list of reasons to sell inside the SMB Foundation, our training program, but it gives you a feel of the right thing to do with your positions. Develop your list of reasons to sell and start applying them to your trades to hold. I hope that helps. MHB. You cannot carp about an exit too early if you have not taken the time to write rules to exit a winning trade. All traders on our desk draft these rules. Again, we say reasons to sell. The idea is not to sell our position until one of these reasons to sell becomes present in the trade. If we do sell before one of these reasons materializes, we have made a trading error. If a reason to sell develops in a trade to hold, we sell, and then if the stock continues higher, well, that is no matter. We have done our job, trade the setup well. Our job is not to obsess about every penny we could have taken out of the trade. Let me give you a real-life example on a pro trading desk of how having developed your reasons to sell will positively impact your trading. K. May, a developing trader who sits diagonally behind me, got me into a trend trade short for cruise. I got short under intraday support at 19.25, and so did she off of her trade idea. It turned out to be the trade idea of the week, but had the real possibility of being cut short too early, and then followed with distracting guilt, regret, and grief for a failure to capture the real move. At about 19, K. May asked, "Bella, what are you doing with cruise?" I detected a concern in her voice about giving back her open profits. I was puzzled why she was even thinking about covering because none of my reasons to sell had appeared. K. May, I am not even really looking at it, it just started. What is the next technical level? 18.75, and then 17.75-ish after that. Okay, I will take a look at the stock when it gets there, 18.75. At 18.75, cruise blew through the technical support level. We both continued to hold the position. I was not even thinking of covering the trade until one of my reasons to cover materialized. And none had so. I sat unconcerned about giving back open profits, and K. May was now not focused on her fear of giving back unrealized gains but the right exit. K. May, let's let the stock tell us when it's done. I will cover when it breaks the downtrend on the 15-minute or perhaps near the next technical support area. What happened? Well, for you swing traders, by the next day cruise was trading at 17.50. For you intraday-only traders, cruise dripped down in a beautiful trend to 18. So instead of being overly stressed about open profit at 19 and potentially covering too early based on irrational but all too human trader anxiety, we let the stock run and show us the exit. As it turned out, this exit was considerably lower than the first hint of trader anxiety from K. May about a cover. These are exactly the types of positions reasons to sell will help you trade better. Okay, I am excited for you guys to learn this exit technique, so let's dive deeper on how it all works. Let's introduce some reasons to sell, which perhaps you can use to craft your exit rules for winning positions, with specific trade examples. It is not important what your exact rules are for your reasons to sell, but it is vital that you take the time to determine your reasons to sell for your winning positions. Doing this will dramatically improve your trading exits, your understanding of when to take quick profits and when to let them run, and your trading P&L. Reasons to sell. The most common reasons to sell include the following: stock hits your price target, intraday uptrend is broken, breaking news about the stock. Market is at an important technical resistance level, breaking news in the market, unusual seller on the tape, clear buying pattern dissipates, time clock goes off in your trading brain, too steep, too much of pullback. Let's examine each of these reasons to sell individually with actual trading examples for illustration. Also note that we will revisit reasons to sell with some of the trades discussed in detail later in this book. Stock hits your price target. Have a target or set of targets before you enter a trade. Follow your plan and sell when your targets are reached. Targets generally are the next important technical level in the stock we are trading. Intraday uptrend is broken. Determine which time frame you will watch with your trades to hold. There is no right answer as to time frame, just be consistent with your approach, whether the 5-minute, 15-minute, 60-minute chart and so on. If a stock breaks the time frame for which you are watching for this position, exit. Breaking news about the stock. If unexpected news suddenly breaks about your stock, you may want to hit out and then reevaluate. This breaking news could be the catalyst for a huge new move in the stock. All of the intraday trading data up to that point might now be less important than this breaking news. Market is at an important technical resistance level. Most stocks follow the overall market, although stocks in play have order flow independent of the market. However, an overall market level may mean selling will enter the market and cause your stock to trade lower even if it is in play. You may consider selling, or at the very least lightening up on your position at market resistance. Breaking news in the market. If a big event occurs, it might cause the market to move erratically, and therefore you may want to sell and reevaluate. Examples of breaking news include a member leaving the Eurozone, Middle East conflict, or a government shutdown. Unusual seller on the tape. If your stock tries to get above a price several times on outsized volume and fails, then consider selling. We will study the potential impact of unusual buying with the KCG trade below. Clear buying pattern dissipates. If a stock is showing a distinct buying pattern and that pattern disappears, consider selling. Reading the tape skills are most helpful to spot such patterns. Time clock goes off in your trading brain. If after a predetermined amount of time your position hasn't done what you expected, consider selling. You may develop a trading system where you want the bet to move in a certain direction and do so in a specified period of time. And if it doesn't, this will be your reason to sell. Too steep. If a stock spikes up too far and too fast, you may decide to sell your position or at least lighten up. Now the risk of the stock trading lower from this potentially overbought price may cause you to exit. Too much of a pullback. The pullback in the stock you are trading may be more than you expected. If you see this, you might consider selling. Generally, strong stocks have shallow pullbacks. Trading day ends. Because we are intraday traders, we might decide that the closing bell is our exit. There are trades we will hold overnight. So, these are some common rules for selling a trade to hold long. We develop reasons to cover for trade to hold shorts, which generally are the mirror image of our rules for the long side. Please develop these rules that make sense to your trading and start deploying them to manage for better exits. Congratulations! You now have a smart and professional system to handle your winning trades. Next up is Shark's Playbook Support Play in KCG archived in the SMB Playbook template style. Support Play, unusual hold on the bid above an inflection point, KCG. Shark KCG 08.03.12. Strategy description, unusual hold on the bid, unusual buying on the bid just will not drop after repeated testing. Step in front of the bid and get long. If the bid drops, exit your long position. If the bid holds, trade to hold. Expect a big move, foreshadows a huge buy order. Why isn't the buyer dropping? Above inflection point increases the win rate for this trade. Big picture. On the daily, SBY is in an uptrend channel. In the last week, we consolidated near the top end of the channel above 138, but broke below 138 and 137.50 the prior day. Today, a gap up brings us above 138, and a good jobs number has us flirting with recent highs around 139. Holding above 139, looking for a move to 140.50. Intraday fundamentals second day earnings. Shares of Knight Capital, KCG, climbed 57% to $4.05 on Friday. For the week, however, they fell nearly 61%. Knight's shares tumbled in the previous two sessions. They closed Tuesday trading at $10.33. Knight said Thursday that exiting erroneous trading positions cost it $440 million, raising concerns about its capital position. The erroneous trades were caused by a glitch in the installation of trading software on Wednesday morning. The Wall Street Journal, citing unnamed sources, reported on Friday that Knight has received a credit line that will allow it to stay afloat. Knight Capital Group, KCG. Knight Capital Group, Inc., a financial services company, provides access to the capital markets across multiple asset classes to buy and sell side firms and corporations. In addition, it offers capital markets services to corporate issuers and private companies primarily in the United States. The company's market-making segment engages in market-making in global equities and listed domestic options. It primarily offers client and non-client electronic market-making activities in equity securities quoted and traded on the exchanges, over-the-counter markets, and option markets. Trade review. I like my aggressiveness the first time it started holding higher. Was long 4,000 shares looking to add. The problem was that by buying on the way up, I was a bit top-heavy and gave too much back on the drop of 40 cents. I should have been tighter with more size up there and longer originally from the 8C price. I think I give 20 cents too much importance on the open, which made me want to buy less underneath the 20 cents when the bid held. When really 3 was the biggest level, and that is the price to get amazing risk/reward. Good job sticking with the play after the failure at 50 cents and getting aggressive on the second break. Again, was a bit too top-heavy but still made a decent trade. I like that I was willing to really size up and risk money on the play, just wish I had done it from a bit better price. Trade idea. Long above 4.25 tomorrow. Watch 3.50 and 3. This is our favorite play found by reading the tape. Next is a trade discussion on this support play with Shark, our desk, and me. The comments in the columns are me trying to clarify the trade discussion for you and at times talk directly to you. Most traders overvalue the importance of the trading day. They're trading. The least important part of your trading day is your actual trading. The work you do after to improve and prepare for future trading opportunities is most important. This conversation after the close, on a past trade made, is an example of the work pro traders do on our desk to improve their game. These are the moments they are making the most progress with their trading. You are about to absorb a great deal of trading knowledge by peeking in on these trade review conversations with an SMB trader, our desk, and me on real trade made in real time. You are about to improve as a trader. From our training room, a trade discussion with Shark. Shark, this is a trade from KCG on Friday. It's an unusual hold on the bid play, just a brief description of the strategy. It's a simple play where you see someone is buying on the tape, they're taking prints, and they just won't drop. They get pounded, and the buyer just won't drop. The characteristics of this play might indicate that the buyer has a large order. Otherwise, why wouldn't they drop the bid and buy the stock lower? You'll see it all the time. Someone's buying on the bid, they keep buying, then they drop it, buy a little bit more as they drop the bid, and then maybe walk the stock higher. But if someone's just holding a stock at one price, it's unusual and might indicate that it might trade higher. Bella, just to clarify, you mean that someone just keeps buying the stock over and over and over again at the same price? Shark, correct. Bella, as opposed to what normally happens where they buy around a price? Shark, right. Bella, usually they buy a little bit, they drop, they buy a little bit, and they drop a little bit more, then maybe they step up and they buy higher. When they are just buying at one price, you can almost hear someone on the phone at some big hedge fund saying, "Do not drop the bid. Buy 500,000 shares on the bid." A passive buy algorithm, algo, buys some at a whole bunch of different prices without aggressively paying the offer and stepping higher to fill an order. And in this day of algorithms, everyone on the street has bought some fancy algorithm to help buy stock at the best price, enabling them to very easily put in that order to buy 500,000 shares with an algorithm that they bought from, say, Deutsche Bank, and they can just say, buy 500,000 shares using the passive buy algorithm at the best price. When they choose not to do that, they just sit there and buy a stock at the same price over and over again. That's unusual. That's why we call it an unusual hold on the bid play. There are many subsets of support plays, with this being one of our favorites, which each trade, you develop subsets for your trading strategy. This unusual hold on the bid foreshadows that there might be this monster buy order coming into the market. The buyer or buyers are anxious. They are afraid to drop the bid and try to buy lower. With this trade, they are afraid to see what would happen if they drop the bid at 8 cents and try to buy it lower. But I was saying to you before we came in here, Shark, that I almost find this to be an embarrassing trade. I am almost embarrassed to teach this trade, but the damn trade works, and it is worth learning. And it also helps us learn the principles of how to trade a support play, as this is a subset of a support play. When we go to the bank to cash our profits in an unusual hold on the bid trade, the bank will take this check. Shark, yeah, it's rare. It's almost too simple. Bella, that's what I meant, that it's so simple that it's almost embarrassing to talk about. But in this case, the unusual hold on the bid sets up a very interesting trade. It's the catalyst for quite an interesting trade. Shark, if the buyer drops the unusual hold on the bid UHOB, the stop is right below the buyer. It's a trade to hold if the stock starts working for you. Bella, there's an important point to make about KCG being above an important inflection point, in this case 3. Can you explain that? Buy above the important support level and not just below it, say, at 2.95. Shark, sure. Well, in this particular instance, you always want to research what levels are around, and in this case, it was right above an important level, which really makes the trade much better. For example, 3 is a really important level from the last day. If the buyer is holding 2.95 and won't drop, this might interest me, but it would not be as good of a trade as KCG being above the level of $3. You always want to combine your checks. In this case, KCG is above the inflection point of 3, and there is an unusual hold on the bid above 3. Sometimes the overall strength of the market is not going to be a huge factor in your trade. Shark, the big picture in this play doesn't matter so much, but overall the SPY has been in an uptrend channel, see figure 3.1. We were hanging around the top of the channel. Then we broke down with the ECB comments below some immediate support levels. Then the jobs number gapped us back up, and we are taking out 139 and flirting with recent highs. So it's been a stronger market. It has not been the easiest uptrend market, but again, in this particular setup, the play is more stock-specific as opposed to pulled higher because of the strong market. I know a firm that made $2.5 million on this trading glitch. They would have made 16M if not for canceled trades. Shark, for the intraday fundamentals, SMB Capital had this glitch in their computer system that sent a lot of orders that weren't supposed to be sent into a bunch of stocks, and the firm took a big rip. This glitch in their trading software actually put them in jeopardy of going out of business. They're not a huge firm, and they lost about $440 million. The glitch was a few days ago, and the reporting of their loss was the day before. Because of these events, KCG traded all the way down from $10 to $2 in 2 days. There was new big news coming in this morning on KCG. There were rumors about potential investors offering capital to the company. Bella, so basically, we are in a situation before this trading session where Knight was off over 60%, and there was a real concern that they might have to declare bankruptcy or go out of business. Shark, right. Knight Capital accounts for 20% of all U.S. equity options volume and 10% of all U.S. equity volume. Bella, this is new news of a white knight offering a parachute for Knight. Knight is a terrific firm. Their technology is wonderful, and most of the street uses it. So this was just a one-off error. It doesn't have anything to really do with KCG's core business. Great job of using the levels the day before for this trade. Shark, moving on. This is the longer-term chart, and you can see the pronounced decline, see figure 3.2 in the last couple of days. The more important chart is the 2-day chart, because these are the only levels to look at since there has been so much activity the past 2 days, see figure 3.3. So yesterday, $3 was a super important level to look after in pre-market. Some guy just kept selling there at 3. KCG finally got above there, and it had a 1-point up move. And KCG kind of reversed, and you will see some other levels. There was a big seller at 3.85 cents, 3.50 didn't lift the whole afternoon, and then that $3 was another battle area into the close. Those are levels of interest to me as a trader on this day. So coming in this morning, KCG was trading around 3, and that's my main level. That's where the most volume was done the prior day. Bella, you have your levels from the day before, but we got very substantial new news. Coming in the day before, people were trading KCG like they were going bankrupt, and then now if there's going to be a capital infusion into the stock, what is your thought process about using those techniques levels from the day before? Shark, I would just focus more on the price action because the prior day, people can be forecasting a buyout, and then the news comes in the next morning. So I would be looking more at the levels the past 2 trading days. I don't have a fundamental analysis edge. I do not know more than others trading this on the street based on the news. I just let the price action tell me where the stock is most likely to trade. As you say, Bella, I am a trader, not a fundamental analyst. But because of substantial news, KCG might go back up to these levels or even much higher. Bella, I was thinking that the psychology the day before was ultra negative, and today we have a really positive catalyst. We don't want to be unaware of those 2-day levels, but we should understand that this substantial new news might be a catalyst to blow right through those 2-day levels. A new psychology for KCG may take control and cause a steep up move, pushing easily through those 2-day resistance levels. Those 2-day levels might be less important than you think. Bella's smiling now. They turned out to be important, didn't they? Shark's smiling. Yes, they did, Bella. That is why I was watching them. Traders laugh. Bella, okay, good. I just wanted to present another way to look at this trading event. I was wondering that when we were trading it. The psychology from the day before was that they were potentially going out of business. The next day was that they were going to be saved. And would KCG trade so differently on this day of a new psychology? What do you have on the tape? Shark, on the open, we have a nice move through 3. There wasn't that much resistance at 3. Then there's the unusual hold on the bid we were talking about at 3.08. The guy just wouldn't drop. He was there buying at 3.08 and buying at the same silly price. Also, this is important to note that 3.08 is an unusual price to buy a ton of stock. People usually like to buy at 10 cents, 5 cents, the whole number. So yeah, there was a lot of volume at the same price, 3.08. When you see a UHOB get big, if there is a way to exit below this price, think Tier 3. The 8 cents is obviously a great place to start your position. This sort of news, the volume, the liquidity in the stock is a good opportunity to get in with a lot of size. Maybe you usually start Tier 1 on a previous day, but today maybe you would up your position size to Tier 3. You have that 3 level under you that would be your protection, so maybe you do Tier 3 there. Your stops are to hit 2 tiers below 3.08 and the last tier below 3. I know for me it was a mistake not starting with enough size from the original price of 3.08 because in a lower price stock like this KCG, it's not going to move 30 to 40 cents where you can work your price. You really need to be in from the good price where you want to hold. For Shark, Tier 1 equals 1,000 shares, Tier 2 equals 2,000 shares, Tier 3 equals 3,000 shares. It is up to the trader to determine the size per tier. Bella, that's a very important point. Just clarify how you enter 3 lots Tier 3 long from 3.08. Shark, enter 3.09 for 3 lots long if you pay the offer. Bella, where are your stops? Shark, 7 cents and 99 cents, or 98 cents, whatever you want. So for me, 3.20 was a little bit of an inflection point on the open and the prior day. So right away, I'm probably going to offer some up in front of that price. You have the option that if it comes back near 8 cents, you can play around with some of the position. Maybe one tier you're just working up and down, but holding your core up into that 3.40, 3.50 area. Bella, it wasn't really trading above 3.20 after it was holding 3.08. It really wasn't trading above 3.20, correct? Shark, right. Bella, so that's why you wanted to take some off at 3.20. Shark, right, and 3.20 was also sort of an inflection point the prior day. It wasn't an incredibly significant level, but it was a level to me. So if you want to be aggressive, you can add through that 3.20, but really the trade is from that 8 cents up to that 40 to 50 cents, where you want to start taking sales. In this instance, the first up move is pretty steep, so maybe you take 2 lots off up there and wait for some consolidation. Bella, let's talk about this in more detail. This is high-level trading you are doing, and I want to make sure that everyone in the room learns your advanced trading technique. So you are long 3 lots from 3.08. KCG gets up to 3.20. Are you selling some? Shark, yeah, I mean 1/4 or 1/5 of the position. I sell a little bit to cover my risk in the trade. After I cover my risk, now the whole trade is gravy. So then maybe if KCG goes back to 10 cents and it starts holding, I'll buy some KCG back, and I'll just do that to make cash flow. Bella, and if it gets above 3.20? Shark, then I'm thinking maybe I want to get up to Tier 4, depending on whether someone is holding the offer and then it lifts or someone is holding the 20C bid. This depends on what it looks like on the tape at 3.20. Bella, okay, so we're going to play the range, buying at 3.08, 3.09, and in front of 3.20 take some off. Let's say we take 1/4 of a position off, so maybe that's 700 shares in this case. We were long 3,000 shares at 3.08, KCG goes back up to 3.20, and then we take off 700 shares on the offer in front of 3.20. If it pulls back and holds 3.10, we put the 700 shares back on, and if it goes back up to 3.20, we take the 700 shares off again. So we make the spread between 3.08 and 3.20 until the range breaks. We make a cash flow trade until KCG breaks. There can be very good money in this cash flow trade before KCG breaks. You might catch 3 spread plays and bank $300 before KCG breaks. That can add up quite nicely. And then, of course, if KCG gets above 3.20, we get longer. Shark, I mean sometimes you can do that 4 or 5 times and you'll make some nice cash. So KCG gets above 3.20 and it's pretty steep up into that next level of 3.40 to 3.50. You could see 40 cents just doesn't really lift when it gets up there. This is a change of pattern on the tape. You hit the bids when 39 cents drops. You get down to your Tier 1 and then you wait. This is not the only way to trade it. This is just the way I traded it. Bella, when you say you saw a change of pattern, what do you mean by that? Shark, KCG gets above 20 cents and there are a lot of people paying the offer. This is a sign of strength on the tape. Then KCG gets up to 3.40 and people stop paying the offer. They had paid the offer and paid the offer and paid the offer, and then they just stop. Next, 40 cents doesn't lift the offer, and then the bids start dropping. The trading decision to lighten up and exit some of your position is simple: 30.40. That's a level from yesterday. Combine that with the offers not getting paid and a dropped bid at 39 cents, and you have your exit of hitting the bids. Bella, was there a held offer at 3.40? Shark, I don't really remember specifically, but I'm pretty sure that those 40 cents wouldn't lift. They paid him for a little bit. I don't think there was so much volume, but you get down to tier 1 and wait to see if it holds up there. KCG comes all the way back into that 3.08, 3.10 level, and you can buy a little bit back there. That is still an intraday support level to buy in front of. So maybe you just get back to tier 2 and wait. There's not much to do. Bella, but you didn't want it to go all the way back to 3.08. You wanted it to hold above 3.20, right? After a stock breaks resistance, you want it to hold above that prior resistance. Shark, right. But you are just holding your tier 1. There's not much else to do. Bella, does everyone understand that? We got 3.08 buying, 3.20 selling. It breaks above 3.20 and goes and finds another resistance level at 3.40. When KCG pulls back, we don't want it to be below 3.20. We want that to now actually be the support level. So it's not that the trade can't work or can't go higher. It's just not as good of a trading pattern as if KCG now held above the 3.20 level. We want resistance to become support and helping to confirm a likely push higher. Your win rate will be lower if KCG retraces all the way back to the 3.08 support level from where it started. Advanced traders break up their stops into pieces and exit with a whole set of different stops for each piece. Shark, also KCG needs more time to work if it's going to pull back that much. Okay, so say you don't like how much it pulled back. You hold your tier 1. See around 11-ish KCG holding around that 3.20 again. KCG is not really getting below 15 cents or 10 cents, so maybe you add another tier here and set your stops below 15 cents or 10 cents. Then KCG starts holding near that 30 cents. It's not really dropping 25 cents, and then maybe you get back up to tier 2 and set your stops below 20 cents or 10 cents. Bella, what does that mean? Piece out your stops. Shark, it means, for example, if I have 2,000 shares, I put a stop at 800 shares at 24 cents, 800 at 19 cents, and the rest underneath 10 cents. To piece out of my stops means that I put my stops at different prices. This increases my odds to catch the real move for at least some size while still being responsible with my risk. On the desk, I was stalking Shark to get really big if KCG got above 3.40. No trader wuss syndrome here. So KG gets above 3.40, and for me, I thought this was the spot to get really aggressive. It didn't work out so well, but KCG gets above 3.40. It's our level, and you see a buyer at 45 cents. This is when you put on max risk. You cannot control the results. Bella, I have to admit, I think I was encouraging you to get really big above that 3.40 because I really thought with a change of psychology that KCG was going to have a run. I didn't want you guys to miss that run. But yeah, this is a great setup above 3.40. There's just one thing I was concerned that you didn't do very well. I wanted to talk about that with you, but we can get to that. Shark, okay, so at that point holding above 40 cents, I'm pretty much tier 4, ready to add another tier through 50 cents. I put half my stop below 40 cents because it started to hold above that previous resistance, and then half my stop below 25 cents because that's the last area where KCG held. Basically, the stock becomes messy and doesn't go up like we thought it would, but still the right thing is to be big. Bella, okay, so we talk about this a lot. Your job is to do the right thing, and this is doing the right thing. We talk about not being a wuss. This is not the time to be a wuss. We talk about that fact that you are actually costing yourself money with a really terrific setup if you don't put a lot of risk on. This is another example of when you must be big. So what happens? Shark, the buyer at 45 cents drops and KCG goes down pretty steep. I get stopped out in it. This is unfortunate, but... Bella, where did you get stopped out? Shark, below 40 cents and below 25 cents. But when KCG stopped going down around that 20 cents, I decided it's still above that original hold price, so I bought some back. Bella, did you get stopped out for all of it? Shark, for all of it. But at that point, I'm getting ready to buy back Bella. Why would you be stopped out of all of it since it's still above 3.08, meaning shouldn't you be at least long tier 1 until KCG gets below that support level? You shouldn't get flat here unless KCG traded below 3.08. Shark, well in this case I hit out. But I'm also thinking when KCG stops going down I'm going to buy it back, so I hit out at 24 cents, I got flat. That was my last previous support level. But I'm thinking KCG is still above 8 cents, so now when it gets above 15 cents, I'm going to buy back. Probably not tier 1 in this case. Probably 1/2 of a tier because I don't like that candle from below 45 cents back to the first support area at all as far as for the long. KCG does start to stabilize. There was a seller at 30 cents, so I get back up to a full tier 1. A deep red candle means a sharp down move. A failed breakout offers a lot of downside risk. Bella question, sometimes when a stock gets above a really important level, you can have one of those deep red candles because too many people get long above this 40 cents and they get flushed out. And another way is a stock gets above this 40 cents and it actually gets too steep. Sometimes when the candle is much steeper to the upside than it's been all day, you can have that candle to the downside. That's steeper than you've seen. The steeper up move causes the steeper down move or pull in. It looks like what happened here is that KCG got above a really important intraday price, and sometimes when that happens, you get that steep candle because everyone is buying above resistance. So there's that risk. A failed breakout offers a lot of risk to the downside if it doesn't hold that 3.40, see figure 3.4. Is that what happened? Shark, yeah, so I didn't like how KCG pulled in at all. KCG does start to recover above 3.30 again. There was a big seller at 27 cents. I remember there was a big seller there that wouldn't lift, and then when that guy lifted, I got back up to a full tier. I just kept my stop below the original hold. We get back above 3.40 and then up to 3.50. Finally, KCG starts holding a little above 40 cents. So that's another spot to get up to tier 2, tier 3, and once it finally got above 50 cents, it took a few tries. There's nothing really to do until it gets up to 85 cents. I thought KCG got steep to that price. Bella, okay, let's just talk about something that I think needs to be discussed. You're looking at that 3.40 level. It's an important level, but if I were to critique some of your mindset in this particular setup, I would say that you were too married to the idea that it had to go up above 3.40 and go fine for-ish the first time it got above 3.40. Sometimes it takes a couple of times. Sometimes the stock is not ready to actually break out the first time. The stock may not be ready to break out when psychologically you want it to break out. And did you overvalue that it just didn't work the first time? That happens. Were you psychologically prepared to be really big again or big, maybe really big when it got to 3.40 the second time? Shark, I actually got pretty aggressive again at 3.50. I was probably holding tier 1 1,000 shares or 1,200, something along those lines. And KCG got up to 3.50 and I paid for a lot through 3.50. I hit out of some, and then when KCG got below 40 cents, I hit a little more. But I kept trying through 50 cents, and then it finally started looking different, so I got back up to a tier 2, tier 3, and was able to hold it pretty well for the up move. Bella, so you did get back into tier 3? I stand corrected. Shark, yeah, well, it went through 50 cents like 3 times and didn't go up. So I kept paying for 1,000 shares and then hitting out for a couple cents less. Paying for 1,000 shares and hitting out. And then finally KCG got a little higher through 55 cents and hadn't gotten above 55 cents. So then I paid for a few more 1,000 shares and dropped 50 again. Then I got down to 1,000 shares, and I caught it for another 2,000 shares when it finally went. Shark smiling, I can't say I didn't try. Traders laugh. Bella, okay, so what you are saying is that for this setup, it wasn't a clean enough intraday breakout above 3.40 for you to really crush it. Shark, right? Read carefully, please. Bella, you have to protect yourself and play defense first with all trades. If the stock doesn't act a certain way, you will continually get stopped out and not crush it. But it is more important to play defense and control your risk. So, you take the small losses before catching the big up move. Professional traders take losses all the time. Professional traders are first interested in controlling their risk before being right about a trade. Keep your losses small and let your winners run. That is the life of the pro trader. It can be frustrating at times. You will find yourself wanting to say the heck with taking that small loss, the stock will go higher. But that is not the mindset of a pro trader. A trader is mostly a master of risk management. Shark, exactly, and after what happened the first time with the failed breakout, I have that in the back of my head. Bella, you were doing the right thing, but it just wasn't clean enough for you to crush it, which happens. It happens. Shark, so in the rest of the trade, KCG got steep to that price. Again, it's sort of the thing that happened the first time at 40 cents, holding the offer at that price. It was like 82, 83 cents, so I sold a third of my position there. I think I might have tried buying on the pullback at 60 cents. 4 was the next level, so I got pretty light there because I thought it was pretty steep, and then at 4.20. At 4.25, there was clear selling on the offer, and then 25 cents just didn't lift. Bella, was 4.25 as much as an unusual hold on the offer as 3.08 was an unusual hold on the bid? Shark, it might have been. There was a tremendous amount of volume at that price. It didn't lift. Bella, you sold in front of there, 4.25. Shark, yeah. A trade 2 hold means you are holding until there is a reason to sell. Bella, okay, so that can be a reason to get out of a trade 2 hold. If you see massive selling at a particular price that you had not seen previously, that can be a reason to sell. You might add that to your list for a reason to sell, a trade 2 hold. Shark, yeah, combined with the fact that it was really steep and it was at a price from yesterday, 4.20, I think was the high from yesterday. So it was combining all those factors. Bella, holding up fingers to enumerate the combining factors, too steep, massive selling, and a level from yesterday. Shark, correct. So then my next mindset was I'm going to buy the pull-in, depending on how it looks, but KCG really didn't do much the rest of the day. Trade review slide shown. I think I was aggressive, but the main thing that tripped me up was not being tier 3 from the beginning at 3.08. I think I only started with 1,000 or 1,500 shares there, and I wasn't really afraid to buy on the way up. But when KCG dropped that 40 cents and had that red candle, it made me much more hesitant the second time to load the boat. In stocks below $5, buy mostly on the bid. And fight for the best prices, otherwise you will not make money consistently. Bella, I think that is a very important part of this trade. So if this were a $50 stock and the levels were 50.08, 50.20, and 50.40, the way that you ended up attacking the trade probably makes more sense. You made a really interesting point. It's a $3 stock. So a move from 3.08 to 3.40 is a big move in a $3 stock. A move from 50.08 to 50.40 is the spread sometimes in those stocks. You really have to fight for your prices in something that's as cheap as KCG. A move from 3.08 to 4.25 is massive. Shark, it's like 30–40%. Notice his mindset, he focuses on what he gained from this trading experience. Superb quality to emulate. I like how aggressive I was. I was ready to hold 4,000–5,000 shares in this position, no problem. It was a good experience being able to give back $1,000 of open P&L because at least I can say I did the right thing. And when it does happen, and it works above 40 cents the first time, I'm going to have a good trade. Bella, I actually feel better that you went through this review because I thought you gave up on it a little bit because it didn't really work that first time. But obviously, it just wasn't clean. Okay, good trading. Thank you, Shark. Postscript. We have been having internal discussions about a path in time for Shark to become our next head trader. It is not a coincidence that the traders he mentors are some of the hardest workers at our firm. It's Sunday as I am editing this chapter. 2 of his mentees are in our Midtown office with me. New traders doing work like Shark is how you build a desk. The daily work of Shark is how you build a trading career. There will be more interesting trading strategies to come in this book, but not a more important lesson to be learned about how to become a successful trader than by emulating the daily work of Shark. 4. T.O. How good can you be? Football fans will remember wide receiver Terrell Owens, or T.O., mainly for his over-the-top antics. On the field, with his talent and diligence, he established himself as one of the best ever at his position. But he just couldn't keep his mouth shut and often let his ego get the best of him. As I write this, the more famous T.O. has hit rock bottom, is broke, divorced, and has just been cut from an Arena League team in Texas that is mostly unknown to the general public. But the young man we will call T.O. embodies all the on-field excellence that Owens showed for years, but without the drama off it. Call it T.O. talent without T.O. attitude, but with all the competitiveness of an NFL pro. I remember vividly T.O.'s video Skype interview to gain entrance into SMB. I sat in my small office at 1 State Street, a block from Wall Street, walls covered with the Golden Bell, 12 of the Masters, Derek Jeter diving into the stands, stopping his momentum chin on the stadium seat, impressed I actually had executed on this technology experiment. For me, technology tryouts often lead to disappointment. T.O. and I had scheduled a call during his senior year of college. The call went like this. T.O. had been trading on his own with his teenage poker winnings. I became more interested. He had started an investment club at his school. I became more interested. He was marginally profitable. I became more interested. He had been following our blog. He had read my book. He knew Steve, G. Man, and the rest of our cast of characters. Okay, you get the point. I was interested. T.O., can you tell me a little about your trading strategy? There was a pause. He collected his thoughts. Later, I would learn he does this before answering any question, as he is wonderfully introspective and thoughtful with his responses. I like to fade stocks on the open, and he was off with specificity to his trading style. He was a senior. In college. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have heard something like that when I vetted a college kid. This was no, I read the Wall Street Journal daily and watch CNBC, Pat Deja Vu-ish interview. In one good trade, we had introduced the franchise, SMB's equivalent of the #1 pick in the NFL. The franchise has since moved on to his own firm, but all good organizations must find ways to replace elite performers. That seat is now occupied by T.O., literally. There is so much you can learn from his journey to consistently profitable. T.O. is the ultimate competitor. If anyone reads this chapter and can honestly say you compete like T.O., I would like to meet you. First, I do not believe you. But second, please look me up, give me a ring, and I will probably hire you for our prop desk. And there is more about T.O., a truly complex trader/person. This is a story of depth, layers, awesomeness, grit, fragility, flow, and self-fatiguing perfectionism. He is one step ahead of the competition, does the detailed daily work to build intuition, could fail at any moment but is already a success. Let's see how. T.O., the ultimate trading competitor. Often, people mistake ego for competitiveness. Competitiveness is not trying to make more than another trader. Solely, it is becoming your best trader. This requires daily and detailed work. Work that T.O. has done. We will share the detailed trading work that he does, and you can copy to make significant improvement as a trader. Competitiveness is being as good as you can be at your passion. Trying to win at anything else is ego. I really want to be a good trader. I really want to make more than such and such trader. If you are not reviewing your work after every close, being prepared before every open, spending the day immersed in getting better every day, then no, you don't. You don't want to be those things. You want to satisfy your ego. Find another game for that and leave professional trading for guys like T.O. Sitting on a trading desk and saying you want to get better does not make you better. That is talk. That talk has nothing to do with your individual skill development. Notice how the New England Patriots don't talk before the Super Bowl. What does their chirping about wanting to win the Super Bowl have to do with winning it? They must prepare their bodies with strength training. They need to protect Brady, their star quarterback, better. They need to watch hours of film to find the schemes to do this. They need to practice these new schemes so they can execute in game time. These are the things that will help them win. Not talk, not ego. All of this before the game ever starts is they're competing. I cringe when people spout wanting to win at something like table tennis, which they might play once a year, shows they are competitive. Those stories about Michael Jordan so desperately wanting to win at ping pong are not examples of his competitiveness, but rather his large ego. Or the vacationing golfer who wants to beat his buddy because he feels he is a competitor. If you are not spending 30 hours a week on something to improve your craft, then winning at that something is to satisfy your own ego. Please do not confuse that with being competitive. This is what competitive looks like as a trader. Timeline, it's 7:00 p.m. on a Thursday. I close my internet browser, grab my North Face backpack, lock my office door, and look forward to a short subway ride home to see my wife. I am tired and hungry. My brain cannot process any more information for this day. I peek through the clear glass door that encloses our trading floor, expecting it to be empty. I am wrong. There is one trader left working on his game. It's T.O. T.O. competes. Timeline, it's around lunchtime, and I exit my office to go grab some Sophie's, the best Cuban food in downtown Manhattan. I can almost taste the marinated chicken, yellow rice, and pinto beans with their special hot green sauce as I walk quickly to the elevator. In front of me in our narrow corridor is T.O. and his sidekick Pippen. We will call him Pippen because, well, Scottie Pippen was perhaps the best sidekick in professional sports history, playing second fiddle to Michael Jordan on 6 NBA championship teams. And Pippen is T.O.'s sidekick. You might expect T.O. and Pippen, as young 20-somethings, to be talking about last night's beer blast and a pretty girl they chatted up. Nope. They are talking CHK. T.O. is explaining with supreme focus how he should have gotten shorter at 18, as a clear bearish flag pattern had developed. Pippen nods, absorbing every trading nugget of T.O.'s description. I check my BlackBerry, answer an email from a trader in Australia, and share the elevator down to our lobby. They talk CHK the entire ride down, and then out the office. And then heading right as I veer left to grab my lunch. T.O. competes. Timeline, it's 7:15 p.m. on a Wednesday, and our principals meeting is complete. With 90 minutes of discussion now over, I slip onto the almost empty trading floor. There is T.O. again. He is watching a trade back in VRTX that he recorded via screen recording technology Camtasia 8.0. I ask him what he is watching. He responds he is trying to decide whether he should have faded a double intraday top. We watch back a particular segment of the recording together. This is his 10th viewing to my first. I don't have a problem with your skipping that short, I say. Yeah, he replies and then watches the segment again. T.O. competes. Timeline, on a typical day sometime around 9 p.m. EST, I receive the last daily trading review from the traders I work with one-on-one. If I recognize a trader who is working hard and he or she starts to become profitable, I ask that trader to send me a daily review to which I respond with feedback. We do this every day. My BlackBerry buzzes. I am lying on my couch watching Pardon the Interruption via DVR, and it's T.O.'s review. I immediately pause the show and open my laptop. I have come to look forward to T.O.'s daily review like a delicious dessert. It's as if he wants me to know the best comes last. It often does. His reviews often read like an academic white paper, brutally critical yet brutally honest and factual at the same time. Here's an example of one of T.O.'s reviews, giving you an inside look at the detail of review for an elite competitor. Your P$L as a trader is determined by the work you are willing to do after close. Really nice day. I was very defensive too. I didn't need a whole lot to make money today. Can't say it was an amazing day in the market or that there was a ton of opportunity. I just maximized what was given to me. I was worn out from scalping all day yesterday, and I made an effort to try to guide my day in a different direction. I just didn't want another open where I had to dig my way out of losses and grind all day. I made 5x more than I did yesterday with 1/5 the effort C figure 4.1. 1. I pressed my best stocks for the day by putting on size or trading/holding them throughout the day. 2. I avoided racking up gross losses by passing up 50-50 trades. Stocks that didn't move, weren't clean, or weren't clearly directional. $220 in the loss column on my chop tracker. That's gotta be the lowest for me in ages. Now that's patience. 3. I stayed in observation mode. I wanted to stalk trades and trade ideas when they were ready. I didn't even want to put on a feeler 100 shares because I knew that would commit me to the play and lead to taking additional risk, because my personality is to make everything perfect, getting back in the play, trying to add, trying to scalp around a core, trying to improve my price, etc. I had a nice safe stock in WIN on the open. Although I had 300 shares on below 11 as a feeler, and it traded down to 10.30, I didn't make most of my money on the initial drive because there was hardly any trading volume in the stock. There was absolutely no reason, tape or news, to think a stock that traded so thick with so little ATR would get struck so hard. It was a surprise move from a conference call, and I covered early at 10.50. The real money came after the drive shows weakness, and it starts to hold lower below 10.40. So I don't need to get the first 50C to make money. I'm trying to remember this because trying to be the first guy in a move keeps getting me cracked on the open. I need to learn how to better flip the aggression switch on. I wasn't big enough in SGI. I was trading based on the results of the last few trades, and the prior 2 days, I remember getting burned by thinner stocks under the uptick rule. So I only had 400-700 shares on this stock. There were spots where I should have capitalized on getting huge with 1-2C risk, but I wasn't certain if it would work or if I really did have 1-2C risk. I should be risking $50 100 in SGI to be consistent, and I didn't. Then there are stocks like KRO yesterday where I just pile up losses more than I anticipated due to slippage, waste, getting back in, adding at random spots, etc. See figure 4.2. WIN was a stock where you could erroneously hit the bids like SGen. It was thick and liquid. So I got huge in this play, 1,500 shares. Everyone on the desk missed the easy money from 10 to 9.40. I kept trading the ticks in that move, knowing I could hit the bids. I don't think anyone took advantage of this enough. We all thought it was overextended. It's always easier to get back in for the panic move when you see the stretch move, and you can hit the bids and keep it tight. Either you sense the panic or you don't, and you can get out quickly and safely, especially on this stock. I also got long for the bounce at 9.60, sensing the difference in pattern change. I didn't really try to make a whole lot on this play, trading 400 shares and selling most of it before 9.85. But the trade was actually really easy, and it's not scary like most bounces because WIN was a clean, liquid stock. Later in the day, everyone was consumed with playing the reversal play in WIN. I'll admit, I was a little annoyed. I wasn't in the play because I didn't think the stock would move much. I thought most people were drinking the Kool-Aid on the play and chattering about how they're gonna be super, super big. I thought they were getting big because they could, not because the play was amazing. It was barely moving. I had to resist the urge to get in just because everyone else was in it. I ended up being right when after 3 hours in the play, it didn't get past 10.15 and everyone got stopped out at 10.09. I was trying to be consistent. This was not Rovi or Hulks or EAT or SGen or Big, all similar uptick rule stops going down, reverses, plays but better, where I followed the desk. We've talked about using the desk's information better, and this is the balance I want to achieve. I made $500 plus on Rovi last Friday following the desk, and I thanked everyone for it. But at the same time, I don't want to drink the Kool-Aid, and I don't want to feel like I'm in this competition to trade more size in a play. My intuition was telling me this was one of those spots, that the play wasn't that good, and I avoided it. SGI was a stock at 52-week lows and held below $7, traded down to $6.10. I covered my risk too early for 5-6C on 200 shares, not trying to hit the home run and kind of compensating for being 10C late in the play. The initial entry should have been the consolidation at 7.20. I got in 10C late. I'm kind of managing risk according to my emotions here, being overly concerned that SGI is another dud like KRO from yesterday, rather than trying to maximize the real trade. I did get back into the close at 6.45, even though the best entry was 6.70, and I took another $160 out of this trade. So that's a positive. I also tacked on another $120 after hours trading JPM. Tape was surprisingly easy and clean. I have to say, I have zero confidence reading the tape on large caps or big financials. I was actually hesitant to trade it at first because for a stock with 25 mil trading on average, it was a bit spready and illiquid, which made me not trust it. But that's actually better sometimes. There were no programs playing games. It traded below 40 and traded dollar to dollar, never found 40.01 again. I didn't get involved until 38.5039-ish, only traded 200 shares at a time. I'm starting to learn from G-Man in finding a balance between being too reactive vs. holding too long. T.O. competes. T.O. is such a world-class worker that he inspired me to write this blog post about doing detailed work to improve as a trader. This new trader is improving NAV 17, 2011 by Bella category. Mike Bellafiore's Bella's blogs. I should facetiously title this post, The Glamorous Life of a Managing Partner. Yesterday, Leo, who runs our Active Trader College program, and I drove 8 hours back and forth to Bentley U, arrived back home at 1 a.m. Woke up at 5 a.m. to scoot to the airport for a 6:50 a.m. flight to Vegas. We had a blast at Bentley and worth every driving mile. Some really wonderful conversations with young students with very bright futures. I am presenting at the Las Vegas Trader Expo on Friday, which reminds me, if you are in the area, please come by and say hi. On the flight out, I worked on my PowerPoint presentation and tried to make a dent in the 2 days of behind emails. Drinking lots of water to stay hydrated, as I recognize travel, with a lack of proper sleep like this, can bring a nasty flu. A fun part of the flight out west at 35K feet on my go-go internet connection is going over some trainees' reviews from yesterday's trading session. T.O. sent me his work, which fits nicely into my thesis I shared at Bentley U last night. T.O. showed up for training with a nice background of college trading. T.O. stays till 7 p.m. on most nights and does an all-star job of reviewing his work and focusing on getting better every day. He is a catalog-perfect model for the aspiring young trader. From T.O.'s review, positives, put myself in a position to win at the open by focusing on a big picture play that made sense to me, in this case PAKES. I've come to realize that it no longer makes sense to favor a stock just because it has earnings. If the gap is too small, if the pre-market volume is too light, if there's a conference call, if I can't make sense of the long-term story, or if the uptick rule just makes it too difficult to trade. It's these details that make a Seco or a QCOM or an APAL. Can't count how many times I've invested time in an ordinary gap down, hoping there will be an unusual hold to give me a 101R/R trade, and it never comes and I just churn. My stock selection continues to be pretty good for those accumulation breakout setups. VIT was a good one. Execution still isn't perfect, but if there was one long into the close that worked in the market downtick, it was this one. I was patient and mostly traded the stocks I prepared for from the morning. Traders often talk about their intuition. Well, you do not build intuition without screen time and purposeful practice. T.O. is now able to find the better gap setups because he has spent numerous opens fully prepared and carefully considering the best gaps to play. He could have walked in on most trading sessions in his first 8 months, blindly listed to our AM meeting, not internalized a best setup on the open for him, and now be sitting without the skill to find the best stocks for him. But now that is not the case. It was his pre-open thought preparation. It was his after the close review of the stocks he chose. It was quietly thinking about his trading, hours of journaling. It was talking to some other traders and getting their feedback, and now he has improved. My days are packed with learning meetings in Vegas. Should be a fun 2 days. One of the great ways to improve as a trader is to think about your trading after the close. The Talent Code, written by Daniel Coyle, teaches us how our brains develop circuitry for our skills. Your brain, developing this wiring, makes no distinction between doing and just thinking about doing. T.O. is always thinking about his trading and building this connectivity in his trading brain, so much so that we used his post-trading thought for a guest SMB blog post. Doing a daily playbook trade is one way he builds trading connectivity in his trading brain. You can do a playbook trade daily to just get it done. Or you can do a playbook trade with all your efforts so you get the most out of each trading day. As you can see, T.O., the gritty performer, gives his best effort each day, taking away as much knowledge as he can from each trading session. Making decisions how to enter on MOS. Oct 3, 2011 by SMB Capital category, General comments a guest post from an SMB trainee, TO. Bella has the entire floor working on their playbooks on a daily basis to take in and internalize our best plays. Here is one of my plays on MOS last week. 1. Big picture, the SPYs were in an intraday downtrend in the 116s and next support was 115. 2. Intraday fundamentals, MOS was in playoff earnings. Q1 EPS was 1.17 vs. Estimates of 1.29. There was a slight gap down. 3. Technical analysis, MOS was in a downtrend and consolidating at the lows near 55. The next support level was 54.50, the 6-month low, and after that, it would be 53. A new 6-month low could have considerable downside. 4. Reading the tape, there was some selling at 55.10, maybe a held offer. This is simple bread and butter strategy at SMB, getting short on weak stocks that are in play. Trading with the market on a market stock is a bonus. I have many other playbook entries with very similar variables. However, in this scenario, I chose to watch the stock rather than jump in short when we print a new low by 1C. I'm not saying this isn't a good trade, as I very well could have missed out on profits for the times when MOS has a clean break away from 55. But there were 2 factors that made me wait. 1. I did not watch MOS trade at all until that point. I knew from pre-market discussion with other traders that it can be a spready stock with some vicious algo trading. 2. It wasn't yet long-term broken until we were below 54.50, so there could be some accumulation between 54.50 and 55. There was sideways price action which defines my risk, but was that really my true risk? Yes, if I'm just hitting the new low for a scalp. But if you're trying to trade a bigger picture idea, and that's generally what our playbook consists of, sometimes the real risk is having to maneuver in and out of a stock and getting stopped out on multiple tries before finally having a clear signal that your idea was right or wrong. There are other subsets for a short entry that were still possible. We could hold under 55. We could break 54.50 and I could hit the new low there. And sometimes waiting for something to happen in a stock can really show you the true risk and give you the best entry. In this case, the something to happen was a not so nice for early shorts spray move to 55.75 after we printed a new low by 1C at 54.96. Some background, one time I heard my mentor Sammy mutter on one of the stocks he had traded, "I should have got back in. The offer lifted but then came right back and held lower. That's an even better short." He was talking about a certain pattern where one should get back in if they got stopped out on a held offer play. So this playbook setup is about a particular squeeze, then we go lower subset. The buy Thenu low program steps in and squeezes out the weak shorts, and then buyers at support get excited, extra liquidity and better prices immediately attract sellers to return to the market and bring it lower. This is what happened little over a minute later on MOS. This time, I got off the sidelines and hit the bids. MOS reached my target of 53, and I covered on the bid at 52.88. I did not crush this trade by adding size, alas. This is the downside of my cautious approach to this stock. So I went back and reviewed good spots to add size responsibly, something that Bella mandates we do on our best trades. Timeline: the Friday before St. Patrick's Day in NYCTO is huddled with G-Man and some newbies talking about an ITM trade. G-Man is walking through his thinking tick by tick and explaining how and where he got big. "Yeah, but weren't you concerned that the market was getting weaker, G-Man?" asks TO. G-Man, an original cast member of the Go Big or Go Home Trading Network, responds, "Nah, it was showing relative strength to the market." Do not jabber you want to be a better trader. Do the work daily that determines your trading success. If you are not competing like TO daily, imagine how much better you can be as a trader if you did. What does it mean to compete as a trader? Review your trading/trades. Think trading. Watch film of your trading. Talk trading. Review the trades of your mentor. Talk with your mentor about trading. Watch film of trading in a group. Archive a setup that made the most sense to you in your playbook. Keep a trading psychology notebook. Ask questions about the day to a trading partner. You do this every day as a trader. TO does. If not, then you are not competing like he is. TO does more. TO is one step ahead of you. One of the things that frustrates me about new traders is that too many expect someone like me to give them all the answers. Then they just do the work that I prescribe. That is not good enough. You need to do all the work that a good training firm demands and more. News flash, I do not have all the answers. Oh man, whatever you think of Coach Cal, go watch Espen's all-access documentary on the 2012-13 Kentucky Wildcats. See how hard it is to compete at the highest level of D1 college basketball. For every possession, every screen, every pass, you must compete. There are a lot of things that future elite performers just have to figure out. As a trader, you have to be thinking of ways to take that trading base you learned from your mentors and make it stronger. Be one step ahead and do more. Like TO does. After the close, just after social media stalwart LinkedIn, stock symbol LNKD, went public, I marched the firm into our training room. Just before, there was pound 263, speaker on of me punching my phone. "Carlton, get everyone in the training room right after the close," I barked. "No problem, Bella." Playing Coach Bella, I pounded the table for our traders to start watching social media stocks. They were hot right after the Facebook IPO was announced. For a few weeks, they were a basket full of opportunity. REN, GRPN, LNKD, and ZNGA were some stocks that were moving. So what did TO do? He went back to his desk, logged onto FinViz, and started mapping out a basket of social media stocks to watch. He shared his watch list with me, which I then shared with the desk. Fast forward 4 months, and I sat in the Marina Mandarin, Singapore, preparing my presentation. Opportunities in U.S. Equities for the Asian investor/trader, from that list that TO compiled. Don't wait for someone else to give you all the answers. You will never make it as a consistently profitable trader if you do. Find ways to improve your trading game. When a sector gets hot, it's time for you to develop a hobby of reading everything you can about that sector. I hear there is something they invented called the internet for such information. Learn the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 companies not in this hot sector pretending to be. Here is how they move. Tier 1 stocks find a bid, then Tier 2 shortly thereafter, then Tier 3 shortly thereafter, and then Tier 4. Patterns emerge with this hot sector. Learn these patterns and develop trades that make sense to you to exploit these opportunities. If you need to wait for someone else to develop a watch list of a hot sector for you, I can only advise for you to find another sport. Here is that watch list TO created, http://bit.ly/xsjgow, see figure 4.6, and TO does more. TO knows tools before the rest. One afternoon, I start playing around with a beta version of TraderView created by my friend Greg Rienecker. TraderView helps new and developing traders review their work. Perhaps he was just being nice, but Greg credited one good trade as his inspiration to build TraderView. Greg is a super talented technology coder and entrepreneur in the Colorado area, aka Bradfeld territory of Zynga investing fame and the awesome tech stars on Bloomberg TV. Greg had sent me the first beta version of TraderView. I wrote Steve this simple email with the beta link, find out how we can work with him. I mentioned Greg to my good friend Lee Drojan, who created the game-changing Estimize, the first open financial estimates platform, and he confided, "I tried to get Greg to work with me on Estimize. If you can work with him, just do it. It's a great trading tool for you to check out, so this is how awesome of a worker TO is. Steve and I are talking to Greg about working together." Greg releases his product, and on day 2 of the TraderView launch, I pass by TO's desk and peek at what he is up to. Guess what that SOB is doing? The SOB is playing around with TraderView, and he loves it. Further, as time goes by, TO exchanges emails with Greg and offers suggestions to improve the product, which is like getting input from David Beckham on free kicks. Here is an example of how TO took our existing monthly review and incorporated TraderView in only his first few months of trading. See figures 4.7, 4.13. Other stats: ECN fees, 1.70 per ticket net positive days, 13/20 65% gross positive days, 17/20 85% net PNL, $20.48.82 daily AVG volume, 23,531 net positive tickers, 71/184 38.5% positives. 1. Trading certain sectors, biotech, social media, and solar, accounted for a large chunk of my revenue stream. TSL, THLD, REN, Zynga, and Vivus are 5 of my best stocks. I've learned a lot about what drives these companies, who participates in their market, how interest flows in and out, and how it's visually represented in price and volume. 2. Not playing tug-of-war with any given stock, no stocks beyond 100 in gross. 3. Increased my ticket average month-to-month by almost 3.3 points, 5.62 to 8.90, substantial improvement. 4. Increased daily average volume by about 3,500 shares, 20,000 to 23,500. Probably not as much of an increase as I'd like considering how much I improved my efficiency above. 5. Positive every hour of the day. 6. Rarely gross negative cumulatively, my 3 gross negative days accounted for $35 gross. When taking this into consideration, I'm probably not taking nearly enough risk on a day-to-day basis. Negatives. 1. Win ratio is still too low. 40% just doesn't psychologically bode well with me. It's not the most important stat, though. I attribute this to a lot of feelers and scratch trades where I took a very small loss. 2. Too many negative stocks, 38.5% rate. Suggest I'm in too many plays where I don't have enough of an edge, either not moving enough or moving too erratically instead of cleanly. 3. Went through a dry spell for 2 weeks in middle of February where I was net flat. There was some inconsistent trading here. 4. I pretty much don't have any notable big chops on a trade initiated after 1 p.m. I need to alter my playbook for this time period and reduce the volume I'm doing in this time period relative to other time periods. 5. ECN fees were just terrible this month, 1.70, worst since I've started trading. What to improve on? 1. Trading high price and large spread stocks such as WTW, Fossil, Sohu, Soda, GRMN, CTRP. These were my biggest losers or my most frustrating trades. I traded them when they were in play, and I do think there was an edge to be had trading these stocks, but execution and trade management were very difficult for me. 2. Risk aversion on the open. I was passing up too many good plays on the open during the 2 middle weeks of February where my performance dropped off a bit. I overcompensated by taking the risk during lower opportunity times of day. It makes no sense to allocate risk like this as an intraday trader. I should be willing to lose the same amount of money when things are moving on the open. In general, all my losing streaks, for 5+ losing trades in a row, almost always come after 1 p.m. Not the open, so there's no proof that I'm even experiencing a lot of negative variance on the open. The possibility that a few bad trades can push me close to my stop on the day. 3. Open drive play during earnings season. I don't think I made enough on these patterns, relates to the above issue. We'll be looking to add these to my play for next earnings season. Numerous trades on Vivus are a good template to start with. 4. Dealing with my emotions. Rough stretch in middle of February where I felt I was underperforming, probably exacerbated some losses by staying at the desk while on the tilt, forcing trades. 5. Trading with the market, specifically this market that is long-term strong but occasionally weak intraday. Too much money lost on long exposure when the market was going down, trying to force second-day support plays and relative strength plays while the market was going down because I missed most of the shorts. I think I adjusted for this well. 6. Profit-taking short setups, usually my bread and butter setups on the open. I usually have the right sense of timing, but I don't think I take enough out of these plays. Vivus on the move from 24 to 22.50 is a good example of a trade where I had the right entries but chickened out of the play early and didn't take enough. I want to improve on trade management here. The key is knowing the difference between the ticks on a stock with a lot of upside momentum undergoing some profit taking and a weak stock. There will be a transition where chasers or late-comers have to see the stock is done, and then shorts take control. There's a lot of battling on the ticks. It's important for me to understand this when I'm in the trade and not get out of the play too early on some momentary strength. They're just going to have to control the stock and go all the way to take you out of the position. 7. Better win rate. 38.5% net positivity on tickers and 40% win rate on ideas don't cut it for me. These aren't the most important stats, but I'd like to have a better baseline. Too low means I'm overtrading or overextending myself into too many positions. 8. Most important, trading with more size, increasing my dollar risk per idea on the open, increasing my tier sizes, getting to tier 2 more often, taking more risk in general as a percentage of my daily stop. I should lose more money on my subpar days. Usually it takes an obscenely low win rate to come even close to my daily stop, just as a function of increasing risk across the board. I'm in the process of planning how I will do this on a day-to-day basis. I think this will be divided into weekly goals. Goals for March: 1. Ticket average of 10 plus 2. Position sizing, get to 700/800 shares tier 2 more often on my best plays. 3. First $1,000 gross day. 4. 80% net positive on daily basis. 5. Gross $5,000 plus. I think I'm going to have an add 100 shares rule. Anytime I'm in a position with at least 300 shares and I decide that's how much I'm going to risk, I'm going to add another 100 shares just on top of it. It's like a +1 rule to build the habit of a higher tier size, but incrementally, and not in any plays where it could double my risk, like if I'm trading Cena on the open with 100 shares. Overall, this month represented a real positive step in the right direction. After an inconsistent December and January where it was hard to string together back-to-back positive days, this month felt good. It represents my highest gross/net to date, so I'm happy with my progress so far. Lots of valuable screen time generated from my second earnings season, augmented by a stacked FDA calendar and Facebook's IPO announcement. Good confidence builder to precede my effort in trying to trade with more size. Then, TO took the SMB daily review that Shark developed from work by G-Man and me and incorporated TraderView to make our daily review even more powerful. He reached out and made a new, awesome product more awesome. Then he took a pretty damned good daily review process and made it better, helping his deskmates and himself improve even more. You want to know why you want to sit on a prop desk, to sit next to a TO. He already had a psychology coach. I reached out to TO and asked whether he wanted to see one of the psychology coaches who work with our traders. I noticed from his daily reviews and private conversations that he could be a little too hard on himself. Also, he started to write in his daily trading reviews, which I reviewed, that he got mentally exhausted at times. This reminded me of one of the brightest traders I have ever trained, Dr. Momentum, from One Good Trade. He had this same issue at the start of his trading career and worked with Dr. Brett Steenbarger, legendary trading psychologist, to improve. Deservedly, Dr. Steenbarger left us and his top hedge fund clients for a gig at this hedge fund you might have heard of called the Tudor Group, and it's approximately $11 billion of assets under management. But not to be outdone, today we work with Dr. Jonathan Katz, who has worked with top hedge funds and professional sports teams such as the New York Rangers. We also work with Dr. Andrew Menacre, who has worked with major banks and even the U.S. Navy. Upon my suggestion of his working with a coach, TO promptly sent a response. I already work with a sports psychologist, though he's not a trading psychologist per se. We do exercises on a biofeedback machine every week. It's pretty neat. Should I have been surprised? The failure rate of a prop trader. Let me pause here and remind you that not one of these TO anecdotes is later than 18 months into his trading career. Traders do not even get really good until year 3. You may look back at this book in 10 years and see the documenting of the start of a future star trader. Having said that, this book is not Trader Disneyland. Even the future stars struggle. After a solid day by our desk, I pinged our floor manager, Carlton, to have some of the guys who made chops intraday discuss their trades in our training room. After the close, Carlton found me. Bella, do you want to be in the room when they discuss their trades? Asked Carlton. What the hell do I need to be in the room for? T.O. made 2 points on the Yoku trade and I made 50 cents. What do they need me for? Later that evening, I received a near despondent email from T.O., pissed at himself for not making more in this trade. One of the most popular blog posts I ever wrote was the failure rate of a professional trader. After I wrote it, our former head of sales came storming into my office cautioning me not to be so honest. Let's double down with that openness. So T.O. has done just about everything you could ask from a developing trader. He even traded in college. So if you work as hard as T.O., you are destined to become the next great trader, right? Let's get T.O.'s opinion of his chances of success. It's not blind optimism that gets me through the doubt. It's honest introspection and realism. No matter how hard I work, how responsible my risk management is, there's a good chance the markets are just too hard and the cost of business becomes too high for me to keep playing. In that case, I will just go home and trade my own money. And if I go broke, I will call up my best friend to loan me $5K and he gladly would to trade. I'm going to trade anyway. This is what I remind myself when I start to dwell on the possibility of failure. You have to be a little crazy to want to be a prop trader. Oh, so you do not come to Wall Street, join a firm, and instantly become a millionaire. One day in the life of a pro trader. T.O. has been challenged mentally by the market to become a pro trader. He has had some bad days. I received this email from T.O., disappointed after a tough trading session. I chuckled when I read it. Man, have I felt like T.O. like every year of my career. I really got my handed to me the last 2 days. I think they are my 2 worst trading days in terms of net P&L. I basically gave back all of Wednesday's gains my best day, and some extra change to boot. Not to be over melodramatic, but these 2 days really produced a lot of anguish. It's not so much the dollar amount, but the sense of positive progress and consistency being squandered away. Now I'm left wondering if I can meet my goals for the month, and whether I have to, again, take a step back in my efforts to trade more size. I'm wondering if I have to be more humble with what I can do in this market. Trading can be 1 step forward and then 2 steps backward, then a few steps forward. There is never going to be a time when you are not going to run into a wall of progress impeded. So now from this psychological doubt and disappointment, can you find a way to make new progress? That is the game. That is the challenge. That is the world of a veteran pro trader. I feel as though I will never make money again. T.O. was also the sender of this email of frustration. I don't know what's wrong with me the last 3 days, but I am not trading up to par. It's much more eye-opening when the market is actually decent and others around me are making money. I'm disappointed, to say the least, by today, but I didn't do anything fundamentally wrong at first. I even made money initially. I don't know how to explain it, but from the opening bell, I was very unhappy before making even 1 trade. I was probably a 1/10 in confidence. I had no go-to idea, so I was thinking negatively. I'm probably going to be stuck in all the wrong dollar hit again. Watch me start off all red in my first 5 stocks. I just don't get trading. I missed just about every money-making trade for no other reason than just not believing it will work, and this bled past 10 a.m. too. And when they all worked, CAR, EAM, CF, which I was the one to alert on the VTF, GM, I couldn't stop beating myself up and questioning everything I was doing. I took a 1-hour break from the desk, then came back to make random 100-share piker trades, but eventually got into trouble trading a breaking news stock in VVUS and turned my day gross negative. These aren't my worst results, but I feel embarrassed to be negative today. If I sat down and analyzed the patterns that I saw, I could probably come up with objective answers why A was a trade and B wasn't, but I don't know if that's the big problem for me right now. It's doing it in real time and not getting stuck in BS worries like, well, I just brought it up and now it's 10C away from the ideal entry. I can't feel comfortable in this, and it's probably a worse pattern if it actually gets back to my offer. Maybe I'm just too slow on top of being too scared. My psyche is just a train wreck right now, and I'll be thankful tomorrow or at any point if I just have fun trading at the open again, regardless of results. I responded to T.O. via my iPad from Singapore. Before I share my response to him, I must add that I have had these same thoughts. I have had them every quarter that I have traded. I will have them again. Sometimes you feel the markets are too hard. that you just do not get it as a trader. And then there are streaks where you feel you cannot do anything but be positive. The truth is those streaks end as well. You are not as bad as you think when you feel you cannot make money. You are not as good as you think when you believe you will never have another losing day. Here are a few of my comments, some made to T.O. in response to his preceding email. Do not concern yourself with how anyone else is doing. Ever. The bank takes your trading check. It does not cash your trading partners. This is a journey about your trading. Do not worry about anyone else or anyone else's trades. Second, you ought to create a roadmap for the open, but you cannot predict how you will make money. You do not want to put pressure on yourself that you must be able to predict where and how you will make money. Trade with an open mind. Have some ideas on how you might make money, but then let the market confirm your bias, and be ready for easy plays to present themselves. Often, an easy trade you never knew was coming enters and can make your day. Remember MHS and Essex from recently, but you must be open to it coming to capitalize. You will have bad streaks. It is the life of a trader. Keep doing the work the market requires to improve every day. Keep searching for the patterns that make the most sense to you. Do not be so hard on yourself when you are just a little off. There is a fine line between crushing it and underperforming. You are not selling iPads at an Apple store here. When you are feeling like the trader above, make the game easier. Lower your tier size, trade your best setups, trade your best time frames, and just put up a positive number, and then repeat the next day. A lack of confidence can infect every future trade. Rebuild it. Soon you will forget you ever were in a trading bad streak. Finally, channel the negative feelings above into energy to improve. Embrace the pain. Use it to rip through charts so you never feel like this again. Use it to archive your best patterns so you never feel like this again. So look, even if you have quick trading success like T.O., you will doubt, worry, and consider failure. Welcome to the highly competitive world of a professional proprietary trader. The standard is, how good can you be? T.O. keeps working on his playbook that melds his talents and interests with his skill. Admittedly, I would prefer that he followed the trend more, but he is most comfortable, in his own words, as a contrarian. This and his trading past pulls him toward fade trades. My job as a coach is to help him be as good as he can be, not meld him into my trading system. I serve him, he does not serve my system. I frown at those firms who teach everyone who walks in the door to intraday momentum trade, historically the most successful intraday trading style. As long as T.O. is making fundamentally proper fade trades, he is good at them, and this is not detracting from setups of more opportunity for him. Then I help a trader refine his strategy. When a trader starts, I feel strongly that most should begin with the second day play, and then the trend trade T3, and then the bullish flag trade. These are the 3 easiest trades to start with as a new and developing trader. Become proficient and profitable in one trade, demonstrate that to your mentor, and then, and only then, should the new and developing trader move to the next trade. One trade at a time, traded profitably and proficiently before the next. But traders come in all stripes, so with T.O., we expose him to these easiest trades, and then work with him to improve the trades that his trading brain find most interesting, in this case, fade trades. T.O. loves to fade and he is good at it. Later, we will see G-Man force fade trades that were harming his P&L. Also, we will take a peek at South African traders who were attempting fade trades when the fundamentally proper trade was to trade the trend. None of this is the case with T.O. He has a history of working at his successful game as a fade trader, while also following the trend when that is the fundamentally best trade. The fade trade is just a part of his playbook, but a section that he naturally finds more interesting. So my job is to help him build the best playbook for him. That means helping him craft his best playbook of fade trades. Let me share 2 anecdotes, a morning breakfast, and an email exchange that demonstrate how I worked with T.O. on his fade trading so that we can learn how good he can be. The breakfast of fade trades. On a Saturday morning, we met on the Upper West Side of Manhattan for brunch at Lenny's, a popular eatery in my NYC neighborhood. I ordered a whole wheat bagel with tofu cream cheese and, well, he's some pastrami heart attack special. T.O. sat underweight and double-layered on an unseasonably warm winter day, as we got around to trading talk after Hack analyzing the NBA like a bunch of sports talk show callers from Piscataway. T.O. Is there really a rivalry between the Clippers and the Lakers? I asked. I mean, not really for Lakers fans, maybe for Clippers fans. Stuff like that as an unusual proportion of twin carriages, egg white wraps, and Patagonia fleece jackets pass us by. The day before, after the close, T.O. had asked to meet in my office for a talk, but I was unavailable. I was on one of those conference calls from managing partner hell. Oh, do I miss the days of just trading and coaching my desk? Heck, I miss the days of just trading, heading to the gym, playing 2 hours of basketball every night at the Reebok Sports Club, and weighing 20 pounds less, okay, 25, okay, 30. Gathering my things after the bell, and walking through Central Park from the east side to the west side of Manhattan, in time for a 4:30 p.m. run till dinner. Not anymore. SMB and all its entities do not run themselves, so we met for breakfast on a trading-off day. I was in one black sweats, a white tee, a gray Old Navy pullover hoodie Mark Zuckerberg style with a laptop powered by a Verizon hotspot, the New York Post and the New York Daily News situated smartly on my breakfast table, sitting with this potentially next great SMB trader. I should also mention that T.O. made $20,000 in online poker before he was 18. He wasn't supposed to be playing, obviously, but who cares? T.O. had made a fade trade for which he wanted my input. A fade trade means to take a position against the trend of the stock, so if a stock is trading up, you get short. If a stock is trading down, you get long. T.O. wanted to discuss a specific type of fade trade, we say a subset of a fade trade. Here goes, a stock gaps up, it quickly trades up 80+ cents without any discernible buying support and slows on the tape. T.O. wanted to fade this setup. T.O. japed that he wanted to make more plays like this. I like him thinking about the plays that make sense to him, although I am not a huge fan of this setup overall. Sipping Diet Lemon Snapple iced tea in a large cup of ice, back against one of those orange plastic cushion backstops, I asked whether he had archived these setups in his playbook. No, these were just the loose thoughts of a new trader who needed more nuance. Time for me to encourage a higher standard of trading thought. I shared that I am not a huge fan of this trade. Yes, these setups could be a part of a playbook, but there are better fade/reversal patterns to make. We discuss the gap and go on low volume with a flag that fails. You can make your month with plays like that, I encouraged. But limit your playbook to the very best plays, I counseled. During our breakfast trading summit, I had to communicate that there was a lack of quality thought with his fade play, while not diminishing this new trader's confidence. I asked, "Is there a way you determine if a stock has gapped up too much?" He should. I asked, "Is there a way to set alerts for these gaps and then low-volume spikes near long-term resistance levels?" There was, and he hadn't thought of this. I can see the patterns for this trade in my mind that are worth his attention. Like our brains search for a lost memory, my trading mind searches for profitable fade patterns for this young trader to master and me to encourage. His mind cannot yet see them. The natural interest is there for fade trading, but the domain knowledge for the best of these kind is not. I needed to feed his trading brain with the best of the fade plays. And how about the spikes that are especially hyperbolic? How about limiting his new fade trade to those? For me, the trade to make is the gap that makes no sense to you, combined with an especially hyperbolic low-volume drive on the open that pauses on the tape near real long-term resistance. I encouraged alerts set for these plays. I persuaded T.O. to limit his new fade trade to these variables and suggest spending more time internalizing this reversal pattern, the gap with an overextended open that flags and fails. Here is where the real money is. T.O. takes my domain knowledge on fade trades and then considers whether they will work for him, and after that we went back to talking about his Lakers. 3 fade trades for you to master. After trade discussions like ours at Saturday breakfast, there are follow-up questions on fade trading, like in an email that led to this blog post that follows. My response reveals 3 fade trades that you might consider for your playbook and again, highlights the importance of each trader finding the patterns that work best for him or her. Did you make this fade trade? $Paul. Jan 10, 2013 by Bella. I received this trader question via email on fade trading. Here goes. After the well-known trader coach visit meeting, I've come to realize I don't ask enough questions from the people who are more experienced than I am. Today was a dull day, lost about $150. I don't have a lot of talk about except this Paul trade. I'd like to know what you think about how I traded this Appal trade. My idea was to get long on any kind of failure test of the 52-week lows and position myself for a short covering bounce. The 52-week low was 18.36. The pre-market low was 18.62. The stock made an opening low of 18.52, which I thought was pretty marginal. It didn't really stick and hold lower. What do you think is the better approach? Getting a price close to 18.50, fading the down move, since the tape is telling me they can't really stick, and trying to stay in the trade all day against that inflection, because that's the real big picture level where I'm wrong, or being safe, waiting for more confirmation, trying to trade with the momentum on my side. I kind of did the latter. I got into the trade at 18.8519 and some lots above 19, and little did I know, I walked into a battleground that touched a lot of prices. Above below, lots of quick short covering bursts that failed to hold, overly aggressive low offers, but generally ticking my favor. I don't like establishing my position in spots where my intuition tells me it's 50-50, but I didn't want to miss a trade I prepared for either. At some point, I just felt like my price average, 19.03, was too high for me to give it to 18.50. It became a pseudo-hold higher trade rather than a support trade, and after two failures to hold above 19.25, I just hit it below 18.90. My active trading, getting bigger/getting lighter, was awful on the stock to boot. I kept killing my core average. I also think this trade would have been a lot better if the stock didn't put in an opening high at 19.48 in the first 10 minutes. That just makes the psychology of the play much different than, say, if there was only one move on the open, down, and the offers just tried to mow it down, but it couldn't get below 18.50. You could argue this is too crowded/hard a stock, and I shouldn't focus my time on it. I don't think there's a right/wrong answer. I'm positive that this will be your response, in that there's only the right way for me to trade it. But I'd like a compass so that I have more direction in evaluating my execution. Any thoughts? At Mike Bellafiore. I've been a fade trader and a trend trader during my trading career. It is too stressful for me to fade trade now. This doesn't fit with my present lifestyle, and we do teach many new traders globally for whom it is much easier to start as a trend trader. But at this point you have more experience and fade trading is appropriate. There is no best way to trade this setup. There is the best way for you. You were correct. Having said that, there are three intraday patterns that I see for a fade trade. 1. The puke. You see a steep down move on heavy volume that looks to you like the end of the move. Some call this capitulation. The play here is to get long with a stop below the low and hold for a real up move. This is only for advanced traders. 2. The clear bottom from the tape. I like this trade for an intraday, active, superior tape reading fade trader. I would caution that you wait for the tape to clearly show you something different. Wait to see clearly that the tape is different and that the stock clearly is not going down. This will be the key for this trade. Having the tape reading skills and discipline to see that the tape is clearly different and clearly not going down anymore. And passing on this setup when the tape is kind of indicating the stock may be done going down. This is a very important distinction, one that you must make to trade this pattern successfully. 3. The reversal trade after confirmation. I love this trade. This to me is where the most money is for most traders. Now the downtrend is broken. Now the stock is holding above the intraday downtrend. We have confirmation of a potential reversal. What is most important here is a higher confidence level in our trade. Therefore, you can get bigger. In fact, to play this trade properly, you have to get bigger when the trade starts to work. What is terrific about your trade here is you add through 19. This is spot on. What is awesome about your trading here is your hold for the real move. You cannot be a successful fade trader without capturing big chunks of moves when you are correct. T.O.'s competitiveness has allowed him to build skill so that he can use another important indicator for each of his trades, intuition. Building intuition. ARG is the topic of trading intuition misunderstood. Noobs think they are born with a feel for the markets and trade accordingly. Yeah, so it doesn't work like that. Intuition is your trading brain telling you when to buy and sell. For the experienced trader, this is an invaluable indicator. One to be listened to and honed. If you are a noob, tell that voice in your head to, as we say on Twitter, STFU. It's like a crazy old uncle you want to avoid at a family picnic. You will develop intuition through screen time, experience, and trader thought, like T.O. did. There is no other way it gets developed. When the Facebook IPO came to the market in May 2012, it failed miserably. Its IPO open price of 38 did not hold. During a discussion after the close, TO critiqued our desk during a trade review for not being prepared to short social media stocks. He made his points clearer in this email. I really think the desk blew an opportunity not getting short social media plays. We all know we can only make money if FB goes up, but we should be prepared if the IPO sucks. And that's where you go to stocks like Ren and Zynga, especially when they show their relative weakness right off the bat. They were crushing Zynga in the pre-market, flashing huge size on low offers. There are so many trapped longs who were long for no reason other than for today. Hey, I wanted the IPO to be good too, but there's no reason not to think of ideas to make money off of if it sucks. I am beating myself up so much for not being the one to make a massive amount of money shorting these things. I have a contrarian radar in my head, and for weeks, I avoided the social media sympathy plays because the price action was so bad. I'm actually being contrarian by following the trend. How ironic. Then G-Man banks huge on FFN, and I can't help but drink the Kool-Aid as well. I lost close to $1,000 on my personal account by getting long a few of them pre-market on gap ups. Trading small. I just let them all trade against me because I was stuck thinking, wait, WTF is going on? We were all drinking the Kool-Aid on the open, trying to get long Zynga with a very wide stop, thinking, wait, this makes 0 sense. How much can this really go down? I mean, if you were paying attention, you could have seen this coming for weeks. Zynga was making new lows into the IPO date. Nobody wants this piece of dollar hit. Even a leader such as LNKD looked very weak. Didn't follow my intuition. I'm not time machine trading, the foresight was there, but I didn't listen. That's why you have got to trade price action and not blind hope. If anyone should have nailed it, it should have been me. Hyped up sector, speculative stocks, contrarianism, those are my roots as a trader. Today was classic Wall Street by the rumor, sell the news, with a different twist. The only reason anyone had to buy a garbage company like Ren was for this day, and the IPO can't hold its opening price and traded dangerously close to getting below the IPO price as well. None of these companies had the right type of chart coming into Friday, save for FFN. Anyway, I'll get off the soapbox now. I responded, you are not on your soapbox. You are totally right. Your ability to properly critique this day started when you created the Finviz list of social media stocks and started watching how they traded, which were the best, which were dogs, which moved together. The trading lesson here is that TO developed the ability to accurately critique this day's trading because of the prior months of work he had done. You build intuition through screen time and study. He had paid his dues to gain the insight to offer a better plan of trading attack. And the winner is TO. Fast forward to a year later and see the contrast between a failed trader and TO. Fail boy sat in my office taking the time to explain why he was leaving. He volunteered a list of things he thought SMB could do better. As way of background, about 5 minutes earlier, SMB had an internal discussion about letting him go. I fought with my partners to give him another month. Turns out this was not my best moment running the firm. Fail boy started, Bella, I run a small business as well. I am doing this for your benefit. I thought you would want some feedback on how SMB can do better. He was the third worst performing trader on the desk. We do exit interviews when a trader leaves the firm. Why was he assuming we wouldn't ask for this feedback proactively? I know I can go get a job where I am paid a salary and run the algo I have developed, Fail boy boasted. We will run your algo and fund it if you show it to us and it back tests well. We are happy to back your model and are more than willing to back it with significant money as it performs, I responded. It still needs to be tested some more. I need to see how it performs over a few more months. Okay, well, we can help with that if you want, I replied. We have quants that help with this. My algos are much better than yours, and there is no one here to help me with mine. Our best algo is built to run at a $100 million capacity and has a 10-year track record. And the developer sits on our desk every day and is the most open person to new traders you would ever want to meet. Why not talk with him? Or for that matter, our other quants. My algo is not a simple trend-following system, Bella, as if ours is. Sometimes I feel as though I have taken crazy pills. Am I really sitting here having this conversation? Fail Boy didn't create an algo that works, was one of the worst traders on our desk, and when I offered him help, he was too good for that. T.O. was in your class, correct? Yes. Why aren't you doing as well as he is? This next answer sums up why he was talking to me about leaving and T.O. was on the desk making money. Bella, he has an unusual work ethic. And there it was, the mind of a guy who can never become a successful discretionary trader. Fail Boy was in my office correcting my firm before heading to imaginary greener pastures because he did not possess the secret sauce of T.O. It turns out a firm notorious for poaching SMB traders had offered a salary to poach him. On a positive note, Poach firm used to steal our better traders, but now through some SMB adjustments, they take the worst off of my hands. Of course, Poach firm thinks they are stealing our best. Yes, T.O. competes very hard. Yes, T.O. has competed harder than most who have ever entered the doors of SMB. I felt a case of déjà vu as others had said the same about the better traders we have developed. Is T.O. a possessor of an unusual competitiveness? Or is T.O.'s competitiveness a standard you must match if you want to find out how good you can be as a trader? The market data that I have demonstrates that T.O. is very special. He is a gift to me and my firm. T.O. inspires me to teach better, develop better trading tools, find better technology, and knock down doors for new trading opportunities for our desk. But the market is very clear in what it demands. Compete like T.O., or else you will be eliminated. Success is peace of mind, which is a direct result of self-satisfaction in knowing you did your best to become the best you are capable of becoming. John Wooden, honestly, it is not most important from T.O.'s story whether he is trading in 5 years or not. I am already proud of him. He has done the work to learn how good he can be. He is a success. Having said that, I bet you a Coke Zero he is an elite trader. If my firm does its job, he will still be on our desk working with and sitting as a role model for the next generation of SMB talent. If you compete like him as a trader or anything else important to you in your life, you should be proud of yourself. Let's peek in on a trade review of one of T.O.'s fade setups that fits his individuality, highlight a plethora of important market principles, introduce a new trade, and enjoy a high-level market discussion. The Sell the News trade, T.O., ticker Ammon, date Friday, July 27, 2012. Biotech Fade Trade Strategy. This trade has multiple components. Biotech Key Event Rug Pull Trade Open Drive / Momentum Trade Contra Ryan Style. Sell the News, trade the third is the most important. This is a textbook template for the oldest game on Wall Street story, smart money guys pulling the wool over everyone's eyes and leaving retail suckers holding the bag by selling into positive news. Big picture. It's been a biotech bull market this summer. Lots of impressive run-ups, ARNA, PSIC, Oryx, ONX, Ammon, MDVN, etc. What's important to understand is that Ammon is a biotech with a fair amount of coverage and following, but it is not one of the leaders because it did not trade to new 52-week highs. Intraday fundamentals. Ammon got PDUFA approval for AMR 101, but it opened negative in pre-market trading. Just from following the stock, I knew a few things. Everyone on StockTwits was pumping this thing, saying approval was a lock. Canaccord / Wedbush / etc. were raising price targets to $18 / $20 and pounding the table with buyout calls. Ammon often had technical breakouts, gap ups, and breaking news spikes that had less than impressive follow-through, e.g. late June when it gapped up to $15 but faded all day. The long-term price action was in an uptrend, but it felt heavy at current levels. That, and knowing this was a crazy bull market in the sector, makes me think everyone was long into approval overcrowding and that there's nobody left to buy equals sell the news. Ammon chart prior to approval. 16 equals top of range, 13.60 equals bottom of range. I try to gauge sentiment by looking at the gap relative to long-term levels. If an extremely positive catalyst can't get it above 16, my outlook is that the news is priced in and it's a big picture short as the smart dollar takes profits. Reading the tape. The 8 a.m. volume came in and it rejected the 15 level. There was a seller 14.60. It was initially a weak tape. However, once it reached 14, a 14.15 ARCA buyer stepped up. He'd eat a lot of prints, drop, and go high bid / cross the book to trap bid hitters. 14.60 was not defended. The stock was a long on the tape at this point. I had to take the liquidity at 15 to get out of my position short and preserve my risk/reward, knowing 16 was the real out for the bigger idea and the short-term momentum was against me. Later on, there's an unusually tight consolidation at 15.75. Mr. Arca was eating up prints, he'd drop, and nobody would hit the bids lower than 15.70 and he'd come back. This felt trappish and made me think short squeeze on the open, but they wouldn't get past 15.85 when offers were paid. And 16 is key resistance. But 2 minutes before the bell, somebody threw a large block order at market. The buyer dropped. There were print-throughs to the half. Best bid was 15.67, and the book was now considerably thinner. Now I was anticipating the rug pull pattern where the pre-market tape was fake strong, and then the real volume comes in when sellers soul crush the stock. I hit it, and it tanked immediately, not to imply that I was the guy who caused that drop. Trade review. My covers suck. I covered 15.01, 14.91, and 14.70 on a 300-share position. Several reasons. Still new to the open drive play, hard not to take profits with such a quick move, did not mean to get flat at 15.01/14.912. Picky in getting my shares back. Never gave me prices. I wanted to re-enter after flat. I'm still deciding how I want to trade this play. Everyone has a different threshold as to what is needed to prove them wrong. There is balance I'm trying to figure out between trading the price action and intraday momentum and trading the bigger picture idea. I had to be short early because sometimes they don't drive it up and pull the rug. Sometimes it will just fade smoothly and trap longs on the shallow pops, and I did not want to miss the bigger trade. I should have taken a lot more risk on this idea, but they made me squirm a little bit, so I couldn't build the position as originally planned. Definitely have to hold this trade better, especially considering the conviction I had and the pain I initially took. Went straight to my target, 13.50. From the training room, a biotech fade trade review with TO. This is a fade trade, some say a contrarian trade. We take a position counter to the direction of the stock. Bella. TO, why don't you share with us your trade in Ammon? Rug pull means there is buying and then the buying just stops and the stock plummets. TO. This trade in Ammon is called a sell the news trade, and it was a trade that I made last summer in July on a mid-cap biotech. This rug pull trade has multiple components. Let me break it down. The first component is a key event in a biotech stock. This is a sector-specific event, and this type of price action is most common in the biotech sector. The price shoots up out of nowhere in pre-market action, or right on the open. Things seem very liquid, meaning that it appears you can exit the stock easily if you want to. And then the stock just drops much more than you think, and with extreme difficulty of exiting your position. This down move can be temporary, or it might be the start of a bigger downtrend. The second component of this trade, Bella. I just want to ask you a question to clarify a point. So when you are talking about this type of setup, you are referring to a biotech stock gapping up too much. TO. True. Although they don't have to gap up, this can even happen all before the event, before the results from the biotech stock are out. Bella. Okay, and so, you are saying that these types of stocks more so than other stocks have a history of mispricing. TO. Right, and imbalances come out all at once or in a short period of time, and there are very quick bursts near these companies' key events such as FDA approval or Phase 3 data or other research announcement. Biotech stocks may rely on the success or failure of just one drug. This causes tremendous price fluctuation, or as we say, volatility. Bella, would you say that understanding the fundamentals of the biotech company or the story that's driving the company is particularly more important in biotechs than other plain vanilla type of stocks? TO. Absolutely, I just feel in this sector that the participants' emotions are a lot more volatile. As the swings get more abnormal, these emotions exacerbate. So you want to know the story in the sense of what people are expecting, what might be baked into the stock. Bella. Let's discuss the second component of the trade. Sometimes news is already priced into a stock. TO. I will just go over the second component quickly, and I actually kind of covered it in the first component. These components overlap, but the second one is the opening drive. It's strictly a technical trade where you know something's going down. Price action is weak, and we are just hitting the bids and getting short because we can expect a large opening drive on the stock, and that goes hand in hand with what I tried to describe in the first component of the trade. So it always goes together. That's more like how to execute part of the trade. And going back to the third component, sell the news. Basically, the sell the news trade is when you determine that news is already priced into the stock and there are no real buyers left. Therefore, you deduce that the stock has to go in the other direction. It's as simple as that. They say the oldest game on Wall Street is the smart money guys leaving the public holding the bag. The smart money sells into the positive news, they sell into strength they already anticipated. By the time it's too obvious and it's in all the headlines, they are done with it. The smart money is the sophisticated pro traders. The public are retail traders. Bella, so I have a question about you personally. You gravitate toward fade trades more so than the typical intraday trader. T.O. pauses and then answers. T.O. Yes, Bella. Maybe the question would be easier if I asked whether you gravitate more toward fade trades than a typical SMB trader. T.O. answers quickly. T.O. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's easy to answer. Because I don't know every day trader and how they trade, so the first question was hard to answer. I know there are a few firms where they like to play bounces or fade short-term parabolic moves. I would say I fade more than most other traders on the desk, although most of my trades are not fades. Bella, we have talked about fading in the past, and you actually sent me a question about a particular Appal trade. You asked me whether I thought you actually traded it correctly, and I came up with 3 fade trade patterns that are worth consideration. One that I talked about is the puke. There are a few prop firms making good money on the puke. There's a steep down move and capitulation. These firms have filters that search for these types of moves, and their traders are taught to fade them with pretty big size and then play for a bounce or retracement. What I try to get our traders to think about is this. Where is the most money? Psychologically, I think it's very hard to buy something at the bottom and hold it. You are basically sitting there and you are saying, well, I think this stock is done going down because I see something on the tape, and I think it's going to reverse because I'm seeing something on the tape. The problem with this trade is that you have to hold it for a significant move. Otherwise, it doesn't intellectually make sense. But what happens is that you over-remember how bad this stock looks at 15.50-ish when it is going down, and when it goes up, you sell it too early. It's just too hard for most to get out of their head how bad the stock looked while going down. T.O. That's true for me on a random play. But on these trades, I am able to hold my long. Bella laughing. Bella. So you are a much better person than me and other people. T.O. Yeah, if it's random play and I probably just... Bella. I like the reversal trade better. Here's why. The stock stops going down here near 18.50, it clearly breaks the downtrend and holds higher maybe around 18.70-ish. To me here, I'm more confident that Appal is actually now going to go up. To me, my thoughts are not as bearish as what it looked like in the 18.50s. To me, there's going to be more people stepping in to buy it because now it's easier to determine that Appal will trade higher. So I think the reversal trade is going to be an easier trade. To me, I think that's something easier for me to hold for the real move. When you and I trader chat about fading, I have to admit, I try to encourage you to make the reversal trade. It's an easier trade and there is more money in it. Having said that, you have your own style, and if you enjoy the puke or another type of fade, then go for it. You do like to trade biotech stocks. In fact, you like to trade cheaper biotech stocks. We stay away from cheap biotech stocks. But if these stocks work for you, if you can find patterns that make sense to you, then stick with them. Find the product, trade strategies, and time frame that works best for you. We teach on the desk, particularly in the beginning, to trade with the trend. You like to fade. My job is to point out the patterns to you that may help you make money when you are fading. I showed you the patterns and the subsets of the fade trade that are best for you to try. It's not for me to tell you which one you are going to like the best. That's not my job. In fact, if I tell you that you have to make certain trades, I am probably not doing a very good job. This trade represents allowing a trader to be his own person. Agree or disagree? T.O. I agree. Bella. So the big picture for Ammon is T.O. The big picture that summer for this sector was the biotech bull market. It actually is a bull market right now as well. Lots of impressive run-ups in biotech that people are talking about. Arna, PSIC, ONCS, etc. Ammon was getting a fair amount of coverage, but it never acted like one of the leaders. It never had a run-up where it consistently made 52-week highs. It just went up slowly to some resistance levels and stalled. People keep talking about it as if it's going to be like the next big thing, which leads me to the next slide. Bella. So, just to highlight a trading principle, there are certain stocks that make up a sector, and the sector in this case, the biotechs, is hot. And when the sector is hot, you are going to see patterns. TO. Let's just say uptrends becomes the norm, powerful uptrends become the norm. So when a stock in this hot sector gets talked about, you want to watch it for an explosive up move, if it has not made an explosive up move yet. Bella. What about looking to the leader in this sector as an indicator for when you are trading another stock in the sector? Let's say that MGN is the best stock in the biotech sector, and you were trading Arna. If MGN is really strong on a particular day, you might use that information when you are trading Arna. This is a much better and nuanced answer here from TO than me about using other biotech stocks in the sector as an indicator. TO. Possible, it depends on what day you are talking about. Biotech stocks do different things. If one biotech stock treats a certain disease and is outperforming on the day, then other stocks that have a similar drug may trade higher as well. I will use the leader for each drug in the biotech field for other stocks that have drugs that treat the same disease. Move on to intraday fundamentals. TO. Okay, Ammon had a major key event. They received approval for one of their drugs, AMR 101. AMR 101 significantly reduces the bad cholesterol of the patients, and it's a prescription-grade omega-3 fatty acid. So that's the kind of drug it is. There is a lot of money to be made in this space because heart disease is a major health problem in the United States and worldwide. But Ammon opened negative in pre-market trading. And when I see that the initial reaction from the market is negative, that is meaningful to me. I start to wonder if this news is already priced into the stock. Or I wonder if there is something I didn't see about the approval, something in fine print that suggests that this isn't as positive of an event as it might seem on the surface. Just from following the stock for the past few months, I knew a few things. Number one, everybody was saying approval was a lock. Second, analysts who were tracking the stock were raising their price targets to 18, 20. They were pounding the table with bio calls. Analysts were saying once it gets approval, they should be looking for a buyer, putting out valuations in the 20s. Number 3, gap up, technical breakouts have failed in this stock in the past. There was a day in late June when Ammon had positive news. We were actually trading it on the desk. Ammon gapped up to 18 but then traded lower all day. It didn't completely fill the gap, just a very slow downtrend. There was not a lot interest, not a lot momentum in the stock. Even though it was in an uptrend, it did feel a little heavy overbought every time it has had good news. Very nice job here of spotting a pattern that may give you an edge. Bella. So were you remembering that day and using that information on this day? You were recognizing a past pattern with this stock to give you an edge on this day. TO? Yeah, Bella. Okay, good, I like that. All right, give us a summary of your technical analysis for this play. TO. Well, it's pretty simple. Prior to this drug approval, Ammon has been trading in a range. 16 is the top of the range, 13.5 is the bottom of the range. I'm just trying to use these levels to gauge sentiment. I am trying to look at the gap relative to long-term levels and trying to determine if the news is priced in, if it might struggle with 16. How specifically that happens, there are a lot of subsets for that. But in short, any type of price failure at 16 is a good confirmation that price is confirming my thesis. Ammon is a fade. So 16 is the level I'm looking at to try to define my risk and to gauge the probability of my fade trade. Bella, so you said something interesting. Your thesis is that it's going to fail. TO. It can happen in many ways. It could gap up to 16.50 and fail quickly on the open, or it could start somewhere within the range and fail from there. It could reach near this 16 technical resistance level and then just fail from there. Bella's smiling and setting up TO to highlight an important market principle. If a stock leaks above a key technical level, this is not a confirmed breakout. Time above the level and volume confirm the breakout. Bella. I'm confused. If the top range is 16 and it gets above 16.50, doesn't that mean the stock is going to go up? The stock is now above the important technical resistance level, TO. As you said, Bella, time is an important variable in reading the price action. And you will see all the time pre-market price breakouts on very low volume that fail miserably. They print above the technical level but do not stay up there for a lot of time or do a lot of volume above the level. If a stock is not above the technical level for a significant period of time or does not do a significant amount of volume, it has not confirmed it is ready to break out. Capitulation is heavy and desperate selling, potentially indicating the end of the sell order. Bella, let me go back to trading the puke because there are some important points I want to clarify to you. Spotting that puke is a legitimate way to trade. Some firms make a lot of money doing that. They have deeper pockets than retail traders, so when they are wrong, they can handle the loss. When you fade the puke and are wrong, this can lead to a serious rip that most retail traders cannot afford. This is an advanced trade that I do not advise a new trader to start with, because when they are wrong, they are going to lose a lot of money. I recommend starting new traders with easier trades and have them built from these. But that's a legitimate pro-trader trade, playing for the puke. The reversal trade is something that I would prefer my new traders make more of rather than trying to catch the bottom. There are 3 legitimate fade patterns from this Appal setup that you sent to me. First, master the reversal trade pattern if you want to add a fade trade to your quiver, TO. I'd like to point out that in that Appal setup, I feel like I had a good level to use as a guide. Bella, in this case, your question was more about you saw something on the tape. You saw it not going down anymore. The question is if you see that, is that a legitimate way to start your position? And I don't encourage most to make this trade, and I certainly don't encourage new guys to make that trade. Because again, I think it's a harder trade. First learn the easy trades and then build from there. But I think UTO can make the trade. I think Spencer would make this trade. G-Man would make this trade where the stock is not going down anymore. G-Man would see that on the tape, start a long position, and whack it if it violated this level. And because the stock isn't going down anymore, you are willing to get long and your stop is below the bottom of this level. The big money is in catching the real move. Bella. Okay, let's get back to your Ammon trade. And as you mentioned before, these stocks, the biotech sector, have a history of opening up and opening down much more than other stocks. So we are more skeptical about a biotech opening up above a technical resistance level than other stocks. What's next? TO. We can talk about reading the tape. I was watching the stock right when the pre-market opens at 8 a.m. Volume came in and there was a seller at 14.60. So there's initial price action that shows weakness. Ammon was not at our key levels. 13.50 and 16 are the key levels. It would have been better to spot a seller closer to 16, like at 15.80, for example. That would have been safer. And there's still 90 minutes to go to the bell, so we are still in the price discovery process. But I couldn't help myself. I got short near 14.60 once I spotted that seller. It looked to me like there was tradable volume, such that if I was wrong I could cover quickly. Bella. Wow, 8 a.m. is very early trading. That is very early pre-market trading. Usually volume does not pick up until close to 9 a.m. TO. I got short initially at around 14.60 and Ammon traded down to 14, and at 14 it started to change. There were some signs of buying at 14.15. Auto buyers stepped up. A buyer took the prints on the bid and then stepped higher. When this buyer stepped up to 14.60, no one hit the bids. And I think the stock was a long on the tape at this point purely from a momentum standpoint. And this is where I made one of my mistakes. Ammon now offered a decent momentum scalp as a long. I was overcommitted to the short thesis at this point. Instead of taking a small profit when I spotted that buyer around 14.15, I just decided I was building a position. I had that plan, built a small short position, and got taken out above the 15 for a small loss. I made the spread a few times to try to improve my average price as it was going up. But at 15 my shorts were wrong, and I had to cover. My plan was to restart my short position at higher prices if I saw a good shorting opportunity. I would have had to hold all the way up to 16 if I decided not to cover above 15 for my short at 14.60, which made no sense. So my covers were good. I do not know any great traders who do so by hanging onto trades that trade against them. Pain is for the hospital, not trading. Later on, this is still pre-market, there was this unusual tight consolidation at around 15.75. Ammon is already up 2 points with that auto buyer still eating up a lot of the prints. He would drop, but nobody would hit the bids, so then he came back. This actually set off an alarm in my head. It made me think Ammon actually could be along from a momentum standpoint, even at this level. Because the buyer was dropping, he's the guy who drove up the stock and nobody was hitting the bids when he dropped. That kind of concerned me because this relates to my short thesis. It was just so strong on the tape. Bella. That's a big tell on the tape, right? When the identifiable buyer drops the bids, you would expect the stock to go down quickly and B, the seller to hit the bids pretty hard. TO. Yes, especially after a 2-point run-up pre-market. But Ammon wouldn't get past 15.85 either, so there was no reason to get long. And 16 was the key resistance level looming overhead. Bella. Even with such strength on the tape, that's not really a long until it's about 16. So what are you thinking? You are thinking on the tape this is a very bullish signal, but it's such an important level at 16, such an important technical level. It's a better trade if it holds above 16, but not a good risk/reward here at 15.75. TO. Yeah, at this point I'm just looking for more information, but I am ready to act. Bella. If 16 wasn't the resistance level, you would get long. If 15.50 was the key resistance level and you saw what you saw, the buyer step up to 15.75, then you would have gotten long. All right, so what happens? TO. 2 minutes before the bell, somebody threw a brick into the stock. That's what I refer to when there's a large block order that enters the market. They just kind of cleared the book or the bids with one large order, and our buyer dropped. He didn't drop on his own this time like the last time. He was forcefully dropped. They smacked him basically. Ammon got below this key 75C level from the tape. The book looked better for the shorts. You didn't see as many prices on the bid anymore. And now I started to anticipate the rug pull pattern where, they ran it up on low volume and then right before the bell they dropped the stock out. I expect the stock to fall quickly. Bella. The key is low volume. You must have low volume. If the volume had been higher pre-market, this is not a rug pull. It's the lack of volume in the pre-market, how much it has actually gone up in the pre-market that got you interested, right? It's got to be low volume. It's got to have some room to actually go down. Oh, and the student disagrees with the teacher. I kind of like that. TO. Depends on what you mean by low volume, because I feel like it has to be volume relative to the larger volume that comes in when they start hitting the bids and showing the selling balance right before it opens. Because I have seen opening drives lower on high volume trading that gapped up about 100%, so it has to go down a little bit. That was kind of different, so I don't know. Bella. Anyway, you thought that was a very significant signal at 75 cents when the buyer got smacked. TO. Yeah, you can see it on the chart, the volume candle and the downturn, the chart is lower. Bella. So where did you hit it? Where did you get short? TO. Yeah, I hit it at 15.67. Wow, that is some very fast trading to hit that right below the seller at 75C. Bella. And what would be your cover above 85 cents or above 16? Or to be even more nuanced, half above 85 cents and half above 16. TO. On these trades, it depends on what happens right afterward. If I do not like the way the stock went down, I might cover or lighten up. But above 16, you have to cover. Bella presses TO to be more nuanced with his covering. Bella. What about above 85 cents? You said Ammon couldn't trade above 85 cents. It was 75C that it could not trade below, but Ammon couldn't get above 85 cents. To me, there are 3 covers to consider. You hit it and you are playing momentum, and the cover is wherever it slows on the tape. You are playing it for momentum. That's how you play momentum. The guy drops, you hit it. It goes down 30C and slows, and you cover. That's cover number 1. Cover number 2 is above the top of the range at 86 cents. Cover 3 is above the important longer-term technical level. That technical level in this case is 16, and so you must cover above 16. Bella raises his voice. You must cover above 16. Not covering above 16 is bad fundamental trading. It's just bad. If you want to be really sophisticated, you can do a little of all. You can get short 3 lots, play 1 lot as a momentum trade and cover that one when Ammon slows on the tape. Keep the other 2 lots for a bigger down move and split the atom with your covers. Cover one lot above 86 cents and cover the last lot to get flat above 16. You could trade that setup this way. Admittedly, that is some very advanced intraday trading. That's probably the way I would look at the trade, the way I would have done it. But that's sophisticated, but something for you to think about. All right, so tell me what you do, TO. I hit 3 lots at 67 cents, and I just covered way too early. I cover 15.01, 14.91, 14.70. I was surprised by how fast it dropped, so I just covered. Bella. This is right on the open, so we open and that's when the buyer got smacked. TO. No, it actually happened right before the open, but more volume came in and Ammon spread out on the open, so it was hard not to take profits from that quick down move. My eyes lit up to just take profits. I didn't even want to get completely flat. But I talked myself into a what I call fancy play syndrome. I was too cute. I thought maybe I could take a quick cover since it went down so quickly and then re-short it higher. Oh, I really like this fancy play syndrome. Great way to express being too cute with your trading. Bella. So you wanted to re-short at 15.10, and Ammon only got to 15.06. So if it's 15.10, you're going to short some more. TO. It was really difficult to read the tape on that first minute, because it's flashing up and down and so fast. All I am thinking is this is uncertain. So I reacted as if I didn't have control over the position. But that was my reaction. It was like chaos right on the open. It wasn't like I could read the tape. The stock was moving too fast. The spread was too large. There was not an easy way to spot a re-entry. Bella, been there. This is such a great example of the inner reanalysis that a trader must go through about a bias or thesis. Keep asking yourself the right questions. TO. There's also something to mention, my psychology. I started shorting at 14.60, watched it trade down near 14 and rode it up to 15. I took a little bit of loss on the play. And then I watched it trade all the way up to 16. I started to feel like maybe my thesis was wrong with that buyer at 15.75. It was hard for me not to take profits into the down move after seeing the pre-market action. Bella. It seems to me 2 things have to be going on here with our intraday fundamentals to help us with this trade. Either A, the news is built into the price of the stock, or B, the news really isn't as good as the market thinks it is. So, a lot of times with biotechs, the drug is not far enough along for people to be excited. It's too early in the research stage for a new drug for traders to be that excited. In this sector, the information flow is not as efficient as with other stocks. There is more opportunity for these stocks to be mispriced, and therefore, there are more crazy moves in biotechs than in other sectors. If you really follow the news in such stocks closely, you can gain an edge more so than with other sectors. TO. That's why I like to trade biotech small caps. I mean, there's only so much money that can go into these companies. A lot of big players like David Einhorn might not be interested because he cannot get big enough in these trades for the size of his book. So I am competing against lesser competition in these names. Many big hedge fund, mutual fund, and institutional traders cannot trade stocks under $5. Bella. And many big players have rules about trading cheaper stocks. It's just not as sophisticated a market sector as trading Apple. All right, good. I like the way you put together a lot of different indicators for this trade. I always love the pattern where a stock is close to resistance, and there's a clear buying pattern on the way up, or there's a very significant buyer you can spot very close to the technical resistance area. And then that buyer dissipates, so then you get short. This is a very compelling risk/reward opportunity. As I actually listen to you explain the trade, I see the next level below 15.80 as that 14.60 level from pre-market that we saw at 8 a.m. I'm thinking I could probably get that down move at a minimum. At best, I may catch a move all the way back to the bottom of the range, which is 13.50-ish. That's a great trade. I can cover above 85C and 16 for a potential down move of over a point very quickly and maybe even more with the setup. What a powerful trade, TO. You can also see this opportunity as more than one trade. You have that opening drive play that I made, but you also have an easier trade. If after the open this stock is trending intraday, you can make a trend trade for Ammon to trade to the next important technical level. This news event can be the catalyst for the stock to make a large intraday trend move. So if you are not as fast as us, you can make an intraday swing trade for this play as well. Bella? Okay, I like people finding trades that are interesting to them, as you have clearly done here. And as long as the trade is fundamentally solid, I have no problem with you gravitating toward fade trades. However, above 16 and Ammon is not a fade. That is fundamentally the wrong trade to make. Fading above there is just plain bad trading. Bella smiling. This is a wonderful example of an elite developing trader being more individualistic about how he looks at the markets. So, T.O., thank you. T.O. It was my pleasure, Bella. Postscript. T.O. continues to work hard and be hard on himself. I worry about him putting too much pressure on himself, burning out, and not enjoying the process. I do not worry about anything else with someone like T.O. After all, he is now one of the larger holders of Bitcoins, a peer-to-peer cash system. He applied his reading the tape skills to dominate trading in that product. And he used the same tape reading techniques to crush FNMA, Fannie Mae, ending up recently with a 50K plus month. 5. Follow the trading path of Pippen. The next trader I will introduce, Pippen, followed a trading path to copy. Think of him as the leading actor in the big movie production Optimal Trading Start. It is a course I have seen most of my sustaining, consistently profitable traders take. Let's meet this outstanding young man and discuss the steps to consistently profitable trader and then more. It is one shared day by day, trade by trade, tick by tick, review by review with his sidekick T.O. A few days before Christmas, Pippen knocks on my door and hands me a card before flying west to Southern California for the holidays. The card reads as follows: Dear Bella, thanks for being a leadership role model for us and tightening up our culture. Thanks for being with us during our development as traders. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. See you soon. Best, Pippen. December 16, 2011. He is the politest trader I have ever trained, impossible not to root for. Another time, we're eating lunch on a Saturday at the Landmark Grill inside the Time Warner Center in Lincoln Center, Nick, with his trading buddy T.O. Pippen lets T.O. and me dominate 90% of the talk. You almost get the sense that a good story from Pippen would have diminished T.O.'s Friday night recap, so there is none from him. We could rename him Mr. Polite. Pippen is a desk favorite. He talks with a most unusual time delay, with English not being his first language. He thinks constructively first about what he is going to say, then starts to move his mouth, but the words come out as if there's a slow internet connection. Think of the old AOL dial-up connection of the late 1990s. Most find this quality endearing. One summer night in NYC, it rained as hard as anyone had ever seen. The next day, Pippen cracked the desk up with, "It was raining so hard yesterday, I saw a baby flying through the air." To this day, none of us have any idea what that possibly could have meant. But any reference to it now yields full belly, gasping for air laughter on the desk. The trading gods must have built Pippen just for the trading teacher. Pippen obsesses about a good ticket, average the way a type A college student does his GPA. His monthly reviews begin and end with goals for more efficient trading. Pippen is mellow even for Southern California. He's never late, never loud, and never a problem. He displays an all-star attentiveness during tradecasts, which is always the signal that trading is one's passion. He looks at you, the mentor, like the deeply religious their priest, as if he is listening to the word of the markets. Why do we call him Pippen? Because he is so deferential to T.O., like Scottie Pippen was to Michael Jordan. I will let T.O. tell the story of how they met, and then later on how they became trading's version of a Mantle and Ford, Seinfeld and Constanza, Jack and Bobby, or Batman and Robin. I actually met Pippen, the guy I sit next to, before attending the training class. He found my cousin in a game of defense of the Ancients' popular Warcraft Roman 3 game, and they chatted a little bit. My cousin found out he was also a trader who was going to trade at SMB Capital, and he told me about it. We exchanged some pleasantries over Facebook. Now I sit next to him. We're the top traders in our training class. Small world. Pippen hardly begins a sentence when asked about his trading without breaking into "T.O. got me into?" or "T.O. and I were big trading." Our trading halls often find Pippen walking in and out with T.O. They can be found well after the close in their seats reviewing their trading, often together, and subsequently making each other better. Your start to trading a new market product should follow Pippen's. In this trader's first 2 months, he was negative, but barely. He made some progress, losing less in his 3rd month but was still in the red. Then in month 4, he made a little money. In month 5, he made a little more, and this trend has continued. Many traders believe that they quicken their path to success by imitating the techniques of a star trader that they have heard about or know. Gathering around a firm star trader so they can become like him is a common exercise among new and developing traders. Not a chance. Trading is a journey. You climb the P&L ladder dollar by dollar, daily lesson by daily lesson, trade by trade made your own, added screen time by added screen time. You want a trader, a path to copy. Let that circle form around that firm star trader without you. Be like Pippen. Pippen is not the best trader on the street. He is not the best trader on our desk. He was not even the best trader from his class. He is now. He was not one of the top 3 traders in his row for most of his career. He is now. He has responsibly and steadily improved his trading game. He has developed a base of profitability from which to build. He has done the work, built the skill, and developed a playbook that makes sense to him. The young man can flat-out trade and is perhaps the best momentum trader now on our desk, the hardest strategy to learn after the influx of HFTs. And from this point, he can grow to become an elite trader. Most importantly, few traders in my space ever became great without first starting like Pippen. From Pippen's story, you will learn the following: the steps to profitability, how to stop losing money, how to recognize the delusional trader, the massive importance of finding the right culture, the value of master coaches, that each trading session is first an opportunity to learn also. Stick around for the intriguing end of this chapter, where we review the historic IPO of Facebook, how Pippen traded this opportunity, and how to trade an IPO. A path to profitability. Let's start with a common and erroneous refrain I hear way too often with new traders. If I increase my stop, then I will start making money. This just might be the single silliest and most dangerous thing an unprofitable trader can say. Correction, trading is in my genes is. If you increase your stop from a position of being consistently negative, there will be only one result. You will lose more money. It's not your stop. The trading truth is that most winning trades start to work for you quickly. Mastering the trades that need that bigger stop is Ferrari acceleration to larger losses, inefficient trader review, and trader frustration. This is due to not having a consistent book of profitable playbook trades that you can execute in real time. Until you do, you will be caught in a web of losses, deluded by a hope of better days ahead, as discussed in the blog post here. This trader is delusional. Jan 13, 2013 by Bella. On Sundays, some SMB traders send me their weekly results. Here is an example from one trader, who I like a lot and am rooting for, that pee me off. This week could have been a big week for me, and one that has really set in on me. BC, I lost $1,000, and I wanted to know what happened after all the preparation that I took. If I took trades that conformed to my edge, added to trades that were working, and let my winning trades play out, I would have had my best week to date, and that is really interesting. 2 days would have been over $1,000 and the rest around break-even. Going over my trades, it really is amazing how many trades I took that didn't conform to my strategy. I think that I went on tilt after losing money on Monday when I had 3 trades that I put myself in a position to make real money, and I didn't take the Apple trade in pre-market. I tried to compensate for this by getting in trades that were not my own, and I will definitely be looking to improve on this week. I now realize that I cannot try to make money. All I have to do is follow my strategy, and the trades that work are the trades that I look at right away and say to myself, I have to be in this, not the trades that I think might work, and I try to anticipate and ignore my signals. I will be a consistently profitable trader if 1. I only take trades that I have an edge in. 2. I let my winning trades play out and tell me when to exit. At Mike Bellafiore, the trader is delusional. I write about this issue more extensively in my next book, The Playbook. He is not anywhere near close to having a big week. Traders do not go from underperforming to a big week unless they are lucky. Trading is a measurement of doing all the little things well. This trader is making 4 big mistakes that he must correct just to get flat. Flat should be his singular goal because he is underperforming. Here are his next steps. 1. Not so drastically underperform 2. Flat 3. Make a little 4. Expand his playbook 5. Get big in his A+ setups. There are 5 steps before he will have a big week, not only if he did a few things differently. To achieve goal 1, he must address these problems. It really is amazing how many trades I took that didn't conform to my strategy. You do not just decide to solve this problem. This is an issue of preparation, visualization, and trade review. All of these are lacking based on this statement. When on tilt, you cannot just change going on tilt. You have to work to lessen the frequency and damage of these periods. Self-actualization, a psychological journal, and a walk to calm down in real time when you sense you are on tilt are essential. I didn't take the Apple trade. Again, you are not just going to take the next such trade. Pulling the trigger is performance anxiety. Generally, it results from a lack of practice with your best setups. Think trading, talk trading, review, talk to your mentor, watch tape, create a playbook, etc. are all ways to help you execute on your favorite setups in real time. I tried to compensate. This trader is going on the demo next week. He can work on not doing this while not trading our money. Postscript? This trader above actually got the message. 4 months of struggle and work later, he has turned the corner. I expect him to be one of our better traders going forward. It is rare to go from delusional trader to CPT, but you can do it. I will offer a path to profitability to consider, the path of Pippen and the many sustaining and consistently profitable traders that I have trained. Look, there is no one right way to achieve your goal, but there are definitely wrong paths. Adding risk when you are losing money is a flight plan to trader crash and burn, and, worse, the blow-up. I was talking to a group of trainees recently about the potential power of building from a positive P&L trading base. Notice my use of the word potential here. Positive traders have potential, even if only minimally profitable. Unprofitable traders have a playbook to build and flaws to correct, and for them, the description of potential is not yet ripe. If you can create a playbook of profitable setups that make sense to you, there is an ocean of possible growth. Here is what Coach K said to one of his star players, Austin Rivers, now in the NBA, about adding to his game. When Austin came to Duke, I told him that every player is like a house. The more skills you learn, the more windows you have on your house. When he came to Duke, he had one really big window. He was an amazing scorer. The goal was to add more windows to his game. He's in that process right now. If you are just losing money week after week, you have many issues you need to resolve as soon as possible, namely impatience, overtrading, lack of discipline, and work ethic. Believing you can go from consistently negative to decidedly positive is delusional for almost all unprofitable traders. How about first, just stop losing money? As Coach K says, you have some windows to build. My good friend Michael Martin wrote in The Inner Voice of Trading that you are not going to be great at this game called trading for many years, but you can enjoy the journey as you build your skills. In Denise Shull's Market Mind Games, she wrote about the trading reality of one technique being gamed out of the market and the psychological challenge of finding that new edge. And that is for the profitable traders. The single greatest failure in trader education just might be the unwillingness of teachers to share realistic learning curves for fear of diminished sales or understand their true expanse from a lack of knowledge. As Denise writes, even when you get there, consistent profitability, what do you really know? She shrieks at the idea of traders thinking they have cracked the code of the markets. So with that said, where do the new and developing traders think they are going so quickly? The folly of overconfident market predictions. Let me make a point about the overconfident know-it-alls on the financial media entertainment complex, Twitter, and now stock twits. Stop pretending you have the markets licked with your Apple is going here and SBY is going there pronouncements of certainty, or your pats on your back after a correct prediction. This does a disservice to all who are trying to improve at our game because they enter thinking they have to be able to predict stock movement. As a trading teacher, I have to power wash this financial media propaganda from their trading brains. Spencer tells me how pro trader and straight shooter at G Totoy DMs him in disappointment at these punters. This tweet sums up this struggle between pro trader and the predictors. Fitstock at Fitstock 2004 at Sysine 27 at JCM Bama 1. You don't get it. You don't predict price, you trade it. When we start a downtrend, I will change my tune. Dollar study overconfident market predictions are folly and dangerous folly to the followers who do not know any better. Let's reflect on all the financial predictions that were thrown around in 1999 and 2000. Here's one from December 1999. Most of these stocks are reasonably priced. There's no reason for them to correct violently in the year 2000. Thank you very much for that, Larry Wachtel of Prudential. Here's another. Charles Cadlick said in August 1999 that the GIA will reach 100,000 in 2020 after 2 decades of above-average economic growth. Well, good luck to you, sir. Let us know how that turns out. Hey, we're only 7 years from 2020. Maybe we'll find gold on the moon by then, too. James Glassman in October 1999 was adamant about the riches that were in store for all. What is dangerous is for Americans not to be in the market. We're going to reach a point where stocks are correctly priced. It's not a bubble. The stock market is undervalued. Oh, the name of the book he wrote. A real knee slapper called Dow 36,000. Hold on, I have another book title for you. The Roaring 2000s by Harry S. Dent. Oh, poor Harry, and I mean that literally, if he happened to stay on the wrong side of the market. And then there are the television pundits. I'm speaking primarily of the folks over at CNBC. They held their first annual CNBC stock draft on April 26, 2012, with the proviso that each contestant hold the stock until the Friday before Super Bowl 2013, February 1. Well, that date has come and gone, and the stock picks, while they weren't uniformly bad. Reggie Middleton chose Goog, up 26%. Herb Greenberg chose J&J, up 14%. They were, without question, mostly bad. To name just a few, Pete Nigerian thought Starbucks looked great at $60.59. It pulled back 6%. Paul Adami chose Radio Shack, thinking that at $5.50, the stock was headed for $7.00. It went negative as well, down a whopping 44%. Jim Cramer, to his credit, mocked Adami's choice and chose Microsoft. Alas, it ended down 13%. Abigail Doolittle, who chose Dell at $16.56, saw that stock go down 17%. She believed it was headed to at least $22 and maybe as high as $26. The worst pick. That honor goes to Paul Hickey, who chose JCP, down 45%. While this made for some lively TV, this game of the predictions is not the one we play. I could go on with all the picks. You can easily find the video online. But the point of this missive is that we can't know what the market is going to do in an hour, a day, a week, or a year. Trading is about controlling your risk/reward and constantly evaluating your positions. But there's a meta problem here. Most TV financial pundits exist to fill up airtime, entertain, and sell advertising. You may think I'm painting with too broad a brush, but it's only to say that our sport is not the business of entertainment or offering up pithy one-liners, and we're not in the business of hollering and screaming. Okay, you might be able to figure out who I have in mind at CNBC. Trading is a serious business, and to succeed at it one must not only have the developed skills, but the mindset our job is not to be right. So be careful to not become mesmerized by the financial media entertainment complex and try to understand their agenda. You are a trader, not an ad salesman. Skill survives. The ability to find new patterns that work in changing markets endures. Trading plays come in and out of favor like significant others in your early 20s. We all do not know that much about the markets, even after 15 years of trading, because our markets data is always changing. For example, I had never traded against algorithms for most of my trading career, and then they just appeared without warning, dominating a new trading reality. How I pulled money from the markets in 2003 or 1991, or even 2009, is distinct from how I trade today. Having said all of that, then isn't it best to pick a path that is most responsible and builds a trading base to adapt to ever-changing markets? Think about this path, the path of Pippen. Lose money, lose less money, flat for the month. Slightly positive for the month, consistently positive for the month. Find more opportunities in the setups you are consistently profitable. Build from this positive base by adding other trading plays. Focus on getting bigger in the plays that make the most sense to you. This path of Pippen contextualizes a common challenge for the new and developing trader. Constant trading losses. How do I stop losing money? Bella, how do I stop losing money? I get asked this question via email often. What are my thoughts? There isn't one single thing I could say that would make a difference. There aren't even a few things I could write that would make a difference. I have no Advil for your trading headache. We do know that Einstein said, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. Let's see if we can offer some ideas for solutions. First, if you are consistently negative, you should not be trading live. You should be on a demo. If we work with students who are consistently negative, then they are placed on the demo and asked to work on their playbook and trading skill development. Every day, they should catalog a setup that makes the most sense to them in SMB Playbook template form. The idea is to focus on the trades that you can make at this stage in your career profitably. Get good at one trade, make money, and then move on to the next trade. G-Man developed a risk analysis sheet that crunches how trainees should bump up their trading size. You start at 100 shares and do not get bumped until you are net profitable at this level. This severely restricts how much money you can lose intraday when you begin trading. Perform well at one level, and then and only then push yourself to that next level. New traders undervalue the power of being consistently positive. Perversely, some new traders would rather lose $1K in a day than make $200. Their logic is this. At least with these losses, they are trading bigger. Trading bigger makes them feel more professional. This trading is more entertaining to them. But this mentality reminds me of the Sean Penn warning on how movies should not be merely entertainment. If you want entertainment, get 2 hookers and an 8-ball. There is nothing professional or entertaining about losing money consistently as a trader. In fact, that could be the very definition of amateur, or as we say piker or others say a punter. Respect your trading losses. Recently, Carlton, our floor manager, and I talked with a trainee about too many negative trading days from his prior month. To me, this is a lack of respect for money. A good intraday trader ought to strive to pull money out of the markets 4 out of 5 days a week. If you are negative 2 days in a row, you ought to hold an emergency trading summit with yourself. Negative 3 days in a row, and that trading summit gets extended and you bring in outside speakers. Ask yourself and mentors, what can you do tomorrow to ensure that you make money, and then stick with those plays and quickly lock in your gains the next day. Do not expand your trading outside those setups. This hyper-focus on making money forces traders to hyper-focus on the setups that are best for them. Sticking to these setups while trading live will improve their results, and better results builds their confidence. Improved confidence then allows traders to find more setups that are best for them. It is a delicious cycle of profitable trading breeding further profitable trading. Remember, a typical pattern for the successful beginning trader is this: lose money, lose less money. Flat, slightly positive for the month, consistently positive. Find more opportunities in the setups with which you are consistently profitable. Expand your playbook with other trades. Add size to your best trades, which grows your P&L. But if you are just at the stage of losing money, you should not even be thinking about adding size. There should be no delusion that you are close to breaking out as a trader. You are not. Your next steps are the ones shown here, and you are not going to get to the stage where you should be sizing up for many stages. So be realistic and patient about your work ahead. My thesis on how to start as a trader is not supported by everyone. I have had personal discussions with the head of a very successful prop firm outside NYC who gives his new traders much more latitude when they begin. Traders are quickly bumped to trading 1,000 share positions. It is important to note that this other firm head has deep pockets to withstand drawdowns on his traders that you may not have in your personal account. I might add that developing new traders is not a strength of this other prop firm. It's more an outfit continuing to profit from many legacy traders. This trade big early position is also supported by one of our senior traders, with over 15 years of trading experience, who is always in my ear questioning whether new traders should start trading bigger at the onset. I find, at best, this leaves your better new traders in an outsized hole they must dig out of to take home a paycheck, and at worst, trading losses unnecessarily big on losing traders. Also, this added size distracts from the trainee's primary goal of building skill and a playbook, and focuses attention on insignificant early P&L. Giving traders a large number of shares to trade at the start is not the most direct or efficient route to build a well-rounded career as a consistently profitable trader. The key is to set up an infrastructure to allow new and developing traders to build skills as fast as possible so they shorten their learning curve. I view the normal curve as developing a playbook of trades that traders execute in real time. New traders can build this playbook after the close by archiving their best setups and then building from their best trades. It is not necessary to rip up a bunch of money when you are learning to understand which setups are best for you. Perhaps I come from a history bias of almost always trading my own money and fronting traders. So I see those beginner losses based on size that's too large as a case of taking on unneeded risk. Let's study a better way to start. You must be big in your A+ setups. With Pippen, we took his consistently positive trading base and pushed him. We bumped up his max trading size and intraday loss limit. A few weeks later, we rinsed and repeated. A month later, we rinsed and repeated. One time, Steve bumped him up to a level that so surprised Pippen that he took the news like a giddy teen, but then he quickly assured Steve that he would be responsible with this added risk. Steve quickly corrected in a stern voice, "No, we want you to take on more risk." On every daily review sent to me thereafter, I checked to see whether Pippen had taken on enough risk with his best trades. If he hadn't, I would ask him in an email, "Where could you have been bigger in Zai's stock?" During tradecasts, I stressed with all my teaching passion, in your best trades, it is your job to be as big as you can in your A+ setups responsibly. If you are not as big as you can be, then you are not doing your job. It took some time for Pippen to trade bigger. He needed to be pushed. A negative of only allowing traders to get bigger from a positive trading base is that many will be slower to get bigger. They are so accustomed to controlling their risk that they can become reluctant when it's suggested to them that they increase their level of risk. Further, they also can overvalue being positive every day. See this email from Pippen. "Hi Bella, tomorrow will be one of the most important days to me as a trader. And it will mean a lot to me. Today is my 29th consecutive positive day. I have been positive every single day since last month, from 4/24/2012 to 5/23/2012. Today. If I have one more positive day tomorrow, I will be positive for 30 consecutive days. I will be preparing for tomorrow. I want to close at a perfect record. That will be a huge personal achievement for me. Fingers crossed. Focus on one good trade. While this streak was impressive, your goal as a trader is to be as big as you can in your best setups and not to be profitable every day." This point was re-emphasized to Pippen. Some consistently profitable traders won't trade bigger until you push them. You must point out the harm, the risk, in not adding size when they can. But eventually, they get more comfortable with the added size and risk, particularly when they remind themselves that they now have trading skill that they have developed from a positive base. Most importantly, they have the trading setups to trade that led to their positive trading base. Even after they begin to trade bigger, there can still be work to do focusing on getting even bigger. Pippen is making improvement, but he still needs to keep at it. See his email here and notice in bold his readjusted emphasis. "Hi Bella, I will be taking this July 4th week off to spend a week with my family back in California. Before I head to the airport, I'd like to work on my monthly review and send it out by tomorrow. There will be many things and goals for this earnings season. For example, one of the major things I want to work on is to get up to an uncomfortable size at least once a day on very good trades. I've prepared my entire month and practiced on sizing. It is about time to put them to work while controlling the risks responsibly. I'm pumped. I wish you a wonderful holiday and a wonderful time with your family. I will see you next week. Pippen's story also shows us the importance of traders fitting into a firm's culture and a firm having a culture best for that trader. Be in your right culture. How you start and what you decide is the best way to begin your trading career are questions of culture. Our culture is that of working hard, building skill, and improving every day. We work as a team. South Africans call this Ubuntu. I am what I am because of who we all are. Nelson Mandela explained Ubuntu as follows. A traveler through a country would stop at a village and he didn't have to ask for food or for water. Once he stops, the people give him food, entertain him. That is one aspect of Ubuntu, but it will have various aspects. Ubuntu does not mean that people should not enrich themselves. The question, therefore, is, are you going to do so in order to enable the community around you to be able to improve? Those who want to cut corners do not fit well in our culture. There is a dress code. Head out early without prior approval, and that is not permitted. If you do not buy into the work we believe is necessary to become a great trader, we are a bad fit for you. If you think you are going to be the best trader on our desk in month 3, we are a bad fit for you. Further, we identify those who do not fit our culture and manage them out of our firm. To give you an example of how seriously we take our culture, let me introduce Talks a Good Game. This gentleman was an experienced trader of 9 years who was a good friend of a core trader on our desk. In the past, he had surpassed P&L of $500K for the year. Talks a Good Game was talked to on several occasions about doing trade reviews to improve his trading game, as he was underperforming relative to his experience. After about the 5th failed attempt to get Talks a Good Game to fit into our culture and do the work necessary for him to improve, our floor manager let him go. Talks a Good Game sent me a testy email edited. Maybe you had something out for me. Work ethic. You just let your best trader go. I responded. I am sorry you are disappointed. Carlton was very fair with you. He gave you many chances to do the work that we think is important for our traders. For whatever reason, you could not sustain the energy to complete this work. And when you did the work, the effort was well beneath that of our other traders. It wasn't fair to you, to our traders, to our culture to continue. We were clear with what we expected from that first conversation I had with you, and you chose not to fit into what we outlined as important. This was not a decision made by Carlton about your ability, what we think of you personally, or your trading prowess. This was a decision made strictly on culture. We value our culture. We feel everything starts there. We do not feel we have the infinite wisdom on the best culture. We respect those who feel ours is not the right culture for them. It is just our culture. You were not fitting in, and we felt it was best to move on. I wish you nothing but the best in the future. I look forward to you checking in to tell me you are crushing the markets. All the best, Mike. Many traders do not value or have not yet recognized the importance of a trading culture. Where is the best deal? What is the cheapest or easiest way into the world of prop trading? To survive in our business, you must develop rock-star trading skills that are sustainable. That only happens through hard work, good coaching, support from others traders, and the help of a firm. Picking your best trading culture is perhaps your most important decision that will impact your trading future. Pippen fit into our culture, and our culture was a best fit for him. He thrives in an environment where he is challenged to work harder. He sent me a review one day that was not complete. I responded, "This is not an example of the type of review work I expect from you. You can do much better. This is not detailed enough. Your progress each day relies on detailed thought and review of your trading. Should you have been in NAV, SMG, REN, your progress starts with these reviews. Do better ones." He sent another one that was worthy of our culture and his workability. Some would have been angered by my calling them out. If your first reaction to getting criticized is to feel defensive, then you're not likely to last in our culture. As for Pippen, he took the feedback as a need to do better work, and he did that work. A few months later, Pippen sent me an email sharing an awesome anecdote representing the importance of learning from our failures. The fact that he sent me this email showed he fit our culture. Pippen wrote, "I was watching Spain vs. USA basketball on Sunday morning, and this short advertisement really tickled me. Every single day, there are countless people failing to make it to their dreams, but this little kid called Timothy was very special. His thinking process and how he perceived the world was so unique, so different from many other ordinary people. When he fell on the ground playing basketball, he laughed. His coach curiously asked him, 'Why are you smiling?' Timothy answered, 'I can only get better.' Are you in the right culture as a trader? You think you should be doing better as a new or developing trader? The concerns of one SMB trader and my email trail with him can provide some insight into the best start to your trading career. Bella, I've been thinking about what you said yesterday about being properly prepared. I have been getting better in my preparation and daily commitment to improving as a trader, but I feel like something is missing. I keep a detailed journal, have a detailed review at the end of the day, record my screen and go back to watch the trades that stood out to me, and watch them at the end of the day. I get Shark to send me his daily review so that I can see how he traded certain stocks because chances are I was in those same stocks, and that helps a lot. I go over my review when I get home at night, but I am just getting frustrated with my improvement. It's not the fear of losing money or being wrong, but I am still struggling with several mental aspects that relate to trading. I have been talking to Shark about that, and he said the main thing that helped him was working on his psychology and how he read every book he could about that. I know that I am still new to this, but when I played basketball, it was usually a steady, slow improvement, and trading is very different. I can go from being super disciplined one day and extremely confident to feeling unfocused and feel like I have no clue what the H I am doing the next. I'm not tied up in my results by any means, but I believe that I should be doing better than I currently am. I responded via an email. So if we take basketball, which I love and have played most of my life, and then compare it to trading, you'll see a significant parallel. Hardest part about getting good at basketball when you are a kid is getting strong enough to really improve. When you get stronger, there are a lot more shots you can attempt and thus make. This opens up your game to much more opportunity. Same with trading. You are still in the getting strong stage. You cannot make enough shots yet. So to reach this analogous skill level with trading takes time and screen time. How long have you been trading? I generally do not see much from a trader in their first 4 months relating to results. What I see is them working hard every day. What I see is them doing a daily review, going through their work, doing a playbook trade every day to archive, finding out which plays they like the most and why. The new trader responded, "That's a good way of putting it in a basketball sense. This is my 3rd month to be trading actively. I position traded in college, but had a very small account, so was limited in capital. And thus in the decisions, I was making on a daily/weekly basis. I'm not getting discouraged in my results, and am very aware that I have a long way to go before I can be upset with my P&L. But what I can be frustrated at is my lack of focus on certain trades and not being prepared at certain levels in stocks. My trading skills are very novice right now, but I know that if I put in the effort every single day, day after day, for an extended period of time, the results will follow. I can barely hold a conversation with someone at the end of the day because I am so mentally wiped. Bella, mainly the first 4 months is about culture. Do you fit in? Do you work? Do you ask good questions? We don't really care about your results. New trader. I absolutely love the environment and the people here. Everyone is so different, and I am beginning to notice everyone's style. I probably have one of the best seats in the house sitting next to G-Man and Shark. Even though I have rarely taken any of G-Man's trades, it is such a great learning process sitting next to him and seeing what he is in / why he is in it, and running my trade ideas by him. It is really nice to be able to make money off of his ideas and him making money off of some of mine. That is what a prop desk is all about, helping each other make money and pushing each other to get better. I like it when Shark tells me to hold something for the bigger move and wait because he expects this or that to happen. This I feel is really speeding up my learning curve. I sometimes wish my class had more trainees at my current skill level, so we could discuss certain things we were doing well/struggling with at this stage. But that might even be better for me in the long run to be thrown into the lion's den with the best traders. It's kinda like when you were growing up playing basketball with the kids who were older than you. I think that it's a good thing. I am trying to ask as many questions as I can during the trading day. Iceman is really good at holding stocks for the bigger move. Ryan is very patient. When Prep has conviction in an idea, he has conviction. Shark is very good at being in the right stocks and always being in a stock for the real move no matter how many times it takes him to capture it with size. I am trying to see what everyone is best at so that I can ask them specific questions that are their strengths. When you begin as a trader, it is very important to find the right culture for you. It is essential that you develop a personal work culture. You are not going to be any good in your first 4 months of trading, but you can develop good habits, learn a ton, develop parts of your playbook, gain screen time such that your tape reading skills improve, learn which stocks are not for you, find those whom you can learn from, and so on. Every step along the way in your trading career, please take the time to ask yourself, am I in the right trading culture? Seek the master coaches. Trading firms and even individual traders have to be cautious not to grow too quickly and with the wrong people. For example, there were 2 traders we had to manage out of the firm because they do not fit our culture. One of these traders was an experienced, profitable trader who would mess with morale, so we decided that he could no longer stay with us. All of us have a right to feel disappointed and frustrated, but when an individual is constantly complaining, then it's time for that person to leave. As a side note, we can all point to choppy or sluggish days, but when a person incessantly complains about the markets or your firm, he's really just vocalizing his own inadequacies or ineptitude. But as for traders who sincerely want to get better, they have to be sure that they have found a learning culture that is best for their long-term growth, and that they personally have to spend a great deal of time reviewing their trading and making daily improvements. I received an email from an SMB reader that emphasizes just how fragile creating a trading culture can be for traders and the firm. Mr. Bellafiore, the reason for this email is somewhat off the topic and a bit out of the talent code that I read a little while ago, and I just realize how much SMB Capital could relate to the book. For example, many good prop firms have multiple offices in multiple cities and even countries. However, you guys being one of the best have only one. But I believe there is more to it, and that is you truly understand how skill building works and how to ignite them. By having only one office, it gives traders a sense of scarcity. Therefore, they prepare and work hard every trading day so they don't get kicked out. Then, your well-known trading education and mentoring subconsciously deliver a message to the trader that it is not only about the money, but rather they can learn a skill that will stick with them for the rest of their life. These two create a very powerful trigger that enables traders to pour vast amounts of energy into learning how to trade. A combination of scarcity, education, mentoring, unselfishness, and constantly stressing the importance of practice. It is no wonder you guys have a huge group of talented traders. Somewhat like the talent hotbed the author mentioned in the book, and to my limited knowledge, these advantages are more than any prop firms I know. But my question is this. Did you purposely structure your firm the way it is, or is it really too much work to open another office? Oh, and great job on your book. It was an awesome read. I asked the opinion of the true expert on this subject. Dan Coyle, author of the must-read for all traders, The Talent Code. Dan generously shared via email. Hey Mike, great question. I think places that have had success in branch offices are ones that have an incredibly strong culture along with a fairly narrow skill they're teaching. Suzuki Violin is probably the best example. He developed a curriculum, a detailed ladder of pieces, a nearly cult-like philosophy that he could use to teach more master teachers. And it worked. Far more common, I think, are examples where branch offices fail because the assets that make the home office a success reside in the personality/character/drive of one person. It's all about the master coaches. A good culture is hard to find. Search hard for it, and if you do find it, treat it as a gift. Continuing on our theme of Pippen fitting our culture, he showed us another way how. It's not how much you made, but how you traded. After a trading close, Pippen sent me a daily review expressing an important trading principle. It's not how much you made, but how you traded that matters most. In other words, you only judge your trading by how much you have made after the close. Not Pippen, who is now first concerned with what he can control. Here is his review. Doesn't matter that I'm green today. I really hated the way I traded. There were so many opportunities intraday. Today was a day to make $1,000 if I had traded properly. This was a day to turn a week into a very positive week if I had taken on some good risks. However, I did such a poor job today for not capitalizing on these opportunities. There are so many things to review from today. And then, Pippen showed he totally had grasped this principle by sending me this must-read email. I came across this picture while browsing on the internet, which I thought was worth sharing. As shown on the pie chart, 90% of the population lives in the comfort zone. They are average, living a mediocre life. They are settling just for survival. They are depressed, tired, fearful, and often ask, "What if I can't?" These descriptions are spot on. I'm going to be very honest, I identify myself with a couple descriptions mentioned above. Sometimes I'm fearful. Sometimes I doubt whether I can do it. But in the end, I managed to stay in the game and fought to conquer the biggest enemy, myself. So, what do I need to do to get out of the 90% and become the top 10%? What characteristics do they possess? They are fearless. They have dreams. They are confident, always thinking, "I can do it." The sky is their limit. They have belief and passion. They seek wealth, success, financial freedom, fulfillment, and excitement. What makes those 10% so special is that they're not mentally confined. They look to get better each day. They know they can get much better. I'm still very young. My priority should be looking to learn as much as I can, not how much I can make in the next week or two. I wouldn't say I'm currently the 10% outside the 90% now, but I would say that I have improved a lot. Comparing myself with when I started, I have grown to be a better risk taker. I have strived to step outside of my comfort zone. I'm not settling like before. I'm more fearless than before, and I have bigger dreams than before. Yet, I still have a lot to improve and accomplish. Every day is a learning day for me. Earlier in the week, I continued to struggle. It wasn't that I was losing money. It's just that I couldn't get anything right with my trades. It was frustrating. However, things turned around on Thursday and Friday. There were stocks that actually traded cleanly and moved a lot for me to capitalize. Friday was by far one of the best days I have seen this year. I only had to be in one stock, just one stock, ADSC. Initially, I was very doubtful whether I should trust the movements in ADSC. I was worried that the slippage could be extremely bad. 28.05 held, 28.10 held. 28.25 held like the buyer was so desperate for the stock. After seeing that ADSC had proven itself worthy, I began to take on more risk and trusted it more. 28.25 was where ADSC unusually held the bid. I got up to 1,000 shares above 28.30, but ADSC quickly dropped down to 28.25. Below that 28.25, I was thinking 28.10. 1,000 shares would be around $150 of risk. I quickly lightened up down to 500 shares and watched how ADSC behaved. ADSC never dropped that 28.25 and proceeded to go to 31 very quickly. There were good and bad things about this trade from 28.25. The good was I recognized the risk below 28.25. The bad was I should have just manned up and got long 2,000 shares after seeing how ridiculous 28.25 was buying on the bid. It is hard for me to judge how big I should be. I was concerned about the risk below that 25C. If he dropped, I'm 50% done for the day. It was hard. That 25C really got hit pretty hard, and it was really tough to know how big I should have been at that place. In the end, I chose to keep 500 shares against that 25C buyer and captured really good moves in ADSC. I was able to quickly accumulate $500 for the first 30 minutes of the opening drive. This was by far the best open I have ever traded. ADSC was pretty much the only stock I traded on Friday. I even skipped lunch because I knew there was a lot of money to be made in ADSC. I did not want to miss a chance to make my entire week. I stayed in front of my PC and traded ADSC until 4 p.m. The entire firm, including me, was killing the stock. I was up to my personal best by 1 p.m. I was so tempted to just close out and call it a day. but I did not. I chose to risk more and tried to hold ADSC for more. I was thinking $2,000. It did not work, but I felt it was the right thing to do. I was a little bit depressed that I gave back my personal best. But honestly, what is that $250 going to mean to me in my trading career? I think I made the right choice for not settling. Now I know I'm capable of a new personal best. One day I'm sure that that new personal best will come. Pippen fully grasped what we believe, which is his daily calling to do the right thing was paramount over money. In return, this made him better. Your job is to make good trades. We created the daily trading review and a monthly review for our traders, but then Pippen created the weekly trading review. One Sunday, he sent me his weekly trading review, and it seemed like such a good idea that we asked others to do it as well. This is a good example of building a culture of daily improvement, and then having those who buy into your culture make things better. You leverage the talent from those who buy into your culture and build an environment far superior to what you could have built. When you develop the right culture, you set up an infrastructure where traders can help themselves and those around them. Pippen sent me this wonderful lesson from Scotty Brooks, coach of the NBA Oklahoma Thunder, that helped him develop a better perspective to trade bigger. This email was then shared with the trading desk to help others trade bigger. Pippen's email. I was watching Oklahoma Thunder vs. San Antonio Spurs last night. It was such a competitive and thrilling game. The Thunder had Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook for a pick and roll, while San Antonio had superb passing skills. The Thunder had James Harden for controlling the ball, while San Antonio had Manu Ginobili, who pretty much made the difference for the Spurs in Game 1. It was very hard to tell which team could win the fourth quarter given the competitiveness of both teams. During halftime, Thunder's coach Scott Brooks mentioned something to his players that really caught my attention. Brooks said, "Keep making the good plays and taking the right shots. I don't care if you score or not. Keep making them." This mindset is exactly what professional traders should also possess. Keep making the right plays. Keep at it. The results do not matter as long as you are making the right plays. If it is a $100 play, go for 200-300 shares. If it is a $300 play, risk more and go for 500-600 shares. If it is a $500 $1,000 play, it is very crucial to risk more and make bigger sized play. Go for 1,000-1,500 shares. The results honestly do not matter. Risking bigger on better plays is good trading. I went to the desk on Friday. A lot of people took the day off due to the long weekend Memorial holiday. Only two, Shark, Ryan, Prep, and me, along with a couple traders, were on the desk. The day was long. Nothing was moving. By 11 a.m. I had only traded 3 tickets. SBY was stuck in a 50C range for most of the day. Around 12 p.m., a good setup in VIP caught everyone's attention. VIP is broken long-term and short-term. VIP consolidated at the low. It was a great trade to put on 1,000 shares short. But I only took 500 shares short. I didn't think it could move. It was Friday. It was noon. I didn't think it could move, so I only put on 500 shares of risk. VIP turned out to be the best stock for the day. But I only managed to catch a nice move with 500 shares. This is the mindset I need to learn. Keeping making the good plays and taking the right shots. I don't care if it works or not. Keep taking them. The results do not matter. VIP was a trade to risk 1,000 shares. I need to recognize that. Well said, Pippen. Did you learn as much as Pippen did last week? Pippen quickly became one of my new mentees to watch. Because he is a student of elite performance, there is so much right about the following email. The work, the concentration on improvement, the self-reflection, the detail to his learning, the depth of it. New and developing traders too often seek to copy the trading of that big trader. It would be wise for you to copy the work, mindset, and competitiveness of this new trader if your goal is to become that big trader. Also, it is a great example of the weekly review that Pippen created. Hi Bella, the following is my weekly review from October 3, 2011 to October 7, 2011. Friday was one of my better days in terms of consistency and probability. After reviewing my trading, I noticed several things I did differently. Have a time stop. scratch a trade that does not work for me after a given period of time. Be ultra-selective. Trade only radar/in-play stocks, which haven't moved out of their adders and still have room to go. Cover risks. Initiate with 2 lots on higher R/R setups and covering risks with 1 lot into the next up move/down move. Internalize second rat gets the cheese. It is okay to miss the first 20C, you don't have to be the first one in. Let them do the battle, confirm the price action, and then I enter with more confidence. Of course, one-day data cannot serve as a conclusion on my results, but they will be something to keep in mind for the following weeks. Several things I picked up this week, and things to remind myself in my trading game. If you get stopped out a lot in a stock, ask what's the real stop. Is your bias wrong? Always know what time big/important economic numbers come out. It is not 2008 now. Know where has the market come from, and what is your risk/reward in today's market. If you see SPY touching too many prices and you weren't making money on both longs and shorts, you should slow down and see where the market now is in longer time frame. Consider how you could have traded the bounce better. If you hit the decrementing big bids as a momentum lot and buyer rebids, you have to get out right away. You can easily be squeezed out by algo. To add to above, you should always have a time stop. You do not treat momentum lot as trade to hold and set a stop too far from the entry. To add to above, stops for momentum lot if time stops, the stock slows or ticks against you. To add to above, unless it really moves away quickly from your entry, then you can consider putting a price stop. Quality not quantity. The bigger day will be where you crush your setups in 1 or 2 plays. Don't overtrade levels during midday. Algo can easily outplay you with above/below program. Rather, look for a level to hold during midday. If you miss a trade, you miss a grade. It is worse if you get in at a bad price and you couldn't manage your R/R. When playing a slow grind up, you really need to find a great price to reduce your stress level. You can easily get shaken out trying to play a breakout. The better play is to get positioned against a good stop. To add to above, the better way to trade is taking profits into the up moves and down moves. To add to above, remember, there were too many occasions where I was 25C in the money, trying to hold my slow grinding position, and eventually had my positions went against me as time passed by. No adder, be careful when stock does 2x ATR already. Reevaluate your R/R. You should look for longer consolidation to initiate trade if move is already extended. Don't trade everything. Don't take every trade. Focus on better setups. Don't trade SPY unless it's a big level. It's difficult to fight with programs with ticks. Trade SDS instead for areas of support/resistance. Don't be too tight on good plays. Put more risks on higher probability trades which have all the checks on your side: trend, tape, technical, fundamental. Put less room on lower probability trades. Get better in your playbook setups. Be careful of whole number trap. Let them have the first 10C, 20C. You want to short below the real level or long above the real level. Patience, wait for your setup. You don't have to be the first one in. Instead of getting in/out and risking so many 2C, 5C, 6C, find a best spot and risk 20C real stop on better setups. Don't trade against a trend thinking you're fading resistance. You want to see failure at that level first, unless it's a big, big level. Sometimes if you like a price, you can wait for it to stabilize before placing a bid/offer. You'll get more info and confirmation. Or you can put on a very small position as a feeler. Don't trade minor levels in every stock. Trade clearer levels in better stocks with fresh order flow. You need to find something that can trend for the rest of the day. Be selective on stocks. Spend your attention on this. Don't be in a stock if you just want to make 30C, 40C. To add to above, when you have an idea for an entry, ask, is it worth your time for that trade? Is it going to trend? In an uptrending market, shorts are scalps until market proves it's a downtrend. Trading is not about trading every minute from 9:30 a.m. to 400 p.m. Trading is about taking good trades. If there's no good trades, don't overtrade. You'll be wasting your time, energy, and money. Do not be stupid. To add to above, do not be delusional and think that you're making one good trade. Think twice on what kind of trade you're making. Is it really one good trade? To close our introduction of Pippen, let me tell you about one good trade I made with him. It was my best trade of the year. One good trade. Sitting in my office talking firm financials, Steve lifted his chin, unconcerned about future cash flow for the first time in 18 months for one reason. "This is the best group of young traders we have ever developed," trumpeted Steve. "They are better than the traders we developed through 09. They hold stocks longer. They believe in our culture." "They are more skilled," I responded. "That is because we make them do playbook trades every day. They have internalized better the setups that make the most sense to them. They can trade bigger than our guys in the past because they have setups that they can trade on a longer time frame." This same day, Pippen knocked on my door and asked to start receiving a draw as he was running low on funds. I told him I needed to ask Steve. We checked his numbers, and at that time he wasn't making enough to cover his draw. We had noticed him doing all the things he was asked to do and then more. I stopped my financial analysis on the spot, realizing how foolish it was. 2 minutes after he had left, I called him back into my office. "Your draw is approved," I said. Since this time, he has never caused a month of financial strain on the firm and only gotten better. But besides that, Pippen is the trader you back and help more if necessary. In 2010-2011, our firm got a lot smaller than it had been in 2008-2009. At the same time, it got a lot better. We made more money, Steve and I enjoyed going to work more, and our traders were more appreciative of what we offered. Pippen is one of our better young traders. He made himself the trader he is by buying into a learning culture, being an all-star listener, learning from his buddy to and others, following the perfect path to trader profitability, and doing all the work necessary to develop his trading playbook. Traders like Pippen inspire partners to make their firms better. I hope he inspires you to take the right path to consistently profitable and in an affable and polite way while you are at it. What can I do to make my firm better so he has the more that he deserves? First, I pushed him and now he pushes me. I am really proud of him and to run a firm that attracts such a quality person. I will end with this suggestion for a star start to your trading career. Choose the path of Pippen. Let's take a look together at the historic IPO of Facebook and a trade Pippen made in it. FB IPO support play, long at IPO price with buyers on the tape. Trader Pippen. May 18, 2012. Big picture. SBY had sold off 5 straight days from 137 to 131, which could attract some speculation money coming into the market with FB IPO. FB IPO is very important to the market because this means a large influx of new money into Wall Street from the investors. Intraday fundamentals. Facebook was one of the biggest and most exciting IPOs. Facebook IPO priced at $38/share. Facebook IPO scheduled to open at 11 a.m. 05/18/2012. Facebook is unlike many other IPOs, Zynga, QSA, etc. This is an actual company that many are involved in. It is extremely important for the underwriters Morgan Stanley to protect $38/share IPO price level for a successful IPO. There's a very low percentage that the underwriters would not protect $38 price level on the first day. How successful the FB IPO was will mean a lot to underwriters' reputation in the future. The IPO trade, buy in front of IPO price, buy new highs. Keep track of important levels, buy important technical levels. IPOs trade more cleanly, few price points. Principles apply to all IPO trades globally. Human psychology will never change. Trade review. Good one. Looking back, I want to get really big at $38, but I felt I made the right choice. I couldn't get too big because I did not know the liquidity below $38, and there's the risk of someone clipping all the size before me being able to get out. 2. I managed to take some sales around $42 into the spikes. Improvements. 1. I was too light into $40 and did not have enough size from $40 to $42. 2. I was too big above 41.25 and risking more than I should. Instead, I should wait and then be big if FB shows that it can hold above $42. 3. I should have been bigger at $38 IPO price level, knowing that this is an important level that FB has to defend. I should take on more risk and let FB prove me wrong. Gratitude, the most historic IPO since Goog. Did you trade the FB IPO? You were fortunate enough to trade it. How cool is that? Learn to be grateful for the opportunity to trade Dr. Andrew Menaker. Next is a trading discussion on how to trade this IPO FB opportunity with Pippen and my desk. From the training room, trading an IPO FB with Pippen. The FB IPO trading session was a historic event which traders will remember forever. This trade takes you through that day. Bella. I got an email from someone in this room who I may mention or may not. His email triggered for me a really important trading fundamental about our preparation that we should discuss. On Friday, we were discussing how to trade Facebook FB. Today, before the open, we were thinking about trading FB and some other social media stocks. Coming into today, what were the two big picture thoughts that you needed to think about this weekend to be properly prepared to trade today's open? Someone raises his hand. SMB trader. If the market bounces and if FB holds above $38. Bella smiling. My email right before this review might have helped you with that answer. So this weekend, where did you guys go out? Lucy's? Traders talking and laughing about Lucy's. Bella. So look, you guys are at Lucy's, and one of the things you should be doing is talking about trades for Monday. Unless you get distracted by someone who should distract you and you need to take care of that. For any tips on that, please see Iceman. Traders laughing. We have been down 11 out of 12 days. We had been strong for a while and now we are incredibly weak. You need to be thinking about whether we are going to bounce. Bella raising his voice. When playing a bounce, I wait for SPY to bottom and then hold higher. After SPY holds higher, I load up in my market stocks. It takes time to become a good bounce trader. It's not good enough to sit at your desk on Monday, scrambling to figure out what to trade and do. Gentlemen, that's not good enough. Over the weekend, you must be thinking, if we bounce, what would a bounce look like? Above what S&P futures price will you get long market stocks, and which ones, and at what prices? Above what SPY price? And you must not stop there, guys. What kind of an open makes it more likely we will bounce? What if we open tank and this appears like a blow-off bottom? What is we open and hold above an important technical level in the market? And then, gentlemen, you should be mapping out the stocks you would trade, the prices you would trade them at for each possible market iteration. You should be prepared to trade each market iteration. Ideas like if ADSC holds above 30 and SPY holds above X, I will get long ADSC. These ideas should be written down over the weekend and sit closely next to you on your trading desk. It's called preparation. You win the game with your preparation before the game is played. The most money for a bounce is trading multiple market stocks, and you must prepare for that scenario. I have said this at least 30 times in this room. Market stocks are traded on market days. A bounce is a market day. So maybe it's CAT, maybe it's IBM, maybe it's Apple, maybe it's JPM, maybe it's a couple of those stocks, maybe it's C, maybe it's NFLX. Whatever stocks you think you can trade the best over the weekend, you must rip through the charts and find prices that offer an excellent risk-reward if we bounce. Rip through a lot of charts and prepare for multiple scenarios. Why? Perhaps a JPM isn't setting up at a good price for a bounce, but maybe an FCX is or a NFLX is. Okay, in this market the best bounce candidate is Apple. Add some high beta stocks to your trading such as Apple, Goog, LNKD. You will take some losses first, but then be in position for serious gains after you master their movement. It's awesome to see some guys learning to trade Apple because that time and money investment was rewarded with opportunity today. I know DB took a couple of nice losses in Apple learning to trade it, but this is the day where those paper cuts pay dividends. Today you get in there, and Apple went up 30 points. Not only did it go up 30 points, it went up 30 points above a pretty tight consolidation chart pattern with the market bouncing right. Bella smiling. That is an amazing opportunity there, and TO sent me an email over the weekend. I did say that I may use the person's name. Bella smirking and looking at TO. Is it okay that I use your name? TO. Well, you already used it. Traders laughing. Bella. Yeah, that is a good point, TO, but if it's not good, I actually won't use your name anymore, TO. Well, it's too late now, Bella. You already did, but that's fine, not that I had any choice. Traders laughing. Bella. TO emailed me on Friday, and he said it actually after the close in our discussion on Friday too. We were overly bullish on FB. And we should have known that FB wasn't going to be that good because social media stocks were crap going into FB. TO. I didn't say that. I said that we could only make money going long FB, but if it's not a good IPO, there should be an insurance plan, Plan B. At times, trading rules are not clear. Some firms make aggressive interpretations of a rule and others can be more conservative, causing a disparity with short locates. Bella, I was on the phone not too long ago with a firm that was able to short FB because they have a relationship with Goldman. And they were able to short FB today, which we aren't sure was legal or not. There might be a situation where Goldman is giving out shorts and they shouldn't have been. Or Goldman has it right and others are a few steps behind. We will learn more soon. But I was literally on the phone with the firm, a solid prop firm, and they were able to short FB. Steve got pissed and asked, "How can you short FB? Compliance at our BD is telling us we cannot in the first 3 days. Goldman had it right, by the way." Traders mumbling. Bella, sorry to incorrectly paraphrase you. But you said we should have been more prepared if FB did not hold its IPO price. Bella looking at TO. Right, I agree with you. You must consider what you are going to do if FB is really weak. Are you going to trade Groupon, Zynga, or NetEase? Are you going to trade that friend finder that you guys crushed the other day? I said that months ago, in this very room, after LinkedIn came public. I said the LNKD IPO is not going to be the last opportunity you have to trade social media stocks. I urged for you to go make a list of all the social media stocks and start learning about them. Start reading about them. I advised you to learn the social media stocks, the good from the bad. They are not all the same, and there is a market principle to trade hot sectors to game. Sometimes the Tier 1 hot sector stocks go up. Sometimes 5 of the Tier 1 hot sector stocks go up and 3 of them don't. Sometimes Tier 3 hot sector stocks go up after the Tier 2 hot sector stocks go up. Sometimes the Tier 4 hot sector stocks go up, and you have to be very careful about intraday reversals because they are normally garbage stocks. Generally, hot sectors move like this. The Tier 1 stocks go up, then the Tier 2, then the Tier 3, and then the pretenders, Tier 4. Strong sectors tend to be hot for a 3 to 4 day period and then rest. Tier 4 stocks can be faded for reversal trades. This is important. Hot sector patterns develop. There are divergences with these different types of stocks in these hot sectors. You must learn which social media stocks are crap and which ones are awesome. Or maybe there is an opportunity where all of them are overhyped and ready for a decline. Patterns will form for hot sector stocks. Your job is to learn those patterns. TO was the first person to develop a list of social media stocks for him to follow. The reason I know that is because I used his list when I was preparing for a presentation in Singapore to share a list of the most popular social media stocks with them. I was invited to talk about opportunities in the States for Singapore investors. At the time, social media stocks were all the buzz as the FB IPO was coming. Here's what I found most interesting about TO's comments. 1. TO was right. 2. TO did the work that enabled him to be right. TO started doing the work months ago. He actually started putting together a list of social media stocks, and he started following them every day so that when this FB opportunity came out, which the whole street's been waiting for, he was able to say, "Bella, we should actually be ready for the bearish case." He could make this critique because of the work he's been doing. Steve wrote an article over the weekend stating that trading is not rocket science. It's not that difficult to understand the difference between the Tier 1 and the Tier 4 stocks in a sector. Long pause. If you did not come to work today with written notes, all the stocks you were going to trade if the market bounced, ripped through 150 charts over the weekend of your favorite market stocks, you are not a professional trader. Long pause. If you haven't thought about trading the bear side of this social media opportunity, and you haven't been following this sector for the last 6 months, you are not a professional trader. It's unacceptable to walk onto our trading desk if you haven't done those things. And you have to keep doing this kind of preparation. The market doesn't have to bounce like it bounced today. Apple doesn't have to go up 30 points. There's going to be years when we are going to sit there and the bounce of Apple is only 5 points. Bella now raising his voice. Guys, you have to make the most of these opportunities. On Monday, Carlton and I were sitting in our office going over the numbers for everyone in the firm. There are a dozen newer guys who keep getting better, and we see this in their numbers. There are 6 newer guys who are kind of up and down, and I can see they can get better. There are some guys whose numbers are terrible. They are never going to be good. For the newer guys, let me give you some advice. There are 3 guys in this firm who really do a lot of work. If I was a young trader, I would just follow Shark wherever he went. If I was a first year, I would just follow T.O. wherever T.O. went. Shark has done the most work over the last couple of years. Every day I get a detailed report of how he traded. He's always working on something. He's always trying to get better. Every day the work is there. I don't even remember where he went to school, but I'm pretty sure he didn't go to an Ivy League school. Look how he works. He's going to continue getting better. T.O. came up with this list of social media stocks, and Pippen came up with the weekly review. I don't think we even had a weekly review until Pippen, and T.O. made the daily review better. I think Shark made it better first, and T.O. threw TraderView in and made that better. If you didn't make enough money today, I promise you it's because you didn't do enough work before today to be prepared. You did not do the work that allowed you to believe you deserve to make more. It's not that you are not smart enough. It's not that you are not good enough. You guys have very advanced and developed trading skills. You were taught at a very high level that very few people on the street will ever obtain just because of the way we trade. We trade so actively, you have to be better than 99% of the traders on the street. You would be amazed if you talk to some professional traders who have no idea how to enter positions at a good price. It's embarrassing. You guys actually learn how to trade. Bella speaking intensely. I was talking to a trader on the desk today, and he was all impressed with himself for having what he termed a good day. Bull, you are having a good day. The market bounced a ton and you are trying to make a few $1,000s. Come on. I know many of you are new traders. But seriously, there's real money out there to make. Just to be clear, you should expect better from yourself. If you do not know this yet yourself, then I will tell you. You guys are so much better than this. This is a wonderful core group of guys, maybe the best we have ever developed. You can do better. You have the opportunity, and that's the good thing. You guys do the work, you will get better, you will start to make more money, you will. This is not rocket science. You just have to keep rehearsing, preparing, and practicing every day. There is a long pause. Bella smiles. All right, let's go over this Facebook FB trade. So this is Facebook. This is Friday. This is a trading session you will never forget. Pippen, the floor is yours. Pippen. SBY went from 137 to 131, which could attract some money into the market, into the FB IPO. The IPO is really important for the market because that means a lot of money is going to come into the market for this IPO. Bella. I actually can't think of a bigger IPO that's come to the market since Google August of 2004 at $85. I still remember that IPO where I was sitting and the excitement of that day. There was no SMB then. It was just Steve and me trading our money at some BD, which I think is no longer in business. This was a day of history for us as traders. It was a trading day never to forget. So FB is a very important IPO. One very important thing about this IPO is it had been priced very aggressively. Morgan Stanley was trying to get FB as much as possible out of the deal, leaving FB very little margin for error to trade above its IPO price. We are not fundamental analysts, but that's the long risk you need to understand. Pippen, what were the intraday fundamentals? Pippen. Facebook is one of the biggest IPOs out there that everyone's been waiting for. The Facebook IPO is priced at $38 per share. Facebook's IPO is scheduled to open at 11 a.m. on Friday. This is very different from other IPOs like Zynga or QSA. This is a Tier 1 deal for an actual company that a lot of people are involved in. The $38 price can be very important for the underwriters like Morgan Stanley. The IPO price is a huge support level when trading any IPO. We used 38 as a huge support level for Facebook. The underwriters must support this price or else the deal they lead will be seen as a failure. This decreases the chances of future investment banking deal flow. Bella, let's slow down. It's embarrassing and bad for future business for the underwriters if FB gets below the IPO price because now their clients are underwater. FB below 38 may harm the reputation of the underwriters, particularly the lead underwriter in Morgan. Second, there are new concerns on the street about Facebook. It's a great platform that a lot of people use, except for me. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't use Facebook? Someone raises his hand. SMB trader. I don't, Bella. So you and me can hang out after this meeting and talk about who is less tech savvy. Cool, traders laughing. Bella. Look, I don't understand why people want to look at pictures of other people they haven't seen in years, but apparently that is just me. Do you use it, Pippen? So everybody uses it. It's obviously an amazing company, but their challenge is what? SMB trader. They don't make that much money. Bella. Specifically, what is their biggest challenge? SMB trader. How to get people to spend their money. Bella. Their specific challenge is advertising revenue. Just before this, GM pulled their $10 million ad account because they didn't see a lot of bang for the buck. It is not clear that FB is going to make a lot of money through ad revenue. FB and Goog employ very different models. FB put up ads on their site like Goog, but it is not clear these ads would be as effective as Google's. When you use Google, you are in an active search. You are looking for something very specific with the keywords you choose with your search. When you are logged onto Facebook, some algorithms are unleashed to figure out what you might want to buy based on your past behavior. You are not actively searching for what you want to buy. You are just looking at the page of one of your buddies. This is a big distinction between Facebook's and Google's effectiveness to help sell product, and thus their ability to sell ad space. Strategy for trading an IPO. If it holds above the IPO price, buy. If it holds above the IPO price and then holds higher, buy more. If the stock forms a bull flag above the IPO price and you can control your risk if the stock fails, buy. If a stock approaches the IPO price, buy in front of that price. Sell if the stock trades below the IPO price. Sell into a strong up move if the IPO price holds. Observe prices where more volume is done. These are your first technical levels. Trade off of these technical levels as they are very significant with IPOs. Bella. So that's one of the issues. Are they going to increase their ad revenue? The stock would go up if they start to solve this problem. The stock will go down if they don't. There are other challenges like how the platform will play on mobile devices, but I just wanted to illustrate one and how that might affect trading in FB. Know the story for your stocks and what may move them. Pippen. This is the technical analysis for Facebook on Friday. As you can see on the chart, the key level is $38, see figure 5.2. My plan is to buy Facebook in front of the IPO price at $38 if I see a buyer on the tape. Bella. My first buy is right here at 42, Bella pointing to 42 on the FB chart. FB opens at $43, showing strength as it opens above the IPO price. We are playing the short-term momentum with an IPO and not where we think the stock might trade in 6 months. This IPO is different from LinkedIn in that there was much more liquidity. FB pulled back to $42. I saw some buying on the bid and I bought some. At this moment, it is above the IPO price, the short-term momentum is up, and there is support on the bid at 42. At this moment in time, it is a long using a momentum IPO strategy. What must I consider before getting long at 42? Bella waits for an answer. SMB trader. Where can you get out if 42 drops the bid? Bella. Yes, very good. If 42 drops the bid, where can I get out? There were a whole bunch of problems with Nasdaq trading data. Nasdaq is getting a lot of heat about the data being messed up for this IPO. We are trading FB. You couldn't tell where anything was. It was really fast. I just bought 300 shares near 42 because the data was so jumbled. I just wanted to be in it in case it exploded. Hot IPOs can get irrational and explode to the upside. You buy just a little bit because you don't know where you can get out if the 42 bid drops. FB dropped $42. I exited. It was pretty easy to exit. FB went to $41 and I bought 300 shares again. There was buying again at 41, so I bought. 41 dropped, so I hit the bid. At $40, I bought a little bit more this time, and it held there for a little bit longer. And I actually bought a little bit more. My trading plan was to buy a lot if FB actually held higher. I just want to be in it and get a feel for it. We couldn't short it at the time. All we could do is play FB on the long side, so if it holds the bid nicely, I would try to buy in front of that bid. I was trading for a hot IPO pattern. Maybe this will be a great IPO. If the trade started to work, I would have bought more and held for a significant up move. This is not buy and sell 50 cents higher. This is buy and hold for a potential explosive up move based on the way hot IPOs can trade. Who knows which way it's going to go, but that's how I was managing the position. So I bought a bit more at $40. You were actually able to overlap and hit out with the ECN NAST pretty easily at this point. The more comfortable I felt that I could get out if 40 dropped, the more time FB would trade sideways, then the bigger I was getting. First, I needed to test whether I could control my risk. As I learned I could control my risk better, I got bigger. When FB got below $40, I got out at about 94 cents. It was really easy to get out. I probably should have been bigger there at $40 because it was so easy to exit. Remember that we are just trading a pattern, the hot IPO momentum trade. You do not want to be the guy on the desk who could have bought at 40, watching FB trade at 60 by the end of the day. We are not trying to be right. This pattern is this. Long in front of intraday support and hold for a potential explosive move, and out below the intraday support. So the risk, reward is 5.25 cents on the downside depending on where you can exit and points to the upside. I like this risk, reward. Now FB pulls into the IPO price of $38. What must we ask at this level, SMB trader? If FB drops 38, where can we exit? Bella. Yes, very nice. I bought in front of 38 after this level held. I had a conversation with myself about how much I bought at this level. I was not very nice to myself. Traders laugh. I should have been much bigger. How much did you buy down here, Pippen? Pippen. I only had tier 1 because I wasn't sure what would happen below $38. See figure 5.3. I saw size on tape. Everyone saw size on the level Roman 2, but I wasn't sure what would happen if FB traded below that price. There's a chance that someone would clip that bid and you wouldn't be able to get out, so I only had tier 1 at this price. Bella. So your thinking is, what's the likelihood that it's going to drop the IPO price, and if that happens, where can I get out? Actually, I think I should have been bigger because it was the first time down to the IPO price. They bought it on the bid. It had been easy to exit on the way down. The underwriters should try and support this level at least the first few times at this price. And then what happened? It went up. IPOs don't have a lot of price points, so they can be easier to trade. Their technical levels are more important than regular stocks. It started to work for you. Where did you think the stock would go to? Pippen, $40. Bella, at least $40. I'm thinking of $40 or $42, so I was slow to sell and it went up to $42. Please tell me what you did. Pippen. I was at tier 1 here in front of $38. I actually sold some in front of $39 and some more at $40, and I was down to 50% of my position at $40. I tried to buy back, but I missed the spike down buying opportunity. So I only had 50% from what I bought at $38, figure 5.3. Bella, what percentage of your position do you want to sell at $39 and $40? I agree with you that you should be at 50% of your initial position at $40 because that's your first resistance level. That's your first level because that was the most important nearest level that we saw on the way down. The trading in FB gave us this important price points. $42 is the next important level above 40. Those sales at 39 are not right. You are just selling to make yourself feel comfortable, and that is not a good reason to sell. If you are going to take the risk of buying at $38, you have to do a good job of banking the reward and selling at the right price points. And you should determine what percentage of your position makes sense for you to sell at this next resistance level of 40. I definitely think it makes sense for you to take some off in front of $40. I actually can't give you an argument for having more than 50%. The question is how much to buy above $40 for a push to 42. That's for you to decide. Pippen. So I bought some back between $40.00 and $40.50 and made some spreads. I was holding 50% as my core from $38.00 for a big move. I bought more at $41.00, figure 5.3. Bella, let's take a step back. T.O., I think you made the spread a bunch of times, right? T.O. Yes, a bunch. More than anyone here. Trade around your core only if you are an advanced trader. If a noob, just sit and manage your core. Bella? Show off. Bella smiling and looking at T.O. That is very advanced trading. Excellent. When you see a held bid at $40, you can buy in front of $40 and put it up at $13.19 to make the spread and then immediately rebid in front of $40. If you get hit on the bid, then immediately re-offer in the $13.19 again. Keep your core position for a bigger play. But buying some extra shares and making the spread is an excellent trading technique to make cash flow. It's called trading. Use your superior trading skills to your advantage here. If you do this, you will guarantee making money in FB even if your bigger trade does not work. You trade around your core position by making cash flow trades. Other people would call that a scalp. Pippen? There were multiple occasions where I made 20-25 cents for scalps. This covered my risk with my core position. There's one point around here, 2 p.m. area, between $40.80 and $41.50, where I get big figure 5.3. You actually have to determine the proper reward to determine the risk-reward in a trade. Our guys had the reward all wrong. Bella. That's where I wanted to bang my head on the desk because you guys were making up the reward on that trade. You were making up the reward for that trade. Do you guys understand that? You were making up the reward for that trade. The problem is at this consolidation between $40.80 and $41.50, there was not the reward that you guys were claiming. What I heard from the desk was if it gets above $41.25, it's going to explode. I scolded the desk that you guys were making up that reward while you were chirping that nonsense. It's not going to explode until FB gets above $42, our next important technical level. So the reason for that is IPOs really respect levels, and that $42 is a really important level. We learn that by watching the price action after it opens and noticing a first battle there at 42. When FB opened up, there was buying there, but that buyer lost. That became an intraday technical level or point of interest that you have to remember. FB wasn't going to explode and go to the prices you guys were talking about until it got above 42. It was not going to 45 like you were chirping until it got above 42. So, I love the aggressiveness. I love the thought about whether to get long above this consolidation. Nice job communicating with each other on the desk about this opportunity. You just need some more domain knowledge about how IPOs trade. What did you have to see to add above 41.25? So if you are Tier 1 or Tier 2 at 40.80, I still don't like that trade. But okay, let's review your thinking from here. When you add above 41.25, what did you need to see to add above that intraday level? Pippen. There should be a buyer above 41.25 on the bid. Shark. Or we want to see FB just move away from that price of 41.25 showing us its strength. A sign of strength for a stock is when it gets above resistance and then moves away from this price quickly. Bella. So you want to see FB get above 41.25 and explode away from that price. This explosion away from this price is a signal of strength for FB. Or you want to see FB clearly holding above 41.25. If you do not see that, you really should exit the extra shares you are buying above 41.25. And it really didn't make much sense to me to say I'm going to buy 41.27 or 41.30 and give it a stop below 41 with an upside of resistance at 42 for FB. That's not a great play. Trader raises his hand. Bella. Yes, Shark. I didn't pay through 41.25, but I did see something subtle on the tape. FB traded between 80C and 25C 3 times, but then FB tested 41 and held cleanly above 41. Although this was only a subtle signal there, I thought it was kind of significant. Bella, I like you trying to look for clues on the tape. What is one thought that mitigates your idea? Traders mumbling. Bella, I like your idea, I like that. What I like about that idea is that if I see something subtle, maybe that's a way to get really, really big or bigger in your position. But then keeping your tights very stops. Traders laughing. SMB traders. Stops tight, Bella, Bella laughing. Keeping your tights really short. Traders laughing as Bella continues to mangle the English language. Bella laughing at himself. So keeping your stops really tight. That's fine. If you see something clearly different on the tape, just keep your stops tight. Why? SMB conspiracy theory states that when many of our traders are big in the same trade, it never works. SMB trader. Because the dropout is going to happen. Traders laughing. Bella. One is a dropout may happen. But two, there is something about your analysis that you may not be considering. Anyone. SMB trader. I think that's the play that now you are saying that if it's holding above 41 you have to stick to your guns. Bella. But think about that rationally. What about the data you have should breed skepticism? SMB trader. FB was in an upswing for 10 minutes as opposed to it failed miserably at a bunch of levels previously. Bella looking out at the traders waiting for the right answer. Bella. There's so much volume in FB. It's hard to glean something significant from the tape. It is easy to think you saw something significant. Who knows what people are doing? Maybe some big seller went to the bathroom, now it's going up and now they came back from the bathroom. I don't know. All right, so FB got above 41.25, then it kind of went up but didn't get above 42. Then they dropped FB out below that 40.80 intraday support consolidation level that you guys all were in love with, and so FB went back to 40. So you guys all got screwed. Traders laughing, Bella. The bid dropped 40.80. It was hard to get out right. Pippen. I actually took a sale in front of the 42 level. Traders laughing, Bella. You sold the top. Pippen. 84.41.84. Bella, you did. Pippen. I did. SMB trader. It dropped a point right after. Traders laughing, Bella. That's the highest print. Pippen. Did you get flat? Pippen. No, but I did sell most. Bella. Because you wanted it to be above 42 before getting very big. Pippen. I mean the ad above 41.25 was just a momentum scalp for me. Bella. Okay, good. Wow, excellent trading. Pippen. The real trade was above 42. Bella. Okay, good. That's the way to do it. You play the momentum above 25 cents and then take off most in front of 42. So 40.80 dropped, everyone hit the bids, then the next level is 40, that's the technical level, right? SMB traders. Yeah, when a stock fails at technical support, we assume it will continue to the next technical support area. Bella, and then you can buy some there, I have no problem with that, but it didn't work. FB went down to 38 again, let's talk about that. Once FB gets below 40, I want you thinking it's most likely going to 38, right? 38 is the next technical level. FB goes to 38 again and it's very late in the day. The thing I didn't like about it going to 38 was what? SMB trader. It holds lower every time. It is better for a stock to drop to 38, an important support level, quickly and on low volume than to slowly find this level if you want to get long at 38. Bella. It slowly gets to 38. I hate that. It was slowly holding lower and spending time close to 38 as opposed to dropping there quickly on low volume. It was at 38 and it was getting late in the day. They were wailing the bids. Pippen. They were hitting the bids so hard. Prep. I thought the bids were going to drop. Bella. I mean they were crushing those bids. They were hitting them so hard you thought the 38 bids would finally drop. But FB held the 38. It's a buy there, right? I remember tweeting I was buying again for a potential end of the day move to 40. FB went up 40 cents. You could have made cash flow trades buying it at 38 and selling it at 40 cents, like TO was doing, making the spread. You definitely can make the spread there, but FB didn't go up to 40. Just a quick thought about this. FB really could have gone up to 40 in the last minute. With an IPO play like this, FB really can do that. You guys have not seen this yet. Just like you have not seen a hot IPO hold 42 and then be 60 by the end of the day, and then 3 months later 25. These plays can happen. After you see them a few times, you will understand the importance of just wanting to be in the stock at times. So just keep that in mind. Above but near 38, it's not a great setup, but it's still a long. 38 is still a big level. Today, some new prices were developed as it traded terribly. How much was it down today? SMB Trader, 11%. If an IPO trades below its IPO price, we short the stock and wait for the stock to show us it has found a bottom. Bella. And if you could have shorted it, you would have shorted it below 38, right? FB can now trade as low as until it shows you the downtrend has been broken. Now we focus on the short side, right? SMB traders. Yeah, Bella. All right, any questions about trading this IPO? Always remember it's a privilege to trade. Be grateful for every trading day. Bella. Good. That was fun, right? Look, this is important. Be grateful for this trading opportunity. You just got to trade the most historic IPO since Google. And that's really cool. There's still plenty of money in these social media stocks, plenty of money in FB going forward. LinkedIn had offered us tons of opportunities. Even today, it was a great play, right? GRPN and Zynga are setting up for some excellent shorting opportunities. So learn these stocks and along the way start to decode the social media trading patterns. One day, someone is going to ask you about the FB IPO and you are going to be able to say, "Yeah, I traded the FB IPO." Be grateful for the opportunity to trade something so historic. All right, thanks guys. Bella turns around and leaves the room. Postscript. I have noticed especially of late that Pippen can flat out trade. He can momentum trade anything with the best of the intraday traders. I have been encouraging him to build from this strength and step into more momentum opportunities, even though most on the desk avoid them. Although most cannot intraday momentum trade of late because of HFTs, he can. He processes the tape and makes good decisions so fast that he can excel at this strategy. It's very impressive. And he does it all with never a banging of the desk or complaint about the firm, market, or trader mate, and always with graciousness.